Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew-Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew-Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew-Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew-Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew-Built Conicals. You can trust Brew-Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew-Built at morebeer.com.
Today's Sunday session is brought to you by More Beer, the makers of the all-new Ultimate Conical Fermenter. Check them out today at morebeer.com.
Feels like work. Shooting the shit for 2 hours, drinking beer and talking beer. What a wonderful experience.
Can we not have the barf bucket near my mixing board?
I think everybody could read the book.
I knew you were going to use this book as an excuse to quit doing this show.
Mrs. Bub, if you want, I can mail you the Bub Timer.
Yeah, Newcastle. Especially in the can. Have you ever had it in the can? No, I have not had it in the can.
Notice I closed my eyes and I concentrated really hard.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
Welcome to the show, everybody. The last show of the world. Ever in the world. Yeah. This one's not one of our practical jokes. It's actually going to be the end of the world before we're supposed to go back on the air again.
It's scientifically proven by people who cut out hearts of living people and wore loincloths.
Yeah.
That's science you can't dodge or wave away. You can't do it. It's legitimate science.
They were a very advanced people.
Yeah.
Did they talk to aliens?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They were born of aliens.
That's right.
Oh, yeah.
That's why they had brown skin.
They were more red, I think.
Since it's the end of the world and
As
our
we know
last
it.
show ever, I'm deciding to...
Show us your boobs?
No.
Yes! Finally! Oh, my God. This is what it took?
Right,
No.
Here. Well, let me I'll get my glass.
No.
See, the Mayans
Still-
knew everything.
It's still no.
Oh.
No, I'm not going to be a bitch tonight.
What?
Doubt it.
That's less likely.
Doubt
You're
it.
likely. You're
Right.
right. Likely that you're right.
Hey, don't make promises you can't keep.
I'm going to try to be less of a bitch tonight. How's
Well,
that?
how about you just be
I
less
don't
of a
usually
bitch?
try.
Right. It just happens.
Don't tell me what to do, Doc.
Like, you know,
Well,
You've
there
already
you go.
failed.
Yep, that's it. That lasted all of 10 seconds.
Right. Well, it is a rather different show for us tonight. Our format's going to change a little bit. We're actually not going to talk about beer tonight. Tonight's entire show is going to be about gun control.
I think it's about. I think we need it. I think we need it in the
studio?
time.
I think
really
we've
do.
all developed some very well formulated opinions, and we're going to discuss them for the next 4 hours ad nauseum.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
I mean, you know, we have a voice, we have opinions, and Facebook just isn't cutting it anymore.
I was actually just going to say, can we all gather together on a social media site and express all of our opinions there?
That's a better idea.
And
Let's
then
do that.
and then internet argue?
Oh, my
Because that
God.
fucking rules.
Facebook is the scariest place on earth
Oh, my
right
God.
now.
Dude, stay away from that place.
I feel like I'm going to be
you are
harassed for the rest of my
You better
life.
pray gun control happens because I was
Oh
going
my
to shoot you.
God. What a scary place Facebook is. You think the world is scary.
Yeah, I didn't even want to dip my toe in that stuff.
dip my balls in it.
Beaver, are
Teabag.
you in the chat room?
I'm getting there.
You better get your ass in there.
Don't tell me what to do.
Because the last show...
There you go again.
I mean, you
Not
can
being a bitch.
Right. We got a good show planned for you today. It really is the last show of the year, possibly the last show of the world. I love the last show of the year because It means we're done working for a little while.
2 weeks of vacay.
As long as nobody gets hurt.
Right. Right. As long as history does not rear its ugly head.
Yeah.
We've got Adam Mills from Crankers in the studio with us today. Yeah. A very unfortunate brewery name, but good,
Right.
but a great brewer, Adam Mills.
Maybe.
is.
We don't know that yet.
Yeah, that's true. Have we ever had your beer, Mills? We have not. Mills came out with an entourage, too.
An anthem. Of
course.
They all have penises, so that's unfortunate.
It's not much of an entourage.
Don't you have a wife?
Absolutely.
How come you brought all penises and you didn't bring your wife?
I have 4 kids at home.
Oh, Mills has 4 children.
Yeah.
How old are you, Mills?
35.
35 years old and
already your life is over.
When did you start?
13, 14.
You started at 13?
Just curious, did she let you bring your penis on the trip?
She did.
You're being serious. You had your first kid at 14?
Oh, no.
Oh, I thought...
I wish you would.
Somehow I believe he looks just white trash enough.
My oldest is 14.
Yeah. We'll get him on the mic here shortly. We got a full studio today, but we're going to be talking to Adam Mills about Crankers Brewery. And pleasure to have you. You came all the way out here from...
Michigan.
Michigan. For some reason, I thought it was Uganda or something.
Yeah.
It was a long...
It was.
I knew it was a long trip, one way or another.
Well, he's in the Peace Corps.
From Michigan. And it's good to have him here. And we always like it. You know, brewers out there, take heed. We prefer
Yeah, get a
you to-
vasectomy.
Right. First of all, get a vasectomy. Second of all, come to the studio.
Yeah, if you're going to be a brewer, marry a wealthy woman so you can have 4 kids and not worry about your salary going to feed everybody in the house.
Right. Absolutely. So a lot of things to do today. Because it's our last show of the year, it's also going to be our holiday show. It's holiday because we're not all Christians in here, you know.
That's right, I'm not a Christian.
Some of us are Jews. And
Anybody?
Not just one of you.
some of us are Moscow. We did do a Jewish holiday show a couple years ago, didn't we?
Yeah, with Schmaltz.
Yeah, we had those boys on.
Yeah, but did we play that cool game?
I think I had
Know your Yiddish?
Yeah, what did the Jews say?
That was great, by the way. I remember that.
It was a good game.
Yeah.
And I think I tried my first latka. Was it a latka?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
It's like
delicious.
was it like a deep fried potato or something?
No, it's a character from Taxi.
Oh, latka. I love that guy. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what Jews do. We're very clever. We figured if you heat up some vegetable oil and you fry potatoes in it, really good.
Then you can name it.
It's a Jewish delicacy.
Yeah.
Well, today it's just a holiday show, so we're going to play some holiday-themed games a little bit later on. The Brewcasters are all going to share one of their favorite beers for this time of the year with you. Each one of us has chosen a beer, and we'll have you play along with us, too. We'll be taking some callers later in the show for that. Plus, we're going to be doing, it turns out that JP is a holiday song master.
That's true. It's one of those stupid quirks that I have.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect it.
So we're going to play Name That Holiday Tune with JP, and listeners are going to get to challenge him if they can guess the tune in a shorter time than JP does.
That's right. It'll be like by beats or notes or whatever it is. It doesn't matter. I know it all.
It's going to be time.
Yeah.
Time.
Seconds.
All right.
Yeah.
JP is the Hall & Oates of holiday music.
Wow, those are good skills.
The holiday oat.
Well, I mean, my dad would. Well, he was,
Holiday Oates.
yeah, he was really trying to bring the
Breakfast cereal.
family together and do all this shit. Like even his family abandoned him, so he wanted me to have some sort of semblance of. So
Who
we
are
had
we
to listen
talking?
to
Who
all-
is he? Are we
my
talking
dad.
about God?
I said my dad.
Oh, I didn't
But
hear
you
that
weren't
part.
listening to me.
So your dad. Oh, so
I was trying to give background. But,
I see.
I don't have to.
So he instilled the holiday song.
I
thing
got
in you.
it. Yeah, based about mid-November until about mid-January. We
I
were
see.
listening to holiday classics in his convertible 5.0.
Okay.
Midlife crisis.
Little Nat King Cole.
A lot of Nat King Cole. A lot of Bang. A lot of bullshit.
Yeah.
A lot of bullshit.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So be warned.
All right, so we'll do those things later, and we got a bunch of stuff to give away. We'll give away prizes as we do that. We're going to give away Adam Mills.
I would like that. I think probably his kids would like that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure his wife's vagina would like that.
Right, please give him away.
Yeah. No more kids out of that thing.
Did you get that thing fixed yet? Or you plan?
That problem?
That problem you have that is your penis?
The 2 lump problem downstairs?
You're not fixed yet.
No.
Are you
Still broken.
Oh, man.
Clippy.
Well, we'll talk about this later, Mills.
He's broken. Leave him alone.
Man. All right. So a lot of things to do today. Let's get through some announcements. First of all, the entry window is open now for the first ever Brewing Network Homebrew Competition, and it ends tomorrow, right?
That's right. If your entries aren't in by tomorrow, you out.
We got a lot of entries into this competition.
We do. We have over 2. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I believe that there are a record number of entries.
Best ever in
our kegerator.
Yeah. There's tens of people.
Yeah. So tomorrow is the deadline. They have to be here by end of day.
Whenever
tomorrow.
But end of my work day, which is like 11 a.m.
Right.
So
we'll get you entered, and then we'll be judging next week, and we'll announce the winners on our first show back.
That's right.
In early January. I think that's January 7th is when we're back. It's a Monday show. So that's going on right now. Also, tickets are already on sale for the 4th annual Winter Brews Festival. The Brewing Network's Winter Brews Festival is back in Toto Santos Plaza in Concord, California, and it's January 26th. And tickets are discounted right now up until Christmas Eve. So buy them as a gift and save money up until Christmas Eve. Tickets are $35, but the BN picks up all the fees, all those credit card fees.
That's right.
And the ticket place fees. We'll take care of all of that up until December 24th. After that, you'll have to pay all the fees yourself. So buy tickets now. Buy them early. Buy them for your friends.
Buy many.
Buy them for your friends of friends.
Yes.
Great Christmas present.
They are
great Christmas
right.
present.
I mean, who wouldn't like to open up 2 tickets to one of the best beer festivals around?
And it is Bart close.
Really, you want one because it means your wife's not going with you.
That's true.
Yeah.
It would. It's a. You know, you have a good wife if she gives you ticket.
One.
Yes.
There you go.
Yeah. And it's just a couple blocks from Concord BART Station.
Yeah.
Toto Santos is a great home, and we're happy to be back there. So check it out. All you have to do is go to WBF13.eventbrite.com. WinterBrewsFest13.eventbrite.com. WBF13.eventbrite.com. And, come on, $35.
That's pretty good.
And the brewery list is bigger than ever already. We have... usually we promote over 30. I think we are getting close to 50 already this year.
Wow.
Yeah.
We have a couple BN listeners who are bringing their beers down from commercial brewers.
Yeah, I saw that. And
which would be pretty crazy. We should have them segmented off into one section called, like, this is how cool the BN is.
Right.
Or,
the BN section.
That's true. BN all grown up.
Yeah, all groated.
There is a playground at the at Toto Santos. Maybe that should be the BN all grown up section,
good.
right on the slide.
Yeah. You get a beer and slide down.
Is Flat Tail coming down again for that?
I can hope so.
Stay away from Tasty.
Stay away from
Hey, I'm
Flat.
not the problem. Those guys are the problem.
Just go to the booth and then don't engage them in conversation. Don't look them in the eyes because once they do, you're in. You're in. You're making calls for them on your wallet. It's weird.
All right. Also, early Christmas gift. It won't arrive by Christmas, but our all-new DVD series is in the store for pre-sale now, and that is also discounted at $17.95. And the first in this series, it's from the Brewing Network's Homebrew U, and what we're doing is bringing in professional brewers that do a very good job of a particular style of beer to show us how to brew it. And the first one we did with our good friend Matt Brynelson from Firestone Walker to teach us how to brew the perfect American Pale Ale. And that's in the store right now. So brewingnetwork.com/store, and they'll be shipping early January. I'm pretty proud of the video, I have to say. I've seen all the footage. There's a lot of extras on the DVD. There's some outtakes to give you some of the fun that we had. There's good stuff on there. So I'm pretty proud of the DVD. I think you guys are going to like it. And look, if nothing else, who doesn't want to learn how to brew an American Pale Ale from Matt Brynelson?
Right.
It's a great starting point for sure.
I mean, I don't know how we're gonna keep
Prove
doing.
upon that.
Boy, oh boy. We'll get Jamil in there to teach us how to brew the perfect
what?
What's a specialty?
Grandma rye. The perfect grandma rye.
Evil Cousin.
Oh, perfect
double
triple
IPA.
IPA. Is that a double or?
I think it's a double.
Yeah.
It's a double.
About
It's actually
8%.
The only double IPA that I drink it. I actually will drink
Oh,
it.
yeah, really?
Yeah.
That's
I don't like
interesting.
any other one. I don't know what it is.
But you drink it because you like Jammer or because you like that
No, because
beer?
I like the beer.
Wow.
Yeah.
I do like it too. It's a good beer. But I am surprised to hear that.
Me too.
When is the Lambic one coming out where Jean from Cantillon teaches us?
Well, the BN Jet doesn't really go that far yet.
It's a
years
turbo
later.
prop, man. I keep trying to tell you, when you call it a jet,
Right.
you're just lying.
The gas tank's a little too small to get all the way there and back. So we'll work on it. We'll get him here eventually. It'll be a terrible video because it's like, to make the wheat beer, it's it.
Let bugs do work. You cannot interview bugs.
When do we blend?
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you bring the bugs?
It's done. You are done.
Now get some bread and some cheese.
This is not real lambic.
Come back in 3 years.
Yeah, we talked 3 years. It's a 3-year-long DVD. It's like Girls Gone Wild. You get a new one every month. It's just another. And then you put in the wheat. See you next month.
Yeah. Ours you cannot cancel at any time. You have to get it for the 3 years.
And then you transfer to Cool Ship. You have Cool Ship.
Right.
Why is he Russian now?
The only
people in that region.
And now?
Yeah.
Why is he Transylvanian Russian?
Blah.
And now it goes to Cool Ship.
Now I siphon out with my thing. Blah, blah, blah.
All right. Check out our new BN DVD in the store now. Do all of your holiday shopping through Amazon. For one, because they have fast and cheap shipping. So if you're late on your holiday gift list, you can still get all your gifts in time. But do it by clicking the Amazon link right there on our homepage, and then you just shop as normal. You don't even know that we're there spying on you. But we receive a portion of the proceeds. And a lot of you have been doing your holiday shopping through there, and we cannot thank you enough.
That's right.
But it's kind of an easy, painless way for you to help us while you're getting gifts for your loved ones. You can do the same through Micromatic. If you need any kegging equipment or parts, click the Micromatic link, and we get a little piece of that action, too.
Yeah.
You know.
It's nice to get a piece.
All right, there are iPhone and Android apps. If you want to listen on your phones, just search BN Mobile in the Android market or in iTunes. Watch all this live on justin.tv/Brewing Network. Subscribe and join the BN Army, and you're entered into the monthly donation giveaway where you can get a $100 gift certificate to More Beer. And all these and more on Twitter and... Although I would avoid Facebook right now if I were you.
Don't even bother.
Just post, don't read anything. You can post if you have that in you to just do blah, blah, blah at people you don't know.
Post and run.
Yep.
I've had to remove people from my feed because I'm just like, wow, I didn't realize you were such a raging dickwad.
I just unfriend people like that. I remove a lot of people. But
I saw a lot of people. I just had to unfriend 3 people. I just had to unfriend 3 people. It's just...
I mean, it's a very telling story going on in our country right now. And I'm almost, I don't know. I just feel like it's helping me weed people out because people are incredibly idiots. Incredibly idiots.
Incredibly idiots.
Yeah, I don't know if you knew that, but they're incredibly idiots.
Plenty of stupid
You could not have said anything smarter than what you just said.
You guys can remember high school, right? When there's always a bunch of the people in the high school class weren't very smart, right?
Right.
Well, they grew up.
They have to go somewhere.
Right. Yes, we did.
And they got
They're still not very smart.
And they got a computer.
It's unbelievable.
I mean, how you don't want to get away with all guns, I don't understand.
Yeah.
You're an idiot. And it's all your fault if you want to.
So go to Twitter, because who reads Twitter? You don't read.
No.
You just speak out in Twitter.
Yeah.
It's just a bunch of people speaking and nobody listening. So get our updates on Twitter instead.
You can be like Ashton Kutcher.
All right, send your show ideas over to Scott the Jew. That's scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. Send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com. Everything else goes to JP.
I don't get anything, though.
Because there's nothing else.
There's nothing else.
It's either ideas or shitty feedback, which we got a lot of. This. So I think there's only like 3 or 4 feedback pieces in your deal.
Yeah.
That's it. Everyone's asking weird questions and being weird. And I was like,
oh, yeah. Okay.
I'm not in the mood for it.
We'll get to that in a minute. Do we have a Twitter game for today?
We do have a Twitter game for today. The Twitter game today is I want to know why. I want to know why. Tell me why.
Oh, man.
Awesome. Thank you for...
Today's Twitter game is why.
Okay.
You know the winner is going to be why not.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Why not?
Yeah, it's not that creative. I'm not slamming you, Moscow. But our winner's got to be better than that.
I thought that was pretty good.
That's good.
Well, I'm glad you took the legs out from under whoever's going to do that.
Right.
Well, it's fucking taken, basically.
Yeah.
That's right.
What a
Well,
joke.
now you won't have to be subjected to it later in the show.
Yeah, thank
I got
you.
it out of the way.
Well, then someone's going to...
I don't know
why
that big
the
a problem
fuck
with it.
not?
All right, let's do feedback, shall we?
I think we should.
All right, feedback's brought to you today by craftbeer.com. All things craft beer. Check them out at craftbeer.com. If you haven't already, you'll be pleasantly surprised the amount of good information that they have. And great articles, great writers contributing over there. So if you want to find out stuff about craft beer, go to craftbeer.com.
Oh my God!
You've got mail.
Kick ass!
All of a sudden, I like this song again. I mean, it's like 7 years old, and it's so catchy, you know?
Every time I hear it, I hear Tom Bodette in my head going, he'll keep the light on for me at the fucking Motel 6.
I've got it on my
for you.
iPad, on my iPod, so
I hear it all the time.
I hear it all the time. It's in the rotation.
All All right, Sent from my iPhone writes in, first off, I'm a new listener, and I love your podcast.
Yay!
I have to say that the recent segment with Adam Carolla made me want to smash my phone. I pray that he's actually a nice guy, and beyond the arrogant asshole routine is part of his persona. Somehow I doubt it. I find that when someone constantly apologizes for being a douchebag, that they realize they are being one, and and as such, rather than apologize for it, just don't be a douche to begin with. So, there you go. That's actually from John, the novice brewer, expert drinker. All right. Has anybody tried Mangria since the show?
Nope.
You can only get it on his website, right?
I have no idea.
I don't know either. Spork Saber writes in.
Spork Saber.
Justin, I just watched the movie The Road. Fuck you. From
What do you mean? You warned him.
I did warn everybody. I said you should watch it, and it will make you want to off yourself instantly. And that feeling will stay with you for quite some time.
Oh, man. I'm staying away from it. I don't need it.
So he took that as a lure to go watch
a challenge.
You know what happens is that people think I exaggerate, and I don't.
No, never.
I do not.
Never exaggerated.
Yeah. And The Road is a very well-made film. It's so well-made that it will make you kill yourself. Okay. PBW Brew writes in, gents, first thanks for an awesome session this last week. Lee Chase was awesome, and Adam Carolla was, well, Adam Carolla. But what I'm really writing about is that I just sampled my Hop Grenade IPA kit, which is en route for the competition, and it's fucking brilliant! My hat is off to Nate and Tasty and everyone else who helped design the kit. It's absolutely stellar, and I can't wait to see the kits you guys do in the future. Can't wait to listen to the competition. Cheers from PBW Brew. Well, how about that, Tasty?
Yeah.
Some nice. Success.
Yeah.
He must have had a good fermentation.
That's what it's all about.
Because the recipe is good, but you got to do your part.
That's right.
You know.
That's right.
That's right. All right. Spider Wrangler writes in. So Justin called bullshit and douchebaggery on West Vleteren using profits from the sale of the 12 to renovate the brewery, saying they're making lots on their beer. Did I?
Yeah.
You did. Yeah, you called douchebaggery several times. So.
What was I saying? That they're making more money than they're telling us?
Yeah. That it's not. It can't all be. There's no way it could all be used because they're going to make. You said like $3 million.
Oh, because they were asking for other outside funds too and stuff, right? Okay.
I think your exact words were "new roof, my ass."
All right. Well, he says the douchebaggery is his own, sir. He claimed that the monks are already diverting the funds and that there is money going elsewhere. Yeah, to charity, you ass. He's talking to me.
Yeah.
The Trappist model is sell the beer to support the monastery and the brothers living there, and everything beyond that gets donated to good works and charity.
Brother.
Well, isn't that what I said? Like, if the funds are to support the monastery and the people living there, isn't that what we were talking about?
We were talking about specifically the renovations to the monastery.
Well, isn't he saying right here that that's where the money goes
he is
first?
Saying, but you said that they were making more money, and I think that's what he's
more money than the
what he's drawing the line. Like they don't make actually any money. They bring in the money and then they use it, and then whatever's left over they hand out penance to everybody else.
Are the monks Catholic?
I think they're pagans. I'm not sure. Let me check my sources on that. Hold on.
I think your implication was that they made more money, they kept the money.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, this is not the Vatican we're talking about. This is
but they're Catholic,
abbeys.
right?
I think so. I don't know. Bevo?
I'm not Catholic. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're Catholic.
Yeah.
Well, the offshoot.
I'm just saying.
Not everybody that goes to church is the same.
Basically, they are.
Yeah. I gotta disagree with you on that.
I mean, 99% of them are. Come on.
The idea here, he says, is that they did a bunch of renovations that cost more than what would normally come in through on-site sales. Hence, the one-time release we saw here in the U.S. One influx of money that will go towards the necessary renovations, and then they'll be back to normal. Suck it for charity, Spider Wrangler. All right, well, I don't know. I'm not sure what you're saying that's different than what I said, but apparently I said something different.
I think you're saying that they're literally making money, and he's saying the residual money, or the leftover money, gets handed up to charity. That's all.
Yeah, they're Cistercian, not Catholic.
Isn't that a branch?
I was going to say somebody just told me they're not Catholic.
No, it's
all right. Well, then I believe Spider Wrangler. If they're not Catholic, then I believe there's no more money being made.
But they are.
I'm sure of it.
But they are touching kids, so they're closer to Catholic.
But in different ways.
But they don't talk about it because
spiritually.
Yeah.
All right, and that's I think that's all the feedback we have, right? Yeah, that's it. Okay.
We actually finished before the song ended. That hasn't happened in a long time.
It's unheard of. All right, don't forget that today's feedback was brought to you by craftbeer.com.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Blow!
I kind of want to save the Adam and Eve live read till later in the show, because you know how when we have in-studio guests, I like to try to get someone else to do the read for us.
Right.
And I feel like that might be more fun later, after we've drank half of Mill's beers that he brought.
Oh, yeah.
What do you guys think?
Only half?
What I'm thinking is, why don't I have one of those beers in front of me?
You will.
Wow.
Whoops.
Well,
that song's still going.
We are real close to the train
I
track.
had a left track.
Right. All right, let's do this. We'll get a beer in Tasty's hand by taking a break, and when we come back, we'll get Adam Mills sitting down here and start talking about crankers real quick here.
We are in Martinez.
We'll just take a short break. Adam Mills from Crankers Brewery, you're listening to The Session. It's the holiday show, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zanishev. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids. Come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack can.
A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial.
Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian 2-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to williamsbrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's williamsbrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com.
Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
The session.
Brewing up our next batch of radio gold.
Right now.
All right, welcome back to the program, and thanks for sticking with us through the break and paying attention to our wonderful sponsors who support this show, especially Beer, and More Beer, who brings you the session each and every week. Thanks to More Beer. And you know what? How about a special congratulations to More Beer owner Chris Graham, who is a new daddy as of a few days ago.
Double daddy.
Yeah,
That was
he's got twins.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
A nude addy.
He's a new daddy, and I'm pretty sure I know Chris Graham well enough to know that he's probably about the happiest dude on the planet right now. I know that him and Amy have been wanting this for quite some time. So congratulations to Chris and Amy Graham and the new Graham babies from the Brewing Network.
Well, we should interview him in a month when he hasn't had any sleep.
Yeah, and he's like, what did I do?
He called the boy Porter.
Yes.
Yeah.
Porter and
That's
Charlotte,
right.
I think. Yeah.
Pretty good names, actually.
Yeah.
Not like the people at the Brewing Network who name their babies. Porter and Charlotte are very nice names. Yeah.
Abigail.
Harry Longwang is just a weird name.
Yeah.
And Flabbigail.
And Jackson Danger.
Yeah. Porter and Charlotte.
Right.
Also, I would like to give a very special happy birthday to Nicole Ernie, who is in the studio today.
It's my birthday!
Now, who would like to place bets on whether or not Nicole will be drunk of the week?
What?
Would anybody bet against that?
It's about damn time.
The odds are good.
Yes. Magic 8 Ball says.
What have you been doing today, Nicole? Did you start already?
I've been turning my home into a winter wonderland.
Really?
We bought a very small Christmas tree.
Okay.
And
Pagan.
Then we went to the Trappist and I drank a bunch of leftover Kirsch beer. Winter beers.
Winter beers, I see.
Yeah.
That's a good day.
Christmas trees and winter beers.
They were delicious.
The trees or the beers? Yeah. Is it a real tree or did you go with a fake tree?
We got
It's fake.
No, it's real.
Oh, you did get a real one.
Yeah.
We were thinking about getting a living tree, but they're very pricey, and I'm too worried that I'm going to kill it over the summer.
We have to buy carbon offsets and
So
get
I
a
bought-
real tree.
Right. Yeah.
I've never understood that whole thing anyway. They grow back. It's not like they're not sustainable. Trees grow. Well, I don't know. I don't get
Especially if
it.
you buy small ones.
I see.
I saw a little one.
Well, the ones from like the Christmas trees, they're actually farms that are the trees are grown for that.
Right.
So it's not like they would be here without if you killed that's one less tree in the world. They were planted specifically for that.
For us idiots.
So there's no deficit.
Yeah.
It's still crazy to me to cut down a tree and drag it into your house for a month. And
It's
then
very
throw
pagan.
on
I
the
love
curb.
it.
And plug in a shitload of lights on
Yeah,
it.
it's kinda weird.
Light it on fire. You know.
Wait,
I think it's
I want to
great.
go to Christmas at your house, Nathan.
Yeah, kill a tree for baby Jesus.
Everyone plays speed guitar and lights their trees
That's
on
right.
fire in Nate's
Yeah.
backyard.
On December 27th, that's exactly what we do.
Tree, but you gotta get like a real nice one if you go fake. You gotta get a real nice one that's gonna last a while.
Yeah, but all the plastic and all the fumes put into the air to produce that plastic, I don't like it.
I'm still questioning what's more sustainable.
Depends on how long you keep it, I guess. You know.
Yeah, I decorate Christmas wieners in my house. I just get an erection every night and put wrap lights around it and lay on the floor.
Lay on the floor in a different spot.
Yeah.
So you can surprise the roommates every time.
You know.
It would take a lot to surprise Schumann, though, I think.
That's
You'd have to
true.
do more than that.
He sits on the tree every now and then. Not gonna lie.
All right. Well, we've got Adam Mills in the studio with us today, a longtime BN Army member, and now the brewer at Crankers in Uganda.
Absolutely, Uganda.
I think Uganda, Michigan, right?
Uganda's first.
For sure.
What town in Michigan?
Big Rapids.
Okay. Different than Grand Rapids.
It is. The rapids are one step below that of Grand Rapids.
Is there a medium rapids also?
That's further north.
Small rapids.
As you go.
Yeah.
Extra medium.
Are you considered a troll or a youper?
Below the bridge. So.
You're below it.
Yeah.
So you're trolls.
Yeah.
There. Okay.
I don't really hear that many people say that, though.
Is it offensive?
No.
That's good.
No.
I thought you were calling him ugly for a second. I was trying to figure out what the fuck you guys are talking about.
It's a Michigan thing. If you're
It sounds
above,
like
if
it.
you're above the bridge, you're a youper. If
What
you're
bridge?
below, you're a troll.
The Mackinac
bridge.
There's one bridge.
Yeah, that one bridge.
That really big bridge.
Yeah, it's a very busy bridge. You know, it's the only bridge.
Oh.
It goes over everything.
Well,
They
all
move
right.
it.
Fair enough.
Yeah. How long have you been a brewer there?
We opened in May of this year.
Okay. Now, you were not a professional brewer before this gig, though.
No, I was a teacher. I taught high school for 10 years in alternative ed.
Really?
Yeah.
What's alternative ed?
Oh, I can tell you.
Kids that have been court-ordered and expelled.
Oh, it's like secondary school. All right.
If you can help delinquents in the bar or at school,
For
one way
sure.
or another.
For sure, yeah.
We like it.
Did you sign up for that gig, or do you get stuck with the delinquents?
I got into it, and for a little while, I was afraid that I was going to be typecast because it was the first job opportunity that I had. I took it, and I was always looking to get out. And then I just realized that I was one of those people, and it was just what I did.
I see. Were you good at it?
I loved it.
Were you
not
an
the answer.
at-risk youth yourself? Did you?
No, I'm at risk of very few things.
You had just a good middle-class upbringing, and nothing's wrong with you. You're fine.
Well, I mean, everybody has stuff in their past, but things
Right.
work out.
Did you ever get arrested as a child?
No.
Never went to jail?
No, I was a good kid.
There's never any date rape in your history or anything like that?
No.
I mean, of you. Nobody date raped you.
Well, it's a separate issue.
Right. Did you have an intention to leave teaching?
No, I wasn't gonna. I was just gonna teach forever, and that was part of my concern was teaching sometimes people like to pat themselves on the back with whatever their job was, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm just stating. I think teaching in alternative ed is like teaching in dog years.
Okay.
And so you can really only do it. The people that are in it for a long time are either angry and horribly bitter, or they're insane.
And I could imagine that a burnt-out alternative education teacher is the worst thing for the kid in the world.
They need,
I mean, they've
they need the
already
best
been
teachers,
through the
for
ringer.
sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do the math for me because I'm retarded. How many years did you
10
do
years.
that for? 10 years. Okay.
10 years. Yeah.
I see. Okay. And you thought you'd stay there, but then this brewing gig comes up?
Yeah, I was driving 140 miles round trip to teach.
A day?
Correct.
Oh, my God.
Correct.
That's insanity to me. That's insanity. That's what's wrong with him.
The things people do
He's
to make a
insane.
living these days.
And so when this opened, this is a half mile from my house. So when that came up, I typed in my little brewing resume on their website there where you can put in to like be a server. I inputted that in there. Meeting a week later with the owner.
Wait, did you put it in to be a server, or you said I don't want to be a server?
Busboy actually.
But it was. Did you feel like it was a crapshoot? You're just doing it for fun?
Not for fun. I mean, it's opening up a mile away from my house. I might as well give it a shot.
Okay.
You know?
All right.
So,
And who says there's no jobs out there?
That's right.
This dude
That's
just
right.
jumps jobs. Oh, that sounds fun. It's a completely different, area of expertise. But fuck, who cares? I'll do it.
But no, as far as teaching, I mean, I loved it. It was great.
Okay.
It was great. But I'm glad that's over now.
You knew the clock was ticking. You had to do something else eventually. You may as well do this,
hard.
right?
It was, and I just got back together with some coworkers not that long ago, and they're asking me if I wish that I was still teaching, and I don't, because the stress levels were
those little
high.
brats.
Right.
The stress levels were high. We occasionally had safety issues, and my wife tells me now that when I come home, like I don't yell at the kids.
Wow.
As much as I used to.
Okay.
I'm trying not to make myself like a monster. But, I mean, it was
This is
stressful.
just being realistic.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm sure
you got a better life.
So the stress now is different. There's still stress. The work is different, obviously, far more physical. But it's good. It's what I'm supposed to be doing. And I really think that I'm a lucky person that is getting the opportunity to do two things that they're actually passionate about.
Sure.
You babysit yeast now instead of misbehaving kids.
For sure.
Yeah.
And those yeast can be little fuckers, too. So, did you have metal detectors at your school?
No, we did not.
You
Not
didn't.
that it wasn't a good idea. Not that was a good idea not to have them.
I see.
So
Now, how long were you a home brewer? Because you don't have a professional brewing background.
Correct.
How long have you been homebrewing?
6 years.
Okay.
6.5 years, something like that. Yeah.
But is it one of these hobbies that you really dove right into and did a bunch of it?
Yeah, and that drive was what got me here, because that commute that I had, because I started listening late 2006, early 2007, and dove directly into the Jamil show, yeast starters, recipe, and then learning off of his recipes and going from there, and then really dove all into like the judging and competition scene.
Okay. So you're a BJCP judge?
Yes.
Which level?
Certified.
Is that above JP? What's JP?
I don't know. Let me look at my card.
I always forget this. Let me see your card.
You're certified, right?
I think JP's recognized.
Digging out the card.
Recognized.
All right, he's got the driver's license, credit card.
Oh, there's my deli card.
I'm unknown.
Safeway card.
Have you gotten a free sandwich yet from the deli?
Yeah.
Me
He got
too.
one from the BJCP, but he had to judge.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know. I don't even know.
I think you're...
I think he's registered.
I'm
He's
recognized.
registered. You're recognized.
I'm recognized.
So you're one step above JP.
Okay.
I always just
In
like
the only way. That's it. Everything else I win.
I always just like to qualify, because I don't know. I have to compare things.
For sure.
I always have to judge. I compare these things. Yeah. Yeah.
So how big is
the gym?
Do you want to play?
About 20,000 people.
20,000. So there weren't a lot of other local people clamming for this job, I assume.
My boss tells me that he interviewed 25 people.
Were most of them from out of state, or
I have no idea.
I see.
What did he say gave you the job?
That he obviously liked the beers I brought, and that I'm passionate, and I was. Yeah.
Did he?
And I'm really well spoken.
You live a mile away. I know where you are.
Right.
Exactly.
Did he ask you to play boner chicken for the job?
Not to my knowledge.
That's good. That's good, because you shouldn't take a job that you have to do boner chicken to play.
Well, you got to be serious about that shit if you're going to do that. That's at least a second interview move.
Right.
Yeah.
How much notice did you give work?
I took a sabbatical for the 2010-11 school year.
Okay. Attaboy. You get paid on a sabbatical?
No.
You don't?
No.
You're just allowed to leave and come back if you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And so the plan was to be working that entire time. But as things go with breweries, I had to officially make my decision before before the brewery was open.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it didn't open. We didn't open until May of this year.
So, in other words, your sabbatical was over. You should have had to go back to teaching, but you took the risk and said, I'm going to stick it out anyway.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. I see.
Not like your kids have to eat or anything.
That was nerve-wracking.
Well, I bet. Well, okay, and that brings up another thing. We all know that teachers get paid shitty and brewers get paid shitty. Which is the shittier of the two?
Or it's straight lateral.
My boss is very good to me.
Okay.
So I mean, it's
you got a raise.
I'm in the same neighborhood. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, good for him.
He's not
That's
as
great. He made it
scary
work
as your
for you.
kids.
That's great.
That is good to hear. Has he ever owned a brewery or anything of the sort before?
No, he owns 3 restaurants. They're like Coney Island style restaurants, and so what he did with this one was
what is a Coney Island style restaurant?
Hot dog,
okay,
breakfast place, different things like that, and so like chili dogs and all different types of hot dogs and stuff for lunch and whatever.
Premium casual dining.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm not sure it's even. I think it's just casual.
I heard it's where you step on HIV needle.
It's casual.
And then so they built an entire new restaurant and brewery that's connected to his restaurant in Big Rapids. So it's a whole new restaurant with a different menu. New building, new menu, everything like that.
This is an enormous advantage for you. I'm being serious, that he was already a restaurateur, because it's a difficult business to go into. And no matter how good the beer is, people screw up all the time.
Oh, for sure.
So I'm happy to hear that he didn't, like he wasn't a lawyer and he was like, well, let's throw some money into a brewery.
Yeah.
Well, and that's also where a lot of brew pubs can fail, is that the food tastes like shit.
Yeah. How's your food?
I like it. They do a good job.
Do you eat there every day?
For lunch, yeah.
You're not very fat, so is there...
I got to mix in the occasional salad. You can only do that bacon cheeseburger so many days in a row. It's my stress meal. Our other brewer, Bill Gerds, when we go to lunch every day, you can generally tell, like, my level of stress by whether or not I go with the Greek salad or with the bacon cheeseburger.
I see.
So, Greek salad will calm you right down.
It's a good barometer.
Yeah.
Were you nervous going from a homebrew setup? Well, let's start. Actually, what was your homebrew setup? Obviously, you must have been all grain.
I was brewing in the kitchen.
Okay.
6-gallon batches.
Okay.
Stovetop, putting the kettle over double burners.
I see.
And
a cooler mash tun or something.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So, were you then intimidated? Stepping up to a commercial brew system?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, that's that. That's the real horrifying thing going into it.
Yeah.
Is
what does this thing do?
Exactly. There's absolutely some of that, and just even the scale of everything. The size of the burner and everything. It's like, good God.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, but no. So yeah. What I tried to focus on was just saying, okay, I want to make a clean beer that's balanced. Because when I was brewing at home, and any brewing that I do, I'm a perfectionist, and I had to kind of try to divorce that element, like for this, because I would never put a beer into a competition unless it was bright.
Okay.
So
you're saying you in a sense, you had to lower some of your standards.
Some of my personal standards at first, because I expect to. I mean, the goal is to always be producing top flight 40+ point beer, and that's just not good for me, like healthy wise, like mentally.
I see.
It's to say, you know what I mean? Okay, the first time I brew this beer, hey, it's going to be spot on the style.
Yeah.
Exactly. So basically, I wanted to have clean, balanced beer to start.
It's like
with.
you want to improve, you want to be good, but you don't want to hold yourself to such a high standard where you make yourself on a failure level every time.
Absolutely.
Don't completely nail it.
And like I was waking up at night because of the clarity of the beer that we were pouring.
Okay.
And that's not good.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's not
That's what I do on the radio.
I was going to say, I'm really glad that I don't come in here hoping to do a good show every week.
Right.
Because I wouldn't be able to sleep either. That would be very distracting to the rest of my life.
Well, we cry in between the breaks.
Right. I mean, I have so much else going on in my life that would be so distracting. I always want to have the best quality.
I worry about the weft of my carpet if it's matted down too much. I just
right.
That's my focus right now.
I understand. Yeah.
So Adam, back to this.
Settle down, Tasty.
Just jump down a little bit.
Jumping from the kitchen stove to the brewery.
Yeah.
Did you spend any time in another brewery, like doing some?
I did
pro-am kind of stuff or collaboration stuff. Or?
I did get in from August to October, 2 days a week in Arbor Brewing in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Went down there. Leave the house at like 3:30 in the morning to get down there at 7 to start his brew day. And then
made your 140-mile commute seem like nothing.
Oh shit! I tell you what.
That's where global warming's coming from.
Dedication.
And then
Adam,
people in the Midwest.
And so went down there, brewed, hit the hotel immediately afterwards to sleep, then got back up the next morning and then brewed again with him, and then drove back home. Wow. So there are 2 long double days there. And really, if Bill hadn't been kind enough to let me observe with him, we would have had issues.
Okay.
So did you know that this system was going? Sorry, did you know that this system was going to be similar to what you were going to be working with? Or
And in no way, it's not at all. We have a Pacific Brewing system, which is it says out of Petaluma, but it's actually a Chinese manufacturer. And some of the stuff, some of the things that they did engineering wise with it don't make sense.
So it's just like a giant orange igloo?
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
That's
a really big stove.
It's like an oven door that's enormous. It's like a garage door.
Yeah.
Kettle covers 2 burners.
Exactly.
Well,
exactly.
It's right at home,
You should see the immersion chiller.
you got to lift that igloo. It's a hard day.
Right.
But no, and so there's making that transition was tough, and basically what I relied on was the stuff that I was brewing at home. I did a direct scale up, and I rounded everything back. I rounded all specialty malts down to the nearest sack, and ran with it.
Okay.
And then
Did you have any input in the system that was being
the system
purchased?
was already there when I came on board.
Okay. And how many barrels did you say you're?
It's a 15-barrel system.
And how about your fermenters? How many fermenters do you have?
We have 4 15-barrel and 2 30-barrel.
Very nice. Wow, so you can put a lot of beer in there.
Yeah, we're on pace to do about 1,300 barrels so far in our first 12 months.
Wow, look at that's good. Were you part of that planning, or was this all the owner saying, no, we really need to make sure we get a good volume out right away?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's definitely a volume. It's definitely looking to push volume. We did just start putting our Irish Red and IPA out in bottle.
Okay.
So
available on the shelves in Michigan?
On the shelves in Michigan and keg accounts.
Okay.
So
wow, that's a pretty quick progression. I'm thinking that you guys are doing.
Tell me about it. It's alarming. Like for me personally, you know. And it's I don't know. You hate to say that, but quite honestly, it's.
But I think he's right. Now, of course, you don't want to sacrifice quality. We've talked about that. You don't want to outgrow, but it sounds to me like your owner is a numbers guy, and he's pretty smart at this because he understands that for it to do well, he's got to push volume. He's got to get this out there. And is he giving you the room to go, well, okay, but we still need to make sure that those bottles are going to taste great?
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. No, and he's never questioned any decisions as far as beer quality or anything like that.
How are you bottling?
We have
a beer gun.
Yeah, actually, a lot of the beers that I brought in were done with the beer gun.
Okay,
but we have a PPM bottler, which is a large machine that various elements of it work better at certain times than others.
Is that like a 4-head filler?
Yeah, no, actually, it's an 8-head filler.
Okay,
so yeah, right now on good days, it's running about 50 cases an hour.
Okay.
So yeah.
Well, let's try some of your beer here. What did you bring us? That one didn't. Were you worried that it didn't?
Yes.
It's just because it had very little headspace.
Okay.
It's going to be fine.
This right here is our honey Kolsch.
Are you nervous right now, Mills?
I'm dying. Absolutely.
Because I know you're a fan of the show, and we're all about to rip your beer apart.
I'm just going to check clarity level to start with. I don't know.
Apologize
I
ahead
just
of
have
time.
a couple notes. Sorry.
Moscow, can you grab me an empty glass from somewhere, please? I got a full glass of Janet's Brown over here.
Too?
I'm going to be tasting your beer next to Janet's Brown, Mills.
Yeah, we have a full glass.
Yeah, and a honey Kolsch is great to stand up next to that beer.
Perfect. Can I get a cracker or something?
So tell us about your honey Kolsch.
The Kolsch, we use the White Labs Kolsch yeast for it.
Did you choose? And I want you to be honest. Why did you choose White Labs? Because we say they're the best.
It's because it's what I always used.
Oh, it is as a home brewer.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And we use the White Labs Kolsch yeast. It was a 15-barrel batch. It's all Weyermann Pilsner with a little bit of wheat. We use 60 pounds of locally sourced honey. Beer dried out to 10:03.
Wow.
It's like a 10:44 beer.
Did you filter this beer?
Yes.
It's not all that clear.
Great. Now Mills isn't going to sleep for another week.
Was your intention in using the honey, was it for a specific flavor, or is it to appeal to suburban moms?
There's
Good
a couple
question.
elements. Then one of the funny things is we just did the Detroit Beer Festival, and people would just come and say, I heard you have honey beer.
Right.
And so there is an element of that to it. The flip side of it is my idea of using it is to, especially in my area, craft beer does not have a foothold. And so I knew it would lighten up the body on the beer. It was all added to the whirlpool. The thinking was if any aroma did stick through, that it could potentially play well with the yeast profile provided by the Kolsch yeast. So really just to lighten it up, make it crisp, clean, easy drinking.
Okay.
Let me be the first to say I really like the flavor of the honey in the context of the Kolsch. I really like how it kind of enhances and plays into the yeast flavor. It's like it's kind of seamless.
Into the
It's
microphone.
really quite delicious.
You are a suburban mom, then, I guess.
I'm totally like 3 steps away from minivan.
It is. It's a subtle flavor in there. It's very nice. More importantly, are the suburban moms hot in Michigan?
Yeah, they like
No, the home with fried Twinkies,
like-
man.
Michigan MILFs.
To answer that question by not answering it, my goal is within a couple of years just to retire and to be that really skinny, fit, over tanned mom.
Yeah.
And I want to like just be sleepless all the time. And wear workout clothes all the time.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I don't know what
think
that
there's anything
means.
wrong with that either. What he's
Like
saying
being a
is
DILF.
there's a bunch of MILFs around that are they're taking care of themselves. Is what he's saying.
That's all they have to
And now,
do.
They take care
for
of
me, it's
themselves.
just more. I just want to flip the script on them. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Let's give it back.
yeah, absolutely.
Your typical brew pub, they're going to do like a honey wheat, some sort of American. I think this is a kind of a fresh take on that. It's really creative and it makes a lot of sense
That's
flavor wise.
Crisp lemon zest zip.
It does have a crisp lemony
Zippy
zip,
zap.
I think. Actually, my only comment about it, other than that it's very tasty, is that despite what you were worried about, it's almost a little too effervescent.
Okay.
It's pretty carbonated.
I disagree.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think for the style,
My
it
pour
should be
was
like
spritzy.
that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the ABV on this?
Right?
1044 down to 1004. My apologies.
I think it's. I was going to say. I think it's a little dry.
4.2? 4.3?
there
No,
like
it's more than that
something
because
about
it dried out pretty well.
Yeah. I'd like a little more sweetness, but it is very good, very clean beer.
Oh, you can really
Yeah.
smell that in the glass. You can just smell
So
quite a lot of aroma
that's
came
my
through.
question is now. So from where I'm coming from, I was never a big mead person. I've never worked with a lot of honey. So are you guys getting like honey in the aroma?
Yeah.
Actually,
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Not overwhelmingly, but just
I didn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's sort of in the
Okay.
background.
No, you can tell you put it in late.
You get more of an earthiness, I
Definitely.
think. If you want honey flavored, use honey malt.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a good tip, Tasty.
Use malt honey.
A little bit, but you get a lot more honey flavor.
I'll agree with JP a little bit that it's also very, very dry.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
However, that's the side you want to err on if you're going to be putting honey in it, right?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
it's one of those like really fine points to dial in.
Yeah.
But do you sell a lot of this beer at the brewery?
It blew out the door. Yeah,
I would imagine.
It was nuts.
Well, that sounds like a mistake.
So
You can't blow out the door. It has to go out evenly. And
no, this was a big hit.
Yeah.
It was a big hit. Yeah.
Your boss smiled.
So
at
now you say you're on store shelves and in kegs in distribution. How far is the distribution? It's just in the local county?
No, we're down into the southeast portion of the state, the greater Detroit area.
Oh.
Oh, God.
Some of the larger cities: Ann Arbor, Lansing, Grand Rapids.
Oh, I see.
So yeah,
to help your sales in Detroit, you should put a bullet in each bottle.
that is not racist.
No.
So
It's not. It's actually not racist at all.
It's dry bulleting.
It just is an incentive to buy because everyone needs to reload down there.
Crankers, it's dry bulleted, son! What else do you have here before we go to break? Let's try another one.
We have our blonde. Originally, my goal was to keep our blonde style of beer actually be a German style Helles, but that's not in the cards right now.
Oh,
all ales.
Absolutely.
Tank space.
I see.
Yeah, tank space. Absolutely.
Move it
I was just explaining to people that the Kolsch we had cold for a month before it went on, and the people were really excited about the Kolsch, and when it went away, there was hard feelings.
Okay.
And I had to explain to them, normally in that amount of time, I would be turning over multiple beers as opposed to one. I was able to do this beer before we were really getting into full on production.
So the Kolsch will be a seasonal, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
I would love to keep it up throughout the summer. I mean, that would be
You might be encouraged to pump it out at some point, so it's maybe not such a good thing to have to do that.
Definitely not for a Kolsch.
Yep. But the idea behind this is this blonde right here. Well, but before I tell you ingredients, you can tell me what you taste, so I don't influence anybody's.
What is this? You said a Belange?
It's a Blanche.
A Blanche.
It's Michigan for a blonde.
Yep. A blonde ale.
You put any wheat in this?
Oh, nice
No.
quality.
I like it better already. Okay. I like the aroma.
Yeah, you can. There's a malt thing going on.
It's very malt driven.
Got a lot of malt body. Nice.
I get popcorny.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
It's a blend of crisp pale ale and Pilsner.
Not like popcorn, like a butter, butter.
No,
but like actual
like a corn,
like popcorn. Yeah.
Yeah, it's that kind of biscuity
butter.
too.
Yeah, that's probably a better word.
I
get
it's
a lot of
80-20 Pilsner to the crisp ale.
I get a ton of that Pilsner, and that's what I like in a good yellow beer, is some good damned Pilsner malt.
80-20 Pilsner.
Even more pills I'd like even more, I think, in this. But,
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Even as an ale, you'd still want
Definitely.
more Pilsner character.
It's like a highlight, a showcase for that awesome pills quality, that German pills
That like
quality.
perfumey, malty.
Do you
kind
find
of,
that Pilsner quality expresses with ale yeast as well as it does with lager yeast?
I think it can. I think some of the great examples of Saison have a little bit of that.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
I think in ales you want it to be a background flavor anyway. I don't think you want it to express itself as much. People associate Pilsner malt with like a beery flavor.
Yeah.
That's why it's a good backbone in a beer.
Mm-hmm.
But it shouldn't be the front part of it of an ale. I don't think.
Okay.
Lagers, I'd say, yeah.
I wonder if you have to gear your base malts and kind of, stuff like this towards your drinking public, or are you trying to brew to style and make everyone change their mind on things?
I'm trying to stay pretty true to style with some things, and like I said, if this would have, I subbed out the crisp pale right now. Used to be a sack of Munich, but just for inventory ease sake, I just upped to a little bit of crisp pale more, just so because I usually don't use Munich.
Okay.
But yeah, so basically, what my hope is to be able to, with our kind of our base 6 beers, we try to pick styles that are drinkable, easily accessible, but also pair well with food, to work off the restaurant, and then some of the other things that we're doing, to be able to stretch out a little bit. So
I like this beer. I agree with you. I like it better than the Kolsch, but I think if the Kolsch had a little more malt sweetness to it,
right?
It would be hard to pick a better 2 beers. You know what I mean?
Y'all are crazy. I feel like a total chick right now for saying I prefer the honey beer, but I totally prefer the honey beer.
No, I think the honey beer can be served in Big Rapids, and this one can be served in Grand Rapids.
This is a Grand Rapids style beer.
No, I just think that honey beer, the way the honey was used, it brought so much complexity without overwhelming, which, most honey beer is either like way too much honey and the body gets way too thin with that like super floral flavor, or it's like, Google style or something where it's like actually sweetened by the honey. This was really nice. It had a hint of that flavor, or if you're looking for it, it's there, but the Kolsch was so dry, it still made it super drinkable, and I just thought it was a more complex beer all around, partially because of the honey, partially because of the Kolsch yeast.
You know what? I'm not going to argue on that. I do think you're right. It was a more complex beer, and from a technical perspective, it was probably a more advanced beer for him to brew that well. So I'm not going to argue any of that, Nicole. I think I just enjoy the taste of this one better because I don't have a vagina.
I think I'd like the blonde. I think I'd like the blonde in a 40. Just like a 40 ounce of that one.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
The Kolsch, we can have proper glassware and all that stuff, but the blonde, just take a 40 of that one.
But you're right. I would not argue the thing that you said, Nicole. I think you're right about that.
So you said you kind of design the beers for the pub and the local market.
Yep.
Well, how does that play in Detroit, for instance? You said you have distribution there.
Yeah, how that's playing right now is our IPA is being very well received down there.
So that's what I thought they would like.
So we have our Irish Red, which we're just about to drink right now, and the IPA out in package on the shelves there. Yeah.
Great.
So yeah, we're getting a little bit more flavor in some of the things that we're putting on the shelf. And even just the other thing, I mean, even to package a beer like the Blonde or the Kolsch, they're frightening beers for me because there's nothing. There's no room.
Yeah, these other beers have darker malts and it stabilizes the beer.
Yeah. So, but
both of these beers being well attenuated, nicely dried beers, can you talk to us about your mash temp and why you chose those?
We're basically mashing just about everything. The end of our mash rest is around 147, 148.
Okay.
And so everything does attenuate out really well. Just for the first time, we just brewed our Old Siberian, which is going to be our winter warmer. We actually, for the first time, looked to push the mash temperature up on that one, and it's a little bit of our mash rakes broke for about a month and a half.
Oh.
And so
what do you have to do?
Oh, well, you just grab a hoe and
get in there.
Lean in.
Grab a hoe.
Oh, no, you don't.
That's kind of racist too.
You're talking about the grain out. You mean?
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, yeah.
Oh, during the
dough in. Yeah.
Did you have to go down to Detroit?
How about the grain out? It's harder too. Right?
Oh, the grain out. I mean, it just makes it all the worse. But yeah, so now we're just getting our rake is working again, so we're start being able to play with our mash temperature.
So how did it break? Do you get to blame the assistant brewer for that, or the brew kit, or do you try to do 100% rye mash, or what? Next subject. Next question.
This is, there's equipment failure. It's just one of those.
User error?
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No, it was not user error.
Was it too high a percentage of wheat?
No. Little condensation got on that motor. And we had an issue.
Ooh.
So yeah,
the giant igloo.
The giant igloo, absolutely.
But you know right where to pick up that hoe.
That's right, absolutely.
All right, I got to get to break. What's this last beer before we do that?
This is our local university is called their mascot is the Bulldog. The Bulldogs. So this is our Bulldog Red Irish Ale.
Is that a marketing ploy to?
I think you kind of nailed
college
this
kids
one.
in.
You really did. Yeah, this is awesome. This is like convert a Murphy's / Mythic drinker to something a little more flavorful.
Talk about the yeast.
Yeah, what is it?
This is everything except for the Kolsch and the Oktoberfest style beer that we'll be trying later. Is Dry 04. And what we're doing is we're rehydrating. If you go to Cranker's Facebook page, Cranker's Brewery on Facebook, I put up a bunch of different albums where you can look at, and I put up kind of step-by-step stuff about our filter, about our yeast pitching process, about how we rehydrate. And so basically, we rehydrate in new homebrew cornies, and we do it closed, so we hook right up to the hot liquor tank. And just gravity feed it into a corny, let that cool down to 190 degrees, gas up that tank, just like I would be using gelatin at home when I was using gelatin. I would put 30 pounds on the thing, pull the top so it's gassing off, so there's positive pressure, nothing's falling in, and then put both bricks. We use for 15 barrel batches, we use 2 500-gram bricks of the Dry 04.
Okay.
Let that rehydrate for a half hour, and then just pump that all in line. So we tried to come up with a situation where that water in the hot liquor tank is 170 degrees for at least 24 hours before we use it. So we're trying to create a situation where we have as clean of a situation as possible for yeast handling.
I see.
Now, what temperature was this beer fermented at?
We usually pitch this beer around 65 degrees, and then allow it to ramp up to 71.
So how long is it at 65? For what? Say 80% of the...
the first 24 to 36 hours.
Okay, so most of it's taken care of.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's pretty, got a real low background Irish kind of flavor to it, I thought, which I like.
Okay.
It's nice.
Yeah, and this one is, and in my mind, it's one of those things where sometimes people make brewing too complex, because if you get good malt and you make your yeast happy and just get the hell out of the way, and don't be stupid. And when I say that, I mean recipe wise. Don't be too aggressive with all your specialty malts.
You don't want the kitchen sink in there.
Yeah, exactly. Fall back on everything. There's nothing wrong with the beer that's a British pale ale malt, and even just that, or just that and a crystal malt. So we use a lot of the Simpsons crystal products, a lot of 50-60. What is kind of a through line in a lot of our beers for that purpose, and then there's just a little bit of black malt on top of it. So
it's a great beer.
So where do you get this yeast? Who's the supplier?
It's just the Saf Ale Dry 04. and so we're getting it through Brewer Supply.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Were you a fan of using the 04 as a home brewer?
No, I never used it really at all.
Why did you choose this? Because of necessity?
Well, in necessity, it's cheaper than a liquid pitch.
Yeah.
And especially when I didn't know what the hell, like diving into the whole thing, and you hate to say that out loud, but I mean that's not really the case. But you know what I mean. Our brewing schedule wasn't going to be regular. I don't have a microscope, and I felt as if I wanted to have yeast on hand. That if I need to brew today, I can brew today and go from there. And it's repeatable.
So. And you're repitching this yeast to it as well?
We haven't that much yet. We're basically just
okay.
And for a couple of reasons is that I don't want to do some things until we have the capability. And right now, I'm comfortable pitching that amount of yeast. It's not expensive enough that I don't feel as if...
And the beers are fine.
And the beer...
right?
Exactly. Exactly.
So it's not the problem, so you're not even changing it. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Good.
I have an impression that some of the dry yeast that's on the market are better attenuators than some of the other yeasts, a little easier to work with in that sense. Was that a goal of yours by choosing dry yeast? Or was it strictly just...
It was really just
Nicole does not work for the Brewing Network.
It's really necessary. It really is just ease of use, and ends up to be that we can get big attenuation out of it. We like our beers to have a low finishing gravity. I don't think we have anything. Our sweet stout has a finishing gravity of 10-17, but everything else is 10-11 or under.
Right.
So that's kind of a goal. That's what Bill and I like. And that's where we're going with.
Okay.
And of course, high attenuation, one of only many considerations when choosing a yeast strain.
Absolutely.
It's totally fine. All right, I got to get us to break. We can get some more beers up here, too. Hey, Bevo, are we bothering you? Are we getting in the way of your Target shopping over there? At all?
A little bit.
Yeah. Because when I see the phone ringing...
Oh, I didn't see
and you playing on your fucking mobile phone...
Pocket Warwick!
I'm ready to flip my lid.
Okay, I'm sorry.
888-401-BEER. That's the number if you want to talk to the great Adam Mills from Cranker's Brewery. And Bevo would be more than happy to take your phone calls. And
none shall pass!
And
give you Angry Birds tips.
And send your questions on over to Mills. Also, join her in the chat room. Just hit the chat now button and you can send your questions that way. We'll be right back with Adam Mills. We're trying some great beers here. And Mills, I think you can relax. You've already passed the test.
Breathe, dude.
We'll be right back. It's The Session.
Listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Brewers Publications is thrilled to announce the release of For the Love of Hops, a practical guide to aroma, bitterness, and the culture of hops by Stan Hieronymus. For the Love of Hops is a resource for brewers of all experience levels. It explains the nature of hops, their origins, and how brewers can really maximize their positive attributes throughout the brewing process. Ken Grossman from Sierra Nevada Brewing Company says,
"This book is an amazing compendium on the hop, written at a level of detail that will captivate historians, chemists, and brewers alike."
For the Love of Hops is available now from Brewers Publications at brewerspublications.com. Order your copy today and wrap yourself in the binds of bitterness with everyone's favorite brewing ingredient, the love of hops.
What was Al Capone's official profession? I know.
Your next homebrew club meeting, beer tasting, or weekly hangout just got a lot more fun with a brand new pub trivia board game from University Games. In the new pub trivia, teams of 2 to 10 can go up against 1,000 new questions in 5 different categories. No drinking required, so everyone can play pub trivia. Sports, science, history, entertainment. There's something for all trivia lovers in the new Pub Trivia board game. You can find Pub Trivia at your local Walmart store or online at rugame.com. That's rugame.com. Bring home everyone's favorite bar quiz game tonight with the brand new Pub Trivia board game from University Games. Online at rugame.com.
Okay, what is Madonna's last name?
Hi, I'm Jason Harris, the proud owner here at Keystone Homebrew Supply. We're thrilled to be entering our 20th year of supplying this great industry, and to show you, the Brewing Network Army, how much we appreciate your support, we're offering you 10% off your first order on our website, KeystoneHomebrew.com. Just use coupon code BNARMY at checkout, and I'll get your order out the same day. My goal at Keystone Homebrew Supply has always been to have a complete supply of everything a brewer could want. When you place your order online or when you come into our store, it's our goal to have everything on your list and more. One aspect of KeystoneHomebrew.com that we're really excited about is the ability to fulfill customers' exact grain bills. Do you hate to wait? Keystone Homebrew Supply can get your precious yeast and hops to you within just one day if you live between Connecticut and Virginia, and within 2 days east of the Mississippi. KeystoneHomebrew.com. Coupon code BNARMY. I'm Jason Harris, and I approve this message.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zanishev, and I want to tell you about my favorite heretic beer, Shallow Grave Porter. I love the rich, malty character of this beer. While full and rich, Shallow Grave has an easy drinking finish that isn't too sweet. I've always loved my homebrew porter recipe, so when it's time to brew Heretic Shallow Grave, I started with that in mind. But I tweaked it with all my latest recipe ideas. Just like in homebrewing, I made sure we used only the finest malts that would produce the ideal flavor for this beer. We used select British malts to get the rich chocolate and caramel flavors, and we spared no expense. The result is a beer as dark as a moonless night, with hints of vanilla, coffee, and chocolate, perfect for a cool evening out in the woods. Cheers.
What'd you get? More brewing ingredients?
Yep. You know what I love about Brewmaster's Warehouse?
The $6.99 shipping?
Well, yeah, but...
Oh, the in-store classes for beginning brewers.
Yeah, that's cool, but...
Oh, the Brew Builder. Creating and saving your recipes online is awesome!
No, yes, but...
The cheese-making supplies.
No.
Oh, the wine-making supplies. Oh, the distilling equipment and liquor flavorings.
All that stuff is awesome, yes, but what I really love is that the guy who runs it is totally hot. And that Brew Builder software is awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Brewmaster's Warehouse brings you flat rate shipping on great equipment and ingredients to make beer, wine, cheese, and spirits at brewmasterswarehouse.com. And if you're in Georgia, stop by Brewmaster's Warehouse Monday through Saturday from 10 to 6. Visit brewmasterswarehouse.com today because it's totally hot.
Oh, yeah.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer, and it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
tuned into The Session. Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
Back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us. We got Adam Mills from Crankers. He's getting us a little lubed up.
So,
that's what I think is about to happen.
Did you tell us about the name Crankers? Is that a question you have later? Am I?
No, you're good. Yeah, no, I'm glad I skipped over it. You know what? I was being a bad broadcaster because I knew the answer, but nobody else knows the answer.
The world wants to know.
Why is it called Crankers?
My boss's last name is Crank.
I see. That's
wow. That sucks.
Yeah. Does he have a sense of humor about it? Not if you live in Detroit. He doesn't, does he? By the look look on your face. He does not have a sense of humor.
I haven't had the conversation with him about it.
He's posting on ProBrewer.com looking for a new brewer right now.
I mean, he must. Does he not know what crank refers to in other? I mean, it refers to several things, but
yeah.
In
It's
Martinez, in particular, it refers to one thing.
Yeah, it does,
and only one.
The Martian drug of choice.
It is one of the Martian drugs of choice. Absolutely. Okay, so you don't have jokes around the brewery about Mr. Crank.
Oh, someone's cranky today.
That's pretty much the one. Yeah, that's the one we go to.
All right, I'm just checking.
Someone's cranky down.
Oh,
I have a lot of difficulty with people that don't have a sense of humor about themselves. So that's why I'm just trying to get at that. I have trouble being a human being around people who don't have a sense of humor about themselves.
Make fun.
But that's fine. All right. So crankers.
Yep.
Does anybody do the? You got a college nearby, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and it is one of those. The funny thing is, like when we went and did the Detroit Beer Fest, the number of people that go by, look at it, and say "crankers" and smile themselves, and then that actually brings them in.
Actually,
they remember the name. It's true.
I was going to say that too. It's not necessary. I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
No, for sure.
A recognizable name.
It is absolutely
is a good thing.
Yeah, was Tweakers taken?
I was just about to say it's much better. At least Cranker could have multiple meanings. There's actually an energy drink called Tweaker.
Right.
I was at a trade show recently, and the Tweaker girls were there with trays of
Tweakers.
Tweaker.
Were they really skinny?
Yeah.
I was just waiting for one to offer me something. Like, thanks, I already have one of those in my family. You can keep it.
Back to Nathan's question: were they really skinny, and were they twitchy?
They were actually no. One of them had a bottom on her, but they were a little twitchy.
Okay, they're definitely a little twitchy.
Shorts are falling off.
Right,
sketchy.
All right, so what beer did you just pour for us now?
This is our Professor IPA.
Okay.
Mike needs a pour.
Oh, it was going around. Oh, there you go. It stopped at Nathan.
You don't want to hold that in front
What
of the
a
camera.
jerk.
So, and
I
for
just
me,
wanted to swill it. Sorry, tasty.
So, and for me, we build this as like what we see to be like a West Coast style IPA. And
we'll be the judge of that.
Well, exactly. But that's where that's where the recipe angle and development came from. And so what I did was because as a competition brewer, I did not brew a lot of IPA.
Okay.
Because it's a difficult category to compete in, and there's a lot of other things. I think it's a lot easier to get an Irish Red judged appropriately than it is an IPA potentially.
Okay.
And also the fact that the 8th, 9th IPA in a category, your palate's already pretty beaten up.
You can't metal whore an IPA.
Yeah. So I didn't brew a lot of IPA, and so what I did was I went back to the archives, listened to all the Vinny stuff, the Brynelson stuff, stuff with Nate and Mike. And then you start to try to put together like these larger concepts of what people are trying to accomplish with their beer, instead of just looking at they're using base malt here, they're doing this here, but actually try to put it all together and understand what somebody is trying to accomplish rather than just mimicking it.
Yeah, I see.
So yeah, and so that's how I put this beer together.
Well, I'm going to give you a compliment by saying that it's not a West Coast IPA.
Okay.
And the compliment part is that it's extremely well balanced, and I love the hop flavor in it, and I love that it's not bitter, and it's a very good IPA.
Okay.
That I think so I love this beer. I want a lot more of this IPA. But if you sat it next to a bunch of the current West Coast IPAs, is where I think it differs in the sheer balance of it.
Okay.
It's I think you've got a lot of malt balance with your IPA here.
Okay. Okay.
I disagree.
Okay.
I mean, not that
I'm shocked.
Not that it's out of balance, but it is more bitter than malt sweetness. I think it's a fine example of a West Coast IPA.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's late hop bitter is the difference. It's not.
Talk about what is that? What
it's
do you
high in
mean
hop
by
flavor.
Yeah, it's very
not
resiny.
so much hop. Yeah, yeah.
Not resiny, but
right. But yeah, it's definitely balanced.
Tiny.
They're slightly towards hoppy, but not just barely. So it's a really balanced beer.
It's not really tipping over to the hop side, which is why I'm saying I don't think it's to the West, but I prefer it this way.
Okay.
I don't want you to do it the other way.
Yeah,
I don't want it to be more West Coasty than this.
Yeah. And so by us, what's done oftentimes is that there's that additional crystal malt, which Mike and I were talking before. It really does stomp out explicitly the hop flavor. I found, and especially since I've just been brewing for a living, you get used to the beers you're making and the flavor profiles that those grain bills provide. And then when you start going and tasting other beers, it really helps different flavors jump out to you, and you can really start putting that stuff together in your mind.
So how did you hop this beer?
This is it's a ridiculous. It's basically a handful of Magnum at 60 minutes. In a 15-barrel batch, there's a quarter pound, which is again, super small, but just a little something in there to facilitate some break. And then it's all Whirlpool and dry hopping from there. It's 8 pounds of Summit and Cascade at Whirlpool, and 2 pounds per barrel. Summit and Cascade again, 2 parts Cascade to 1 part Summit.
Okay.
In the dry hop.
I think that's the stuff I like about it, is all of that late hopping, like Tasty's saying.
What's the strength of this beer?
A 6.6.
Oh, wow. Really hides that well. I was going to say it's more like 6.
Yeah, it's about a 10. The math on it. But yeah, low 1060s down to about 1008.
Yeah, and it's really light in color. It looks like it's SRM 10 or so. So it's
and really that we've tweaked this one out for a little bit. We were using a malt that I had been using was 3037 from Simpsons, which is a caramel malt. And to me, it tastes like when I taste it out of the bag, it's not like a straight crystal malt. To me, it tastes almost like a blend between like a crystal malt and a dextrin malt.
Okay.
Just on the raw side. And so I was using that, looking for a little bit of body in the beer, but I since dropped that, and really now it's just pale ale and 2-row.
Yeah,
great.
Nate and I were really excited to get a chance to taste this a couple days ago. So we've had time to taste it then and taste it again now, and the malt is so the complexity of the malt is so minimal, and it just leaves a lot of room for hop flavor and aroma.
So help me with. I'm having a confusion about a flavor.
Uh-oh.
I'm wondering that if some of the malt balance that I'm tasting, some of the sweetness, especially now that you just said you've taken the crystal malt out of it, is actually hop flavor that I'm tasting. You mentioned piney, JP. I'm wondering if I'm interpreting the actual hops as a sweet that is making it taste balanced to me.
I think this particular beer has some fermentation character that's contributing to an impression of more malt forward flavors.
Okay.
But other than that, the malt flavor itself is pretty minimal.
It's
present, but there is just enough body to kind of carry the beer.
I see.
But it's pretty kind of zipped up. I think Nate had one comment on one piece of critical commentary on it about even injecting a little more hop flavor, kind of bridging the hop aromas. But
there's a nice balance of Summit and Cascade. I mean, I think this is a great example of when you start a new brewery these days, you're not going to get Citra, Simcoe, Amarillo, all that kind of stuff, right? So you have hops like one end of the spectrum to another, Cascade, Summit. How do you do what you do? Okay. This is a great example of balancing that out. Let's late hop it only. Let's do a pretty good dose of Cascade with just a little bit of Summit because we know how potent that thing is, right?
Yeah, it gets stinky in a hurry, and I had the first batch of Summits that we had were it was a little bit more oniony, garlicky. I don't mind that. Personally, it wasn't knock you over. It wasn't like bad like gym sweat socks or something like that.
Yeah,
but
that guy's a dick.
But you want to balance it out a little bit
for sure.
Most people,
for sure, yeah.
Right.
And so the dry hop used to be equal parts, and so what we did with the second batch is we just said, well, listen, let's just cut it back and go 1 part to 2 parts Cascade.
Right.
So yeah.
But there's a gap. There's a gap that you could play around with in the middle and have a lot of fun with over time as you get a hold of hops, like we were just mentioning, or even something that's around now, like maybe Centennial or something like Crystal or even Willamette or something like that.
Okay.
It might play into this really nicely, or it might totally backfire and you can go back.
What about some of those hops that are out there, like right now, like some of the ones like Zythos or different things like that?
The blends?
Yeah, those blends. How do you feel about those?
I like those,
and using
but
it in that application.
They're fun to play around with on a one batch, one off thing, but you can't repeat it.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Those blends are going to change year over year probably.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it hard to use as a commercial brewer. If you're trying to create a production IPA,
absolutely,
and you've created it around Zythos as like a middle edition or something, and then you don't know if you're going to get Zythos a year or two from now.
So those are pelletized as a blend of a bunch of different hops?
Exactly.
So now, do you think that that's something that I could just blend into the Whirlpool, or do you think that it would help fill So I guess what I'm asking is the way the hop expresses in the beer. Is that a function of necessarily where that goes in the boil?
I think so,
Or
and this is something
hop-dependent?
that Justin was hinting at earlier, and I've heard Tasty talk about in the past too, is this notion of like a hop sweetness.
Yes.
Right? And I think you're getting some of that with a really large amount of whirlpool hop or late hop.
Late hop
as
and
well as
dry hop.
hopping.
Dry hop is too, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and this beer is totally focused in those areas.
It's like adding citrus
you know?
flavor to sugar water. It's going to taste sweeter with the base flavor added to it.
It was an interview that we did that even clued me into it, because I never would have come up with that myself. It sounds odd that a hop could add a sweet flavor, but it made sense when an impression, exactly. Because it made sense because when the brewer was talking about it, he started bringing up things like citrus and all the notes that we talk about, and I guess I just hadn't really associated them with a sweet impression. But pine, for example, is to me a sweet flavor.
Absolutely.
So that I've started to think about those things, especially because I'll always ask kind of this, just being honest, I'll always ask brewers kind of the same questions about the malt. And when I don't get the answers I thought of that might have contributed to that, I'm looking for other reasons that I'm tasting sweetness. You know what I mean? Well, here's Mills telling us that he went for a West Coast IPA and that he removed the crystal malt. Yeah. Yet I'm getting a sweet impression out of his beer.
Because you're riding on the dextrins that are in the beer.
I see.
They're just looking for something to bring that out. And that's any flavor you have, whether it be the oniony of Summit or the honey of a honey malt.
Yeah.
It's going to tack onto that sweetness.
Yeah.
It's going to bring it up.
And the other issue at play is that our brains are so connected to things that we expect to be sweet that if you taste something you expect to be sweet, it's going to taste sweet to you. So,
Okay.
I mean, a great example of that is if you get some orange flower water or some rose flower water. Those things have no sugar in them, but when you smell them, they smell so sweet. The aroma of the citrus flower oil so sweet, smelling that
Right.
you have this impression of sweetness, and that happens a lot in Belgian beer. So when Nate and I were teaching Belgian beer school, that was one of the first things we tried to get people to understand. Hey, yeah, this beer smells really sweet, but Belgian beer on average is drier,
Right.
than most other beers from other parts of the world, right? So trying to get people to wrap their heads around that. Esters, so esters and certain hop flavors can both give an impression of sweetness when there's really no sugar there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good information.
I have a question about the term balanced.
Okay.
Because IPAs, by definition, shouldn't be balanced. To me, balance is everything is even and everything is equal and blended together. But IPAs, they're more bitter than they are sweet, right?
Yeah.
Well, on the West Coast
is
they
it?
are.
What is it when we mean? What are we saying when we say balance? We've been
Well, I
saying
guess you're
balance
right.
for 5 minutes, and there's really no. It doesn't make any sense to me.
I think that you're making an excellent point at where we're having sort of a vocabulary difference because I would use terms like more balanced when I talk about his beer, which means to me that you're right. It's not even. It's not 50-50. It's not a balance. So I guess maybe I'm the one using it wrong because I'm thinking. It's tilted in one direction. It's an IPA.
Yeah.
But when I compare it to, let's say, a Green Flash IPA, just as an example, I would be able to, the only term I would use for the difference in Mills is that it's actually more balanced because I'm getting a sweet characteristic.
Right.
It is not balanced. It's just more balanced than your average West Coast IPA.
Well, and
so
some of the
I
other
probably
things-
should find another way to describe that than use the term balanced.
But you know what's really funny is that I find that West Coast IPAs are more balanced because they tend to be less bitter, whereas if you go to the Midwest and they're our
Those
IPA is so
IPAs are
balanced
bitter.
because it's so bitter and the bitterness is so coarse, and then we try to make up for it by making it super sweet and crystal malt and
Right.
caramelly. It's just
Right.
I think we should, as beer drinkers, find a better term for that than balanced, because more balanced or less balanced is not. It's not balanced. By definition, you're out of balance.
Towards there's a balance, Belgian ale is balanced towards esters, English ale is balanced towards malt flavors.
I'll give you that.
American hoppy beer is balanced towards hop flavor.
Yeah.
I think balance is kind of, when you really start thinking about beer at a really deep level, balance stops having any meaning because there's not a dichotomy between malt and hops. That's not how beer is made. It's just one way we can talk about things like, is it easy on the palate or is it harder to understand? Is it harder to get behind? Can you drink it any day or is it for a special occasion when you're sitting by the fire late at night? Right.
Well, and it's one of those things too, like where I've had some people come up, like when we do a festival, they'll come up, they'll say, "I usually don't like IPAs." They'll take the IPA and then they'll come back for more of it later, and they say, "I like it because it's not hoppy."
Yeah,
and
yeah,
and what I think people are trying to express is the fact that there's not a coarse bitterness to the beer.
I spoke to a woman at our.
At least that's my hope.
I feel like we should transition into gun control right now because we're having a great conversation.
Clearly,
yeah.
And we're really
we're getting somewhere on this balance issue. Let's try some other bigger issues.
Dry bulleted.
We knocked that out.
We're just seeing everybody's ideas at face value. We had our Santa crawl here in Martinez yesterday, and we were pouring a couple beers, and an older woman and her husband who were very interested in beer, but clearly not beer aficionados, wanted to try some beer. And she did the old thing, I don't like bitter beer. Or I'm sorry. She said I don't like hoppy beer. And I had a good buzz on, so I felt like talking to her at the moment. But I said basically what you were kind of what you were leading to. They were very open to information about beer. I could tell right away they wanted to know about the stuff. But her thing was I don't like hoppy beer, and I said, well, just so you know, you might be a little careful with that because. I also do not like bitter beer. And she said, yeah, it's bitter. I don't like bitter. Yeah. And I said, well, I'm with you on that. And I also tend to stay away from bitter beer, but I do really enjoy hoppy beer. And I just tried to take a moment to explain to her that there is hop flavor, and I really enjoy those flavors, and there's hop bitterness. We've talked about this on the show, but it was a good opportunity when people come up to you, just like you're saying, and say, I don't like hoppy beer, just to stop for a second and go, hey, if you're willing to hear it, I'm just letting you know there are two different kinds of hoppy beer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For sure.
And you know what? She was pretty thankful. And I just said, you are now going to go away and try a bunch of bitter beer. I'm not telling you I've just solved your problem. I just want you to be aware that you don't have to shun all of them. You're going to find one that tastes hoppy and not bitter.
Did you sing her the Willy Wonka song afterwards?
I held her for a little while too, and we cried together about the issues. It was nice. It was a nice time.
Guns and how to control them.
Yeah, it was a good ending to a really nice night.
Yeah. Made a new friend.
She was like 109. And I just felt like, if you were my mother, you would have had me when you were 80.
Yeah. If you were my mother, I wouldn't be talking to you right now.
And I think that's amazing. I think that's an amazing part of you. Yeah, that's true too.
Did you ask her what kind of beer they serve in the home?
If you were my mother, I would have put you in an apartment and stayed away.
I would have put a 22, two of them right behind your left ear by now.
Oh, dear. Well, there you go. Little insight into my life, Mills.
Absolutely. How fucked up it is.
All right, what did you just pour us here?
This is our double IPA, our end of the world double IPA. No one else on earth has ever done an end of the world beer, especially this year.
I'm doing one next year.
This is our end of the world double IPA, and this recipe, just about everything in the brewery so far, recipe development wise, has been mine. Our other brewer, Bill Gerds, this is his baby.
He's a better brewer than you are.
He is, isn't he?
He knows how to use more hops.
Well, and it's one of the things he does well is he has more hop background than I do. And so he's somebody that when we go around and try different beers, he can pull varietals out of beers and things like that. I have a lot more experience with malty beers. And
are you saying you have more of a malt backbone?
Indeed. Indeed.
Well, you better be careful.
That's my favorite beer descriptive term, by the way.
Malt backbone.
This beer has a malt backbone. No shit.
He made a West Coast IPA.
Yeah.
You better be careful though. When you get back, they've changed the locks.
Now, is it a West Coast?
He's also.
That's what I mean. Correct me if I'm wrong, and I don't mind the opposition at all. I think that this is a West Coast IPA.
Yeah.
He also knows friends who he's getting boxes of hops from that you guys don't have contract to, doesn't he?
But what's the ABV on this? This
is 8%.
Yeah, this ain't no
so that
American.
doubles it. Okay.
Yeah, and it's a sneaky little bastard.
Okay.
It does not taste like 8%. No way.
Yeah.
And that's something I need to remember is that I just start thinking about hop flavor and things like that, and I ignore the ABV.
Yeah.
But that's not correct because the ABV does have something to do with it being a double IPA, right?
Absolutely.
So, okay.
And at 8%, it's well in the double IPA range.
Okay.
This is double dry hopped.
And this is a one-off for you guys too.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you can have some leeway to
absolutely.
do crazy things you wouldn't normally do.
Yeah. And that's one of the exciting things right now is that we're able to get into and do a few different beers that are outside of just our standard portfolio that we can get out and we can start doing tap releases, beer dinners with, and do some event stuff around things like that too. So,
what's your ABV on this?
8.
That's not an IPA. It's not.
We already did that.
7.5 is the bottom.
JP.
No, it's just double IPA.
Hey, welcome to the show.
All right.
Thank you very much.
We just did that.
And we're back.
I got a lot of shit going on. I have to monitor the Twitter game. I have a lot of stuff to do. Sorry about that.
You just hang out with Bevo in there and shop on Target.
I wish I had money to do that.
I'm having a great time tonight.
We're just having fun at the Christmas show. Hang on. Sorry, Tasty, to stop you, but I just didn't want to get too far away. There was actually a question that came through that I missed. Bevo is doing her job to send me a question.
Suck it.
And again, it's something that JP mentioned in the last beer about a hop resin character. So the person in the chat wants to know, hey, can you ask Justin if that flavors he's tasting is like hop resin, like you would find in Evil Cousin?
Yeah, we already covered that. Thanks, though.
Is what they got. But we didn't.
Kidding.
We skipped,
I know.
So just if we can back up for just a quick second, is it a hop resin flavor that you were tasting in the last beer, JP?
No, it was for me. It was more of a. I don't want to say vegetal because that is an off flavor and you don't necessarily want that. But it was more of like a hop.
Earthy?
Yeah, maybe like a earthy, but like a piney, like less pine
Vegetative,
resin,
but
but like you're chewing on. Like a hop astringency, but in a good way.
Okay.
It was like a flavor. Don't shake.
What about the vegetative?
Why are you shaking your fucking head at me? It's what I taste, right?
No, I'm just saying let's define what we're talking about here. Usually when
I'm trying to, Nicole.
No, I'm just saying when we talk about
Jesus.
like, hop resin, are we talking about hop oils? Like hop oil is hop flavor, right? And the alpha acid is what's going to become bitter, and all the oils, which are technically the resins of the hop, like botanically, the resin is what becomes hop flavor. So all hop flavor theoretically is hop resin.
There you go. I was tasting resin.
But isn't there also a resiny characteristic?
A resinous, yeah. But I mean, it's kind of
because as soon as he said that, I thought, yes, I think it's resiny.
Right. Well, I mean, the thing about resiny, it's not well defined. It's. I mean, I think
yeah, but when I said let's discuss balance, everyone looked at me like I shit on him, right?
Right. Well, no.
All right.
Well,
this is a good
is an
conversation.
interesting thing too. I mean, some people perceive Hop Like Summit as being vegetative. And I think you were getting some of that too, potentially, or you were perceiving it in a couple different ways.
Well, what Nicole's saying, that there's a class of compounds and we call them resins.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's also a descriptor of a certain kind of flavor, which is resiny.
So am I the
Which is
only
like
one who
pine
thinks it
sap.
was resiny?
Yeah, like pine sap, kind of like
Right.
that.
which is
so
kind of
resiny.
fruity and
Well, that's-
sweet.
Yeah, and so
Which is resiny.
yeah.
Well, a lot of hop varietals give that off. What are the hops in this beer?
Well,
We did get some. Go ahead.
No, we're on the last beer. We're not
Yeah,
on the
can
new
we
beer.
finish
We're
what
not
I
on the
was
double
saying?
IPA?
No.
Oh, gee.
Welcome to the show, Tasty.
God damn it.
Everybody losing a couple seconds of their life here.
This show's like a time warp. All right, let me just clarify. Everyone has said no to resiny, and then at the end said yes to resiny
Right.
on the last beer. So I think I just want to say the last beer with its piney, resiny characteristic, the hop characters we were getting were in fact resiny.
But that was not what I was trying to describe.
Okay, you
It
had
was
just
more of a
mentioned it.
plant-like
Yeah.
thing. To me, it was very different.
Okay.
That's all.
And by resiny, do you say it has sort of a mouthfeel aspect to it as well?
Yes.
That's what I was thinking.
And in fact, that's what I think it was lending to the sweet characteristic I was picking up, and a mouthfeel, and a malt, the whole bit.
Right. Well, Adam, are you doing like
Yeah,
hop
malt
layering?
backbone.
Are you doing like multiple late additions? Or
In the dry hop, that's it. It's just in the single IPA.
But on the hot side, you just like do
just Cascade and Summit, 8 pounds each at Whirlpool, and that's it.
Nothing. It's only hops that are in it.
Yes.
Oh, well, there's no utilization in the Whirlpool. Just kidding.
Well, and that was one of the things that I ran
That's
with.
just a joke.
One of my leaps of faith going from the homebrew side to the pro side was really leaning heavily on when you had talked about a Whirlpool edition being about a 20-minute edition.
Yeah.
I leaned heavily on that.
And you had never done this before, by the way. You just sort of went for it.
No, and really what it was.
That's awesome.
Well, I'm spinning off of the what the other pros were doing on the show, and what one of the big tipping points for me was listening to Jamil talking about the big late hopping that they're doing in Twin, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, well, so I know it's going to make the damn thing bitter, and you just hope that you get within a range that it's palatable, and then you adjust next time. And it just so happened that it got in an area that I was pleased with it.
Seems like you get the resins, you get the flavor, and you get the body, the mouthfeel too.
Right.
It's a big win thing.
Can we go back to how your assistant brewer is better than you are?
Are we talking about this beer again?
The double IPA. Now we're back.
Yeah,
to
please talk about this double IPA.
This double IPA is
so great.
delicious.
Yeah,
okay,
great.
so the double IPA, the hot bill on that, Mike asked before, and it does. We did snake some better hops for this. Again, just a handful of Magnum at 60. At 20, there was Cascade, Simcoe at 10, Summit at 5. And more Simcoe at Flame Out. There's a total of 30 pounds of hops in the kettle, under 20 minutes. And then the first dry hop was 2 pounds per barrel, blend of Amarillo, Summit, and Simcoe. And the second dry hop, we racked that beer off into another fermenter, another purged fermenter, and then dry hop 2 pounds per barrel, straight Simcoe. For the last, and it was 4 days each.
God damn you for making me like a Simcoe beer. This beer is fantastic. I really like it.
The Amarillo really stands out to me, and it's it kind of like certain years and certain harvests of Amarillo can bring, and also certain New Zealand hops can bring kind of a petrol character.
Yeah.
And that flavor can be really overwhelming really, really fast. But this is just enough of it. It's just enhancing all the fruity character, bringing kind of a tropical fruit note to it.
And did you say petrol?
Yeah, it's like,
you're right.
It's like a little bit of like, I'm drinking this
I
really awesome
Summits,
beer
too.
at a truck stop. It's so rad.
Yeah, I totally agree
in a
with
good
you.
way.
I never would have said that descriptor, but you're right.
You're like,
I
on
get
the
it off
road.
of the fresh Summit. Like when you open up a bag of Summits, I smell that too. Yeah.
I get more kerosene, like a specific, like a different type.
Different petrol.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, like a more harsh petrol.
Like you're hanging out at a truck stop in India.
I thought you were making
camping, or no, like camping, or like shitty rope back in the Boy Scouts.
Yeah.
You smell in your hand. It's more kerosene than like gasoline.
Yeah.
You're right. Absolutely.
It's so easy to go so harsh with that aroma so fast because we're so sensitive to it, you know.
I got a caller for you, Mills.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Bloomfield is on the line from Michigan. He says he knows you and wants to talk to you.
I do know him.
Bloomfield, what's happening, buddy?
Hi, how's it going, guys? First time, long time.
Yeah, great.
Wacky radio noise?
Wacka.
Wacka, wacka. Hey, I have a couple questions for Adam.
All right.
For sure.
Don't you know him?
I
Can
was
you just ask him
wondering-
later?
And for Adam?
Go ahead.
You know, I'm a bit of a stalker of you on Facebook, Adam.
True.
And I noticed that you like to put a lot of pictures of yourself seemingly in deep thought while you're on a train or plane with your beard. And I just wondered, where was the camera at when you were crying like a bitch at Cantillon?
I went to earlier this year. Me and two friends went to Cantillon. We were able to try the stuff in their lineup. I got to talk to Jean. I quoted him to him. One of the things he said on the BN, and at first he felt awkward, but then he got fired up because he's awesome.
Yeah.
And it was about having to defend his beer, you know, when you're asking about trying to produce it too quickly. And then after that, he had his sister bust out like a 6-7-year-old goose for us.
Okay.
And I took it over to the corner, and I smelled it and took pictures of it and made audio notes on it, and I got a little weepy.
Did you actually weep?
A little weepy.
I cried. Yeah,
There were tears.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was the correct response.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have nothing to hide from.
We have a winner.
Well, except
over a
that,
beer?
Did Jean see you in the corner crying?
I don't know about that. I mean, his sister did, and she ended up giving me a free wheel of cheese and a glass.
This is what we give to the pussies who come to the
right?
And she held you like a baby.
Just like I did the 108-year-old.
This was the correct decision.
It was very tender.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Okay.
That was it. All right, guys, I got to get back to dry dicking my Professor IPA clone later.
Cheers. There you go. little dry dicking going on. I don't blame him, you know. Okay, so we've now discovered a lot of things about Mills. We've discovered that he's
Adam from Michigan.
He's Adam.
I am.
He's a new professional brewer. His assistant is a better brewer, and he cries like a bitch at breweries.
But he knows how to party.
Am I the only?
Adam, have you ever been to Chicago?
Am I the only one who loves this
accent.
double IPA? Is it not
it's
lovable?
excellent job.
Yeah.
I could drink that all day.
Oh, it's so good I'm out.
Okay. I just
on
wanted
a
to
West
make-
Coast bar, I would drink this.
'cause I feel like maybe I'm off the bar today.
Send
but
some to
this-
California. We're going to love it.
Okay.
This
yeah.
or the next beer? The double.
Yeah, if you send some out to the Double IPA Festival.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That'd be cool.
hell
When
yes.
is that?
Mhm.
It's in February.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and just back to the
Nate's
petrol
gonna judge it.
characteristic for a second. You know, now that I'm tasting it more, that's a characteristic that I've been describing more often as plastic. And plastic being made, it's a petrol product. Now, I do think that there are two things. I think that there are things that taste very plasticky, but I'm saying that I think I've been inaccurately sometimes talking about a plasticky flavor, and what I mean is petrol.
Well, it depends on if you mean it with a negative connotation or a positive connotation.
Yeah, usually when I
in-
say plastic, I'm being negative.
Yeah,
this
plastic-
is positive.
Plastic in a beer, you're usually connotating that there's like a plasticky phenol.
Okay.
Or maybe like styrene, something like that,
Okay.
which you might get from wheat if you're really sensitive to it. But petrol is kind of it's definitely something. In beer, it's going to be a flavor that comes from hops. And what's great is that it's a bona fide tasting term from the wine world
I
that we
see.
can easily borrow that already has kind of a positive connotation. A lot of Rieslings and Gewürztraminers have like a petrol character is what they're described as.
Okay.
And it's not considered a negative. You know, if it's out of balance, it certainly is. But if
Yeah.
it's kind of a background note that's kind of contributing to an overall fruitiness or giving kind of a tropical note, it's definitely considered a positive and an acceptable note in that wine tasting. So definitely we can kind of borrow that term and its positive connotation when we talk about that flavor in beer.
I like
Whereas-
it. I'm going to totally overuse it now.
Yeah, plasticky is
You
more
already
like
have.
plasticky is a little harsh.
Yeah.
You know.
But I think what I mean to say is it's a fine line. And I have described petrol-y beers as plasticky accidentally. Because I do think they're a similar flavor. But you're right. When I say plastic, I'm being negative. And this I would not be negative about.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a nice way.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. What else you got for us, Mills? Jeez, we're just getting
our
into all
oatmeal
sorts
stout?
of good stuff.
Oatmeal stout.
Okay.
And this is one beer that we tried to. It was a baby step beer. What I want this beer to be long term is to actually have some oat character on it. So this is where we're implementing some of the Shea Comfort things that we learned on the show with fermenting on oak. This one. There's one spiral. There's one French oak spiral in this one because I would rather a shot low, and I just call it an oatmeal stout because I don't necessarily think it has a very big oak note to it.
Okay.
But yeah, so this was like our first experiment. Our next one, the coconut porter that I have, we went to 4 spirals, and I feel as if we're starting to get into that range where we're getting contribution from the oak in a more pronounced way. So yeah.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there. That I just took one little sip of it, but I'm not getting a lot of oak flavor.
No, I get a ton of it.
Oh yeah,
yeah, I really do. Seriously, it's like
this is amazing.
It's a lot of tannin at the end,
more than vanilla.
but a lot of vanilla, a lot of coconut. I get a ton of it.
Okay,
yeah,
Yeah.
I wouldn't go any more than this.
And I don't
Absolutely
know.
not. I would probably go less.
I think because of the little bit of tannin from the oak, it almost seems unexpectedly dry for an oatmeal stout.
Yeah.
Which makes it more drinkable. Like you could slam a pint of that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Versus kind of like sitting with a sweeter or fuller body seeming one.
I would like to slam
and the body's low on it, and it is one of those ones where, it's the first time we did it, and we're kind of figuring stuff out. But yeah, this is I think about 13% oats with this recipe. Yeah. So we try.
Compared to the body, that's really a high percentage.
It is. Yeah.
I taste the oats. I disagree. I was preemptive striking.
I didn't mean that at all. I didn't mean it like
you're
that.
not. I know you're being honest. It's just it has been an uncanny tasting between the two of us.
Other
There's only
dextrin
two.
malts?
Yeah. I taste alcohol in it. Nope.
Well, that I agree with you. Well, Guinness is 10% oats.
Okay.
It is
To give you a
Okay. How many percent is this?
13.
Just to be a little bit more.
Just to F with it.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, adding oats for the body and then putting in oak to kind of take it away. It's kind of you
Okay, so for you, oak minimizes body.
Well, if you do get some tannin from it, which I think I am, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Or that,
Well,
or maybe it's just that combined with the other roasted barley, or what's in here?
Yeah, this is a sack of Simpsons 5060 Simpsons roasted barley, a sack. And also their pale chocolate, which, by the way, their pale chocolate is like $4.50, not the 250 that I expected. But just a side note. So.
What is that?
And by the way,
is that a lava bomb?
He just said sack.
It's really big. Yeah.
He's been saying sack.
Couple of times.
Dip that sack in the batch.
It's true.
I think it's definitely oak flavor, because it's not as astringent as you would get tannins from like a grain. I think
I don't get the oak flavor by any means.
I get some,
but I get the other characteristics, the vanilla, and especially the tannins.
That's what I mean when I'm like taking those flavors that you get from the oak.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily,
but it doesn't taste like an oaked beer.
Yeah.
If it's we're pulling other flavors off of what it is, but it's definitely not. I don't taste oak in there.
Yeah.
And it might be because you're using French oak and not American oak too.
What, toast? Medium, you said?
Yeah, medium.
Yeah, because there's a definite difference in American oak and French oak.
Oh, for sure.
It smells woody. It smells tanniny.
That's your fingers.
In a nice way. My fingers are at the bottom of the glass. And why would my fingers smell like wood?
I don't know.
That doesn't even make sense.
Scratch your balls, dude.
Touch your sack.
Yeah, I think that I don't pick up the tannins that you guys are getting in the beer as much as I do get it in the aroma. But I like it in the aroma. That's a nice smell that it has. And this is another good beer.
Excellent, thank you.
Yeah, you're doing good
Thank
stuff
you.
over there.
And then, unless you had something else, the next one is really an all-around BN beer because it's a robust porter. That's a spin-off of Jamil's robust porter. I'm using Doc's patented coconut technique,
which is what I forget.
Coconut extract, 2 drops a bottle, and then again doing the fermentation on oak with this one. So yeah.
It sounds to me like we should have been receiving royalty checks for the last
should we
6
bust
months.
it open?
Absolutely.
He's like, this is your royalties right now. A little bit of my beer.
Well, I think
that's all I need. That's fine.
At least next time we're in Big Rapids, we get to
You
drink
have-
for
you have
free.
the-
Right.
Yeah, and you have the opposite problem of every other new brewery that's opened recently. It's like all of your beers are dry. I'm like, where's the sweet one?
Right.
Usually it's opposite. It's like, wow, this beer is sweet. Wow.
Thank God you have
And
that
that's the
problem.
big goal. I mean, that's the last thing you want is that pint that you don't want to finish. You know? So
that's not the beer selling business, is it? It's like that.
Yeah.
I could drink a whole pint of any of these.
Yeah.
No, it's the second pint that matters.
I don't know if we're going to make it to Big Rapids. We're going to go to Minor Rapids.
Doc is really thirsty, so I don't know if we can all taste this beer. But
He's like, hey, they're getting good. I'm taking more this time around.
Well, I took less of the double IPA so you could
He
have
heard his
more.
own technique being used. He's like, I got to get in there.
Got to get in there.
Okay. I taste more than 2 drops of coconut in this
Bullshit.
beer.
I disagree.
Well, actually, we cut it down way more even. This is actually cut in half. This is the half the dose that I used at home.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay, you got to really dial it into the beer.
Oh yeah,
you really have to. And if you go overboard, it gets almost a suntan lotion kind of issue.
yeah, I'm picturing my mom outside with her hot tropics right now.
Copper tone.
So am I.
Why are we yelling? Loud noises!
Nicole's mom is hot.
Kind of.
Yeah, there's a little bit of the Tropicana or whatever it's called in there. Yeah.
Hey, it makes you, go to that nice place.
Although, now, it's not my thing because it's a little too coconutty, but I bet you sell a bunch of this beer, too.
It sells well, too. And the thing about it is when we did this, when we blended it up, put it on tap, it wasn't as forward as this.
Okay.
Like we were both tasting it and saying, okay, it tastes like it's kind of at like in low medium level.
Yeah.
And then for some reason over that next week, it just seemed to
it changes.
continue to flesh out.
It does. It really changes. So don't when you're trying to dial it in with the drops and the several glasses. be careful because it's going to change.
Oh, for sure.
Over the next
For
couple.
sure, yeah.
I think some of the hops drop out.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
And it changes that way.
Yeah.
And the malt mellows, but in the coconut flavor stays with it.
Yeah.
And if you're going to promise somebody a coconut beer, it better taste coconutty.
Yeah.
But
Right.
Not too much. You don't want them to be searching for it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
One of the things
Yeah.
that happens as beer ages is that the impression of the flavor becomes sweeter for various reasons. But,
And it commingles really
Yeah.
well with the coconut.
yeah, and
flavor.
that faux coconut flavor is staying put. It's not changing.
Oh, yeah,
so.
for sure.
Oh, yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another good beer, Mills.
Coconut.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. I got to get us to break, and we got a lot more to do. Mills is going to hang out, and if you've got more questions about the beers, I know we probably have more to try.
It's my birthday!
We got to celebrate Nicole's birthday. We've got some games to play. We've got some prizes to give away.
And I'm going to win because it's my birthday!
We're also going to share Brewcaster beers. We're going to give you what we like to drink this time of year. I'd like to change I'd like to change my beer already to one of Mills's beers because some of these were good. You know what I mean? Like that. Was it a Irish Red or a Scotch Ale? I forget what.
Irish Red. Yeah.
Irish Red.
Yeah. That's our biggest seller. That's our biggest seller. For people who say I don't like dark beer.
Good.
We're buying.
They consider that the dark beer that they like.
Yeah,
That's it is. That's
for sure. Yeah.
I like dark beer.
It's their gateway beer.
Yeah, I could drink that at my Christmas table right there. All right, so here's what we'll do. We'll take a break. Mills will be around if you got questions, 888-401-BEER, or just hit the chat button on the homepage right there, and Bevo will get your questions over to us. We got games to play when we come back, too, and we're going to need callers for that. So get your fingers ready to dial in, 888-401-BEER. It's The Session. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
Oh, and real quick, we're going to play you a 9-minute segment from 50/50 release of Eclipse that Moscow joined right at this break. So you're going to get to hear from Todd up at 50/50 Brewery in Truckee, California.
Where can you still find $7.95 nationwide shipping, a friendly, knowledgeable staff, and all of the stuff to brew for less? Homebrew Stuff. Isn't the Homebrew Stuff a sexual maneuver? Homebrew Stuff is the largest homebrew supplier in the Northwest and can be found in Garden City, Idaho, and online at homebrewstuff.com. Equipment and ingredients for brewing beer and wine, soda and liquors, books, instructional DVDs, beginner kits, and a great selection of grain and hops. Homebrew Stuff also has dozens of free videos online to help make brewing easier. Visit homebrewstuff.com now for the best prices with their match or beat guarantee. BN Army members can take 10% off their first order with the coupon code BNARMY. Kegs, regulators, faucets, towers, carboys, conicals, barrels, you name it. Get your homebrew stuff for less at homebrewstuff.com. Homebrew Stuff. Not a sexual maneuver. Just the best prices and great service on all the stuff you need. homebrewstuff.com.
That's it. I've had it. I am never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small, single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere. Holy f***ing shit! NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business. Tonight is the night.
We bring the creature to life, Dr. Blickmanstein?
Yes, J.P. Gore. Everything is perfect for my next fermented creation.
But Doctor, the storm is too far away. We'll never have enough power to isomerize the creature's alpha acid.
Yes, J.P. Gore, we will. For I have in my possession the Tower of Power.
Blickman's new Tower of Power is the evolution of automation. Control hot liquor, sparge, and mash temps like a pro. The Tower of Power is a high-quality gas-fired rim system that works with your current brewing setup. With ultra precision, the tower can hold your mash to 1/2 of a degree Fahrenheit. Precision and repeatability. The Tower of Power is the answer to automatic, fast ramp times. See more at BlickmanEngineering.com. Bring your next creation to life with the Tower of Power.
Dr. Blickman's son, with the Tower of Power, you can probably give me an afternoon at the pub to enjoy a pint.
Don't be silly, J. Peagle. We have beer to brew.
What does craft beer mean to you? Is it a delicious way to support your town's local brewer? Or perhaps it's the perfect beverage to pair with those delicious meals at your favorite restaurant and at home. Regardless of whether you're thinking of pints or pairings, pilsners or porters, craftbeer.com is the site where craft beer lovers come together to learn and share. Craftbeer.com is brought to you by the Brewers Association and celebrates the best of American craft beer and its brewers. Craftbeer.com is the best place to find craft beer events, recipes, great feature stories, the most up-to-date brewery listings, and resources for your next beer tasting or dinner, like style guidelines, pairing mats, and charts. Get the inside scoop on new beer releases and special events from today's craft beer insiders, and chime in to share your own knowledge, perfect pairings, road trips, recipes, and more. Craftbeer.com, celebrating the best of American beer.
BN Army, HopTech has a great discount waiting for you. Do you often find it difficult to find specific specialty ingredients for your home brew recipes? Well, listen to this. HopTech stocks 59 different grains to choose from, 39 varieties of pellet hops, and 8 kinds of whole leaf hops. And HopTech not only carries Y yeast and White Labs yeast for you, but also Fermentus, 04, 5, 6, 23, 33, and T58 Belgian yeast, plus Cooper's, Nottingham, and Windsor yeasts. Got your recipe ready to go? Pick up some great brew gear like new long and short sleeved shirts, games, and more. HopTech's new website is being updated every day with new items. If you don't see it, call the shop. They're open 6 days a week. BN Army and AHA members get a 10% discount, and active military personnel get 15% off. Visit HopTech.com today for great selection, great service, and a great discount. HopTech.com.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session. Now it's short and stout with Scott the Jew.
Well, another year has passed, and another fantabulous release party has taken place for one of our favorite heavyweight beers around, if you can find it, that is, and good luck with that. Eclipse Imperial Stout from Todd Ashman and his crew at 50/50 Brewing Company up in Truckee, California, just outside of Lake Tahoe. Between the newly released versions, the vintage versions, the insane varieties of other beers that were flowing, and the knock-your-socks-off hors d'oeuvres, 50/50 managed once again to somehow top itself. Who knows how they're going to do it in 2013. I'm excited to find out, though. Here's some audio from the evening, which we recorded in the brew space at the back of the place. That was pretty much the epicenter of the epic bottle share that was taking place. There was a constant stream of Trey Fontaine and Cantillon and Wes Vletter and 12, and I'll stop there. And I tell you all that solely to induce jealousy. Anyway, enjoy the night vicariously. Well, it's the second one for me, second in a row, and the third overall. I somehow missed the first year. I don't know. I was left off the list for some reason. It's bull crap, if you ask me. But I see a BN Army sticker on the cooler, and I see Todd Ashman sitting next to me. We're going to talk about the beer in a minute, but before we do, you notice any differences between this year and last year?
I think that we're at a very comfortable space as far as attendees. It might be a little tight. I don't think so, but the room feels a little more full than it did last year. It kind of represents how many people really want to get here, and I think we did sell like 25 more tickets, but we're at a very comfortable spot right now. There's a lot of beer being shared above and beyond what we're serving at the brewery, and it's probably the most epic bottle share for me every year, and it's really incredible, some of the stuff that people are pouring right now. Pretty neat.
Yeah, I remember last year the intimacy was something we liked, and I think we told you on the air last year, up it to 150, and you guys took our advice halfway. I think you're still maintaining that. You don't have to wait in line at the bar to get the beer. It's still that same atmosphere of whatever you want to try, you can try, and it's a beautiful thing. So how do you decide? There's a couple of vintages on. There's 07 and 08. How do you decide which vintages to put on for a party like this?
Well, this year earlier this year we ran into a cooperage issue, and we really decided that even though we've been holding on to these beers for a long time, that it was time to serve them. And we actually opened them for the first time since they'd been filled last night, and we tasted them, and we were absolutely stunned that the beer was still even servable, and above and beyond that, it was actually really good. And I'll get you to taste those here in a minute. But we wanted to represent everything that we've done. As the 6th year that we've done Eclipse, we wanted to represent everything, because after the 5th year, it was like, where do we go from here? And we pushed the brewery to the limit, brewing the base beer. We did like 40 batches of the base beer this year. We almost doubled our production from what we did last year to this year. We're going to be over 1,000 barrels this year for the first time since we've been open. And that effort put forth by my assistants, Alicia Shook and Jean Curtin.
I'm the assistant brewer here at 50/50.
Eugene Curtin. I work for 50/50 Brewing Company.
Luckily for me, I had a chance to speak with both of them, though for the record, Alyssa did not want to be on the radio and was pretty much harassed by her coworkers into talking to me.
I've always loved beer. I moved out west, and that's when I came to fall in love with craft beer.
Did you know Todd before you came here? How familiar of the Eclipse lore were you?
I had no idea what I was getting myself into, actually. I was ski bum in Wyoming, and I really wanted to be a brewer, so I emailed different breweries around the town and was like, I will do anything if I could come and work in the brewery at any capacity,
And then you were a janitor, and then what happened?
Then I was a muck-out girl, and then, I was a muck-out girl for a long time. I'm really good at it. And then the other brewer left, and I kind of stepped in its place.
What do you got in your glass? It's not Eclipse.
Little goose.
Little palate cleanser. Yeah, it is really important, right? Like every couple of tastes to have a little sour beer, you got to cleanse that palate.
I've drank a lot of bourbon barrel-aged stout recently, so this is just a delightful change.
I've been here for about 5 years now. I came on quite some time ago as just somebody who walked in the door and asked for an opportunity. And so after my free labor went for probably about almost 2 years, the establishment decided to say, okay, we'll put you on staff and give you a few dollars. I think now I have a business card. It hasn't been printed yet, and supposedly there's brewer on that business card. So,
well, you got 2 black dogs here we're hanging out with, a couple of labs, it looks like, right? Black labs?
Yeah.
Do you ever sneak any... Eclipse would lend itself well to dog hair being snuck into the boil, I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm sure it's in there. Every time I make guacamole or whatever the hell, hummus, refried beans, any sort of snack at the house, I'll be halfway through my meal and there's a fucking dog hair in my lips. That's typically because I live with 2 black dogs.
Here's where Todd and myself and my buddy Matt tasted the 2 vintages. All right, so I insist we're going to do a little side-by-side tasting, and Todd tried to say, well, I know what it tastes like. I've had it, but I insisted that he have it in front of him. It's very important. It's the 07. Tell us about it, Todd.
Well, this is the first batch of Eclipse, and it was only after a proposal to the owners of 50/50, the Andy and Alicia Bar, that we get into some barrel aging. And, the first attempt was good. We had a nice starting gravity, like 24 Plato. At that point in time, calling the Imperial Stout base 50/50 Imperial Stout. And once it was fermented, we were lucky enough to get 4 Old Fitzgerald barrels that were about 20 years old. At that point in time, when those barrels were filled, I believe the Old Fitzgerald brand was owned by the Weller Distillery. Old Fitzgerald brand is now owned by Heaven Hill, and the bourbon is distinctly different. But the quality of the product that came out was absolutely stunning at the time, and was quite popular. It's very interesting because the better part of what we bottled, and there was 300 bottles, was bought by a police lieutenant in San Francisco, and that police lieutenant, believe it or not, is at this party tonight. But as we drink this, the keg that we filled after we'd done the bottling, it was in 2007. We set the keg aside. We looked at it and go, let's hold on to it. And that thought process has continued till tonight. Actually, last night we opened the keg for the first time and tasted it, not knowing what to expect. With the beer being that old, we didn't know what direction it might have gone in. But after tasting, we were absolutely stunned because there was very little, if any, oxidation. It's got a very nice bourbon character. There's really nice oak tannin. There's a little, lots of subtle wood sugar notes, a little bit of vanilla, some coconut. But it's really refined, and I want to say it's fun to drink, but it's neat, getting to enjoy this product next to its Heaven Hill equivalent, because we do have an Old Fitzgerald vintage for this year. They're distinctly different, but the 07 product is just really something else. I'm glad that you're able to enjoy it with me. What do you think?
Well, I'm the only person that's more glad than you that I'm getting to enjoy this. All right, let's go on to the 08 here. Now, I had these. I had one tasting session without you. And there's for sure a distinct difference between the 07 and the 08. My knee-jerk was that I liked the 08 more. I thought they both held up beautifully, but I thought that there was, slightly less edge to the 08 or something. Do you agree? And if so, what do you attribute that to?
Well, this is the one time in 2008 that we were able to obtain Pappy Van Winkle. And it's the buzzword in the barrel aging community. It's this is the stuff, and this is another brand that's gone from one place to another. But Pappy Van Winkle was brewed at the Weller Distillery, and it was a highly regarded product. I believe that the transition time, I want to say anything post '92, it became the auspices of Buffalo Trace, and Pappy Van Winkle is made at Buffalo Trace now, and some people say that the identity of the bourbon is a little different, because the older distilleries always seem to be a little better, but in the distilling industry, there's consolidation and brands kind of get bought up. Of all the Eclipse that we've done so far, the one that's gotten the most mileage, this is it. This is the real deal, and what really is most notable is that the 08 Pappy Van Winkle, back when eBay was, tolerating beer auctions, the highest price we ever saw was $365 for a single bottle. And for whatever reason, that elevates the beer to what the beer raters call a white whale, rare and hard to find, hard to kill, whatever. But it's got every nuance that you'd expect in a barrel-aged beer. The spirit's there, the wood's there, and the quality of the spirit is in there too. And it's this keg, as closely as I can remember, is just like it was back when we released it for the first time. And in that way, it's sad because this is it. We don't have any more. I mean, we had stash, and then there was a little bit of this and a little bit of that, but this is it. And when this keg blows sometime later tonight, that's it. And it's going to be a sad moment, but I'm glad that we were able to share it with this many people. No better way to let it, say goodbye to it. But probably I don't want to say it's the pinnacle of my barrel aging career, but it was a really good variant that we did, and it's what brought our brewery notice. Thanks for sharing a glass with me. I think it's neat that we were able to talk about it on the Brewing Network.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here, as always. All right, that's it. Special thanks once again to Todd Ashman and Andy Barr up at 50/50 for making it all happen. Macway and the Hollywoods can suck it. Cheers to the end of the world, and until next time, if there is a next time, this is Scott the Jew saying L'chaim.
I speak Liberalese fluently.
This is www.thebrewingnetwork.com. Sit down next to it, grab yourself a paper towel, and watch those yeast have sex.
You're listening to the Brewing Network.
888-401-BEER. This is The Session.
All right, right, welcome back. Thanks for hanging out. A special thanks to Todd Ashman from 50/50 Brewing Company for allowing Moscow to invade his brewery, the 50/50 Eclipse Party, which I think is going to be on Moscow's list of things to do every year for the foreseeable future.
No doubt. He's the man, and the beer is amazing. That party is just incredible. The atmosphere. You heard it in the segment just now. And the setting, I mean, Lake Tahoe, you can't beat it.
Yeah. And Todd's just a good guy. He's a quiet man, but a really great brewer, and he's just, I really enjoy being around him. You just get the feeling that he's into what he does, and so I always like hearing those interviews with him. So thanks for bringing that back to us, Moscow.
Hell yeah, thanks to 50/50.
And did you go up with a bunch of douchebags this year? Or,
yeah, the same crew. Greg McWay was there, and
the Ginger.
Yeah, my friends Matt and Meggie, and
Two gingers.
A lot of familiar faces
So
at
you
the
don't
party.
have a
for
whole
sure.
soul between you.
Right.
3/4.
Well, we got a little break there. We got to put some more beer down our throats from Mills and his crew. I know we've got some other things to try, too. I did buy a bunch of just different stuff that's down in the blue bucket downstairs, guys, so we should probably start opening so that we don't stay on air until midnight. We can just get some things open. And I know that... is it Andrew? Andy, a homebrewer who we met. Did I first meet you at the SoCal Homebrew Festival? That's right. Andy's hanging out tonight. He brought us a sour beer to try.
He's like Matt's mini-me.
And you do, I don't know if, have they told you yet that you look like Matt Staley?
I showed him the picture on the wall.
You're like...
He's like Matt Staley's little brother.
Freaking dead ringer.
Yeah, it's a doppelganger. Except
you
that...
guys should get some like paternity test shit done.
Right. Well, let's see how the beer is first, because we all know Matt's beer sucks balls.
Oh, by the way, Matt's oatmeal oak beer, the oak comes out once it warms up. Man, I tasted my beer after I got back. The oak flavor really shows up when it warms up.
Mills beer.
Mills?
Yeah. So you did get the oak back out
Oh, yeah,
of it.
definitely.
Yeah, okay. Well, JP picked up on that a little bit right away, too.
I know my way around.
JP's palate's on fire tonight. It's working.
I'm pretty awesome.
It's working.
I don't know if you knew that or not.
Mine's a little off. And
when are we going to try that double IPA?
Do we not have a...
We're like a...
Yeah. Hey, Mills, I thought you said you had a West Coast IPA to share with us.
Yeah. The fuck's wrong with you?
There's one in the freezer. Don't forget about it.
Okay. So when I met Andy at SoCal, I enjoyed... Oh, and this is another good one. I really enjoyed his sour beers, and you've done it again, sir. This is a nice, dry... is this a lambic, Nicole? Let's ask Nicole first, because she's a master cicerone.
I would say it tastes like a lambic, although there seems like there's some hop character. There seems like there's some bitterness to it.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. Andy, go ahead. Get on that microphone. You got to crouch down in there in between the two long-haired people.
I think that may come from the water or the fact I use a lot of liquid malt extract. I'm not sure where the bitterness is coming from. It could be the sulfate in the water that I used.
Okay. I see, I like having you around, Nicole, because I don't pick up on these things on my own. I'm one of those tasters who... You feel like a follower almost, but I used to do this with Jamil all the time where, he would point things out and I'd go, oh, okay, all right, there it is. And I like tasting with people like that. So, yeah, I get a little hop character
I
in
think
there.
you're getting the sharpness.
There's a slight
it's a
something I
sharpness.
perceive as bitterness. Yeah,
It's a sharpness.
Very sharp.
And I think, that's the sulfated water. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you're using Santa Barbara water, right? It's terrible. Yeah.
The Santa Barbara water is incredibly
horrible.
hard.
I drink
there's a lot of sulfate and calcium there.
I drink tap water, and I did not drink tap water in Santa Barbara. It's awful.
Mm-hmm.
What I really like about you've succeeded when your sourness is coming across as unripe fruit.
Yeah.
It's like a peach that you were too impatient for. It's like totally hard and crunchy, and it has that really biting sourness. It's not horrible, but it's extremely sour. Like it's in a delicious kind of way.
And you think that's a characteristic that's a measure of a good sour beer?
For me, that's a positive. Yeah,
I think you're right.
If it just tastes like rancid butter or something like that, that's not so hot for me.
Yeah, I can make that. In fact, I have rancid butter on my counter at home right now. I think
it just as a
it's been there since Thanksgiving.
Taste tester.
Yeah. So, well, thanks for sharing this, Andy. It's a good beer.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you, guys.
Well, we were supposed to do the Adam and Eve read earlier on the show. Now that we've
I can totally do that read without laughing.
Now that we've gotten ourselves lubed up, I thought we'd try, and we like to do it with our in-studio guests. And I did explain earlier in the day that Mills brought an entourage with him, and I thought it'd be fun to pick the burliest dude in the room. And
This guy looks pretty burly.
Now
that's a serious beard. I mean, that's not like a bullshit beard. That's like that's a good like 2.5 inch thick.
He looks like a Bolshevik.
He does look like a Bolshevik.
This is my 3-week beard.
It's your 3-week beard.
That's just Movember.
It looks
right?
like a 3-month beard for me.
Just Movember.
You're like,
I think I started in
3 a.m.
This is my 5 o'clock shadow.
This is Kevin, who's a friend of Adam Mills. Came out on this trip to I assume enjoy the beer.
Yeah, basically Adam, Lou, and I just go really long distances to drink beer.
Okay.
And then also Adam did, I don't know, this, I guess.
Right, and this whole thing. So with the Adam and Eve live read, it's a sponsor of ours, so we do have to respect them, and we have to do it right.
What's not to respect?
And I wouldn't feel right letting you just do the read without an audition.
Okay.
So JP here has prepared. He's our director of creative
difficulties.
Yeah. And he has prepared a script for you to read first.
Okay.
Before we get into the paid sponsor spot, because it is a paid spot. And actually, I'm not even fucking with you. It's a paid spot.
Yeah, I
it's nothing. It's a basic like audition script.
Yeah.
I've been on a few auditions.
Okay.
It's real simple.
So would you mind reading this first, and then
I'll attempt. I didn't learn to read until last year.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
So I'll give it a shot.
You do look like you're a late bloomer.
It's a good thing your personal grooming is up, though.
Honestly,
that's
I don't even know if I'm a bloomer.
Right. You're not even sure if you've bloomed.
Yeah.
That beard sure says a thing or two.
But the key to it is the key to a good read, and I'll go through my audition skills with you. Is basically just you get it and you read on the fly, because what you don't want to do is to have the director and the crew waiting while you absorb the kind of thing. They want to see how you do on the fly.
Okay.
So it's basically just hit it and run.
So you're saying you want to know what my fly can do?
Basically.
Yeah.
You go for it.
We want you to get in character immediately and just go through the read.
What's my motivation?
You want a job.
Those 3 free DVDs.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you. Have you heard of AdamandEve.com?
I have.
Okay, so that's your motivation. You're thinking adult themed,
okay.
And so just think you're trying to present in such a way that will sell adult themed products to the adult crowd.
Okay,
yeah.
So ones you would use yourself.
Soft. Like a little softer. You don't want to yell, but you're speaking. There are some character bits.
Kind of sultry, maybe?
There are some character bits.
Definitely a little sultry.
So they need to be gruff a little bit, but manly,
yeah. I don't know if I can do anything not manly, honestly.
How much foreplay are we going to do before we get to the fucking? You know what I mean?
As much as it takes, Scott.
Also, if he passes...
and I feel sorry for Alexa right now.
The test, I need the script off the printer downstairs for the actual read, if he's able to do it. So I'm just going to give you the script, and I just want you to go for it.
Okay.
All right, Kevin, auditioning for the Adam and Eve live read. Go ahead, please.
Kevin, take one, and action.
There was a knock at the door. Steve was just getting out of the shower, his body glistening with water. Matted his chest hair down around his well-defined chest. Be there in a second, he shouted, grabbing his towel and wrapping it around his firm, tanned ass. He grabbed the doorknob firmly and gave it a gentle but forceful tug. Standing there was Adam, his neighbor. Hey, Steve. I thought I heard some screaming, and Adam paused as he scanned Steve's dripping body and his thoughts racing. No, screamed Adam. Steve said, noticing how Adam's pants were betraying his desires. But if you want, you can come in and look around. Adam entered the house as Steve closed the door. Adam turned around just as Steve's towel fell away. Well, Steve asked, see any reason to hear screaming? Adam dropped to his knees, approaching Steve's thick member. Not screaming, but I think I hear gagging as well. Better check on that, Adam, Steve said, grabbing Adam's hair and forcing his mouth open around his throbbing cock.
I think he's got the job. I don't know about you.
You have the job. I'm fucking trying to hold it together over here.
Just a slight quiver in his voice. That's about it.
I could have done that better. if you guys could hold like a serious face.
Right. We did. We were fucking with it. I mean, that was wrong.
No.
He's right. We failed him on that audition.
Hey, I was stone-faced. I don't know about you.
Wow. Well, listen, Kevin, that was something else.
Okay.
And
it was something. There's else, and that was something different. Then.
And that was a true story about Adam Schumann, by the way, right?
That's true.
I thought that was Adam Mills.
It was Adam and Steve. And so, instead of Adam and Eve, it's our
just
joke.
kidding, Peggy.
Oh boy. Okay.
Well, now the read's going to sound kind of boring.
Right. Well, yeah.
We're talking about members and cocks.
Now you got to put yourself into the read, I guess. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
There you go.
This is for Adam and Eve, everybody.
Don't hold back.
Fellas, are you looking to spice things up in the bedroom?
I hate it already.
Been fantasizing
Hang on,
about
start again. JP, the director, thinks that you're not meeting your full potential.
Just relax. I want you to breathe a little bit.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right. Just relax.
I want you to project too.
This is just it's fine.
I was trying to. Was I not sultry enough?
Don't force it. I want you to be yourself because whatever. It's your creative decision.
Myself wouldn't do this.
Well, be someone else being you.
That's what I've been doing all day.
All right. Well, keep it up.
All right.
Go ahead.
Fellas, are you looking to spice things up in the bedroom? Been fantasizing about surprising your lover with an adventurous new toy or adult movie? Well, here's an offer you won't be able to resist. Go to adamandeve.com for a little bit of time only and you'll get 50% off just about any item. But oh no, that's not all. When you select your one item at 50% off, you'll receive 3 free adult DVDs for a little inspiration. Plus a free extra gift so sensual we can't mention that it's a cock ring on the radio. And to top it all off, we'll even throw in free shipping on your entire order. And no, we're not teasing. So check out adamandeve.com today for your special offer. Get 50% off our one item when you type BNARNY for the offer code upon checkout. When you do, you'll get your 3 free DVDs, a free extra gift, and free shipping. Just use the code BNARMY at adamandeve.com.
Yeah. You're like a retarded Zach Galifianakis. And I love you for that.
That was so hot.
How retarded can I, more retarded than Zach Galifianakis?
I know.
More retarded, meaning you're not as rich as him.
Right.
How do you know?
Oh, yet, anyway.
I'm pretty sure.
As soon as this gets out on the airways, you're going to be famous.
Kevin, you get a microphone for the rest of the night. You don't go anywhere. You stay right where you are.
Sure?
I love you, and you can stay right where you are. Kevin gets a mic. Kevin earned a microphone, ladies and gentlemen. It's hard to do in this studio.
Can I get another beer as well?
Yeah.
I'm going to stick around because those 3 are way.
Get this man a beer.
After that, you're going to need a cigarette, too.
Listen, JP, if this whole Brewing Network thing continues to not work out for you, you've got a career in erotic gay writing.
Gay erotica. I do.
Yeah, I got a little wood there.
Yeah.
Was that yours?
Yeah.
Was
that was a personal piece.
That was his
I was kind of intrigued. I was like, I could read more of this.
It was a segment. It was a piece of a piece I've been working on.
Right.
I'm not going to say I'm a connoisseur of gay erotica, but
anything.
You're not going to not say it.
Right.
Yeah, I'm not saying that.
Right.
So we'll have to change your name to Gay
But I
P.
think you're right. He was onto something. It was it was believable.
Yeah.
The fantasy was believable.
I was there in that room. I was riveted.
I would like to think the performance added some.
Yes,
I'm sure you would.
Yes.
I think the end felt a bit rushed. But I didn't know how long to go on. I could have done 10 paragraphs on Adam and Steve and how they verbally foreplayed.
I didn't know you could go. The great thing is you could go you could take the same story and just make it go 2 different directions. You could be making heterosexual porn for chicks and I
could totally.
I'm all about glistening dudes getting out of the shower.
Right.
That's fucking awesome.
Hell yeah!
That does not smell like cheese. It's great.
Yeah. I think it needs to smell more oniony than cheesy, really.
I don't know. I think you really touched upon something inside yourself.
Indeed, he did.
I wish it was. Wait, shit. No. It's a lie. It's a lie. Okay, yeah.
It really came out.
Thank you.
There's no pun on that?
Yeah. Are we ready to share beers? Is that what we're going to do now?
Are we?
I think we should warm JP up on the Name That Holiday tune, and then we'll share some winter warmers.
Okay, so here's, as I mentioned at the beginning of the program, for this holiday season, we are going to play a new game, and that is Name That Holiday Tune with JP. And as it turns out, Kevin, JP here is a master at holiday songs.
Oh.
And the game is to figure out, in the least amount of time, what song it is we're playing.
So name that tune.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're going to
only holiday, like
only
holidays. Christmas holiday or just
Christmas holiday.
I'm gonna win.
There's only
It's
one
my
Hanukkah
birthday.
song.
But they could be variations. They could be from any band, right? So they're just the old Nat King Cole versions. For example, there might be some new rock in there.
That's correct.
I love Nat King
We're not
Cole.
looking at just old standards.
The melody will always be the same, but like Jay said, not necessarily the Bing Crosby version.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take callers to challenge JP.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll take probably 3 callers or something. Call in now, 888-401-BEER. But just to give you an example of the level of expertise, we thought we'd have Kevin and JP play first, just so that you can get to know, because we don't want to, just smack the listeners in the face with how badass JP is without them getting an essence of how good he is. So, Kevin, do you consider yourself good at holiday tunes?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all right. Because this is just a warm up anyway.
Okay.
Just to try, get a feel.
I'm just a punching bag. I'm okay.
Yeah. So Moscow, I believe, has some tunes ready for us. Now, how do we do this, Moscow? Do we play it and then it's just a short clip, and then the two of them get to guess at who it is?
The way it is, it's going to go, JP will go, I can name that tune in 7 seconds. And if Kevin wants to, I can name that tune in 6 seconds.
Before we hear it?
Yeah,
right, correct. And then you, JP, I can name that tune in 5 seconds, and then if Kevin says, well, that's bullcrap, name that tune.
So we bet first. Okay. All right.
All right.
Should we
let the challenger go first?
All right, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say I can name that tune in 8 seconds.
Okay.
I can do it in 4.
Just cut it out. And you call him at any time, or...
Okay, so and then I could call out and,
You now would either have to say, I can do it in 3, or you go ahead and do it.
All right, let's do it.
So he has to now do it in 4 seconds.
You got 4 seconds? All right, here we go.
All I want for Christmas is my 2 front teeth.
What?
Are you kidding me?
Swear to God. No other song starts like that.
Is a bad...
He's right.
He's right.
Yeah, that is amazing.
That was amazing. Jeff, you got to be kidding me.
No, I swear to God.
I didn't even realize the song had started.
All right, though.
Fairly incredible.
JP's right, though. There is no other song that starts like
half
that.
a second, though.
Yeah, but... I mean, it's very telling.
No, I had all the Nat King Cole Christmas album.
Yeah.
All right, okay.
I love that song.
All right, Kevin, next one, and how many seconds do you think you can name it?
2.
2 seconds.
That's right.
Oh man.
Well, because that's the only Christmas song I'm not familiar with.
Right. You went from not an expert to I'm going to.
Well, you can call him on it, JP.
Well, I don't know. I can't say 1 because that would be unbelievable. Because you need at least 1.5 to process what's going on.
That's not true. You just did that in half a second.
Yeah, it was half. No, but fine. Call him on the 2 seconds.
I'll call you on it.
You
all right,
can do
I
it
was
too?
lying.
Yeah. Give it a shot.
See?
All right, here we go.
3 and that was 3
That was
seconds.
it.
I have no idea.
JP,
Santa Claus
can you steal?
Oh, hell yeah, I can steal. That's the Hanukkah song. That's the that shitbag Adam Sandler.
No way.
No, it's
No.
Santa Claus is coming
That was
to town.
total. I have a guess.
Oh, did Doc get it? Is it
No.
Santa
I
Claus?
thought it was Feliz
No,
Navidad.
it is
I
Feliz
think it's
Navidad.
I'm going to agree with her. Feliz Navidad.
Has to be.
It is Feliz Navidad. Wow,
Yeah.
Nicole.
I told you I would win this shit.
Okay, all right.
See, now we're mixing things I'm terrible at. Foreign languages and Christmas songs.
Christmas song.
I can recognize mariachi from 6 miles away, bitch. I love that shit.
Well, listen.
So JP's human.
If JP fails to live up to his standards, Nicole is here as a backup, I guess.
Great. But I can't wait for that. I'll turn my headphones
we should
down
not forget
in
that first one
anticipation.
because that was still amazing.
That was still amazing.
All right, we'll do one more.
Okay.
Let's do one more.
One more. Who's going to bet for JP? Go ahead. How many seconds on this one? Now he's feeling off his
that was
game
some dead air there for a second.
after the last one.
He's human. It's okay.
Give him a minute.
You doubting himself?
2 seconds. I'm going. No, thank you, Tasty. I'm going right back on that shit. 2 seconds.
Okay.
Kevin?
We'll let 2 seconds stand.
Okay.
Name that tune.
Here we go.
Frosty the Snowman.
Yeah, he's right.
Wow!
Yeah. Not only is it Frosty the Snowman, it's the Jackson 5 version.
Oh, no other song starts like that. None. Here's my theory about Michael Jackson as a kid. He yells. He doesn't sing. He yells.
Right.
It's
He yells
absolutely
in
true.
key.
But he yells
You're
in
so
key.
right.
Right. Yeah.
He's not singing.
JP, you're so right.
See? Even she knows.
Even the master Cicerone thinks you're right.
All right, you feeling warmed up, Jipper?
He just yells melodically. It's kind of a cool thing.
Oh!
Ow!
JP guessed both of those in like under a second.
This is all I do. This is all I did for like my 10-year formative years.
Because you spent Christmas alone?
I spent Christmas alone.
Let's go to the phones. We've got Lorne on the line, ready to challenge JP. Lorne, what's happening?
Oh, not much.
Do you feel that you are a holiday jingle master?
I try to turn the radio as quick as I can when I come on, so...
Okay, all right, that's good enough.
Was
That's
that
fair
English?
enough. I think it means he likes holiday music.
No, I think that meant he turned the holiday
turns
music
it off.
off.
He said, "Oh,
Yeah.
I see." Okay, all right.
You got to recognize it quickly.
Well, if you've been paying attention, the rules are that you need to say in how many seconds you can do the holiday song.
It's hot in here.
And you and JP will go back and forth until you agree on one of you trying it. If you are challenged to do it in a certain amount of seconds and you win it, you win.
Right.
If JP is challenged and he wins it, he wins. And then there's the chance to steal, of course, for both of you. Are you ready?
Wait, what?
I'm ready.
Okay. So we'll start with you, Lauren. In how many seconds do you think you can name the holiday tune?
6.
6 seconds.
6?
Oh, yeah.
All
So
right.
did my mom.
I'll go conservative because I don't know this person. I'll go 4. I could do 4.
All right, Lauren,
Easily.
can you beat 4?
3.
Oh.
3 seconds.
Wow.
See, I was going to go conservative.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right. I'll do 2.
Ow!
Can you beat
I'll
2,
do 2.
Lauren?
What is this, an
Let's
auction?
hear it.
You said do it?
No, let's see what JP's got.
Okay. So in 2 seconds. Now, if JP doesn't get it, I say Lauren automatically wins.
I agree.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, it's Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
No.
Oh, really?
Not correct.
I know what it is.
It's Jingle Bell Rock.
No.
Really?
It's Grandma got run over by a reindeer.
Bullshit. Technically, that's disqualification because it starts out as another song and then goes into
No, it doesn't. It starts out as this song.
Yeah. Moscow cut that in.
Grandpa's awesome.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell, rock.
No,
It starts out differently.
It was Jingle Bells at first.
So technically, that's a fuck up on Scott.
All right, Lauren, you
It's a
win,
fuck up
buddy.
on Elmo and Patsy.
Wait, why do we have the Jewish guy playing Christmas songs?
No, holiday.
He's the only neutral party.
He's neutral.
That's right.
All right. Lauren, send an email with your address and that you won to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. We'll get your prize.
By the way, Tasty really loves this
Send back with Mel's. I live half an hour
game
from him.
because I really want to listen to it.
Hang on. Shut up, everybody. Sorry, Lauren. What was that?
So you can just send it back with Mills. I live half an hour from him.
All right, we'll send it back with Mills. Thanks, brother. Cheers.
He's all over that state. He'll drive by.
All right. Line 2 is Mike. Mike, what's happening?
Oh, not a lot. What are you up to?
Doing little holiday theme songs. Are you good?
Yeah, I think so. Is this Justin?
Yeah, it's Justin. Exactly.
Hey, Justin, what's going on, man? Missed you down in Norfolk, buddy.
Oh, it's Mike from Norfolk. Oh,
Norfolk. Hey.
Doc, it's Mike from Norfolk.
Norfolk.
Mike was a bro. He took care of us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew him.
Hey, guys.
He was a bro.
Hey.
All right, are you good at holiday tunes, Mike?
We'll see. We'll
Okay.
see. I'm a little scared. JP was kind of rocking the house a minute ago.
I'm good. Don't worry about it.
Except for Feliz Navidad because he's total racist.
And he did just
We'll see
lose.
how I do.
He did just lose to Lauren, so you
That's
got a
fine.
good chance.
I didn't lose. It was Moscow's fuck up. It's not mine.
He calls it technical.
Blame-
All right.
Hey, it's Christmas. Blame the Jews.
All right, Mike. In how many seconds can you name the next tune?
I think let's go 5.
Is this a competition, or do you just want to like see what I know?
That's just an opening bid.
Yeah.
I'm scared of what you know. It's what I don't know or might know.
5. All right. Well, I'm going to do 3. That's my standard.
Suicide. Go for it, man. Name that tune.
Okay, JP's got to do it in 3 seconds. Here we go.
Holly Jolly Christmas, Burl Ives.
No.
Done. No, that was it. Fuck you. That was it.
You said it with authority, though. It had to be.
No, you like name the.
That's who it is.
You're right there.
That's bullshit.
One more time.
Frosty the Snowman?
No, we already did Frosty the Snowman.
No. Doesn't mean you can't do it twice, but that's...
It has kids in it. I know that.
I disagree.
What is it?
It's Here Comes Santa Claus by Elvis Presley.
Chippy.
Well, I disagree.
Generic entry to that song I've ever heard.
See, it could have been any song. I don't know. After that last one, he's
So maybe you should stop guessing 2 fucking seconds then.
But I know it. See, now that you're playing it, now I know it. I didn't know that it was going to be the intro. I thought it was going to be, of the words.
Oh.
So I didn't know.
Hey, just to get into the Christmas spirit, can we sing along with one of those?
You want to sing along to this one?
I kind of like that one.
Let's do this one. All right, here we go. Everybody sing along.
Everybody sing along.
You too, Mike.
Everybody.
I'm on it.
All right.
Everybody.
Here comes Santa Claus, here comes Santa Claus, right down Santa Claus Lane. Scott can't sing because he's Jim.
The clip's over.
I'm real weird, but I've had it shit, and I'm gonna die on the shitter.
Christmas without you. Oh, dude,
Here comes a big log. Here comes a big log. My heart's giving out.
We should read Kevin's test script to that tune.
That is a great idea. Here comes Steve and Adam. Here comes Steve and Adam.
Dropping
Right
that
down
towel.
the Hershey Highway.
Oh, boy. All right, Mike, you've won. Just send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. We'll get your prize.
JP, you're losing.
I know.
Hey,
What's wrong with you? Shake up.
Shake it off, JP. You can do it.
Thanks, Mike. Cheers.
I took one more call.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that JP will be able to beat this person.
Why is it blubber?
I wish.
It looks like we got Steve-O back on the line. Steve-O, what's happening?
Oh, Chip, man.
But he has good things to say also.
What's up, big couple?
Oh. Justin,
What's happening, Steve-O?
what's up, brother? How you guys all doing?
We're good, man.
We're drunk. Wait,
And by we, she means her.
Wait, first of all, I want to tell Nicole Feliz cumpleaños.
Muchas gracias, senor.
She does have a great ass.
I don't think that's what he said.
Oh, that's what my hand is.
I'm pretty sure Casey had it right.
I was hoping you would remove that, actually.
Yeah,
All
right, Steve.
No, Justin, I'm faded right now, dude. I'm just getting drunk with you guys for the New Year, for the Christmas Eve, but I'm more drunker than usual, so I can't even comprehend right now. But I just wanted to call in.
Called the right show.
All right. So
I wanted to call in. I just want to make sure I got my points across first before I start making you guys make fun of me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I called in to say that before you make fun of me, that I want to make a donation to you guys for like all the brewcasters.
Is this like the airing of grievances?
No,
PayPal
won't give me credit.
Hang on, everybody.
PayPal won't give me credit, dude. I don't know what it is. I don't know if they know I'm Mexican or I don't know what the fuck it is.
I see. So you're well-intentioned. You want to donate, but you can't.
Right. So what I'm going to do is tomorrow I'm sending out a bottle. I'm drinking a bottle of the Brewery Oud Tart right now.
Okay.
And I think that motherfucker's so good. I know Justin's so generous that he always gives all the donations out to the brewcasters, so I'm going to send a bottle personally to Justin of that.
Wow.
But I'm going to send a
you're
little...
a sweetheart.
Can you just...
No, but I'm going to send some cash, too, with it. I'm going to send some cash with it so you can distribute it out to the brewcasters, too. It's not a lot because I'm a fucking broke-ass mailman.
It's not drug money, is it?
Hey.
I'm a drunk-ass mailman.
Steal some more bicycles and sell them.
It's the thought that counts.
It is, and this is very generous of you, Steve-O. I wonder, could you also send me my Huffy back?
Oh, don't listen to
Now they're
Justin.
Hey, Doug, and check it out. I told you
It was
this in the
orange.
past, dude.
If you see
I told you this in the past.
Listen, if you didn't lock it up, it's fair game.
I had pads on the gooseneck to protect my balls.
Hey, I'm not so witty today. You got me off my game, dude, because I'm pretty drunk.
It's not pretty normal to me.
Steve-O, we love you.
Thanks, bro.
You're being very generous, and thank you so much, man.
No, on the real.
Steve-O, is that like
Yeah,
Vivo's
no.
Latin lover?
No,
Yes.
before Uton, I did a side-by-side with Westy 12 and St. Bernardus right now. I just did a St. Bernardus Westy 12
Those are two
side-by-side,
good
too.
beers.
Wow.
So I've been drinking all day, dude, since 1 o'clock this afternoon.
That is some fine choices.
Steve-O's classing it up over
Yeah,
there.
you are a classy motherfucker.
Nicole,
Hey,
take it down a
I drink
notch
shit all
over there.
day, every day, all week, dog. Anyway,
All right.
before you guys, I don't know, I just want to get these points across. I'm
Okay.
trying to remember this before I'm drunk.
All right, what else?
I'm drunk.
All right, you got another point. Okay.
Did we get them all across?
No.
No. Okay, I'm sending in a donation cash with the bottle.
Thank you.
Okay, just
Beer and
because I
cash.
love all you guys. Everybody that's in there right now, I mean, I'm talking about JP, Moscow, Doc, DOC, my nigga.
Hey!
You know, Master Cicerone, you know what I mean? I'm talking about Nate Dogg, the hot master. All you guys, dude. All you guys are
Master.
fucking awesome. You guys
We
taught
love
me
you,
a
Steve.
lot.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Tasty McDowell. I
Yeah,
still
sir.
got that growler coming. I got that growler of. I'm the only one in SoCal.
Everything I
that's gonna have
promised is a big
Hang
one.
on, call waiting is coming through right now. I got to take this.
Oh, cheat, man.
Hey!
It's just a bill collector. I'm dodging
Are we
anyway, man.
going to let Steve-O play?
All right, Steve-O, thank
Do
you.
it.
I have to cut you off. You've done wonderful. You're,
Yeah,
you're,
thanks,
I thought
buddy.
he was going to play the game.
But now he's going to play the game. So I'm not hanging up on you, Steve. I got to stop you. And you know what? We love you around here.
He
You've,
totally would have got
Let's play
Feliz
this
Navidad.
you've been a lot of fun in 2012. So
I was thinking the same
Here you go,
thing.
Steve-O. In how
Am
many
I playing?
seconds you're going to play? In how many seconds can you guess the next tune, Steve-O?
Against JP?
Against
Against me,
JP,
son?
yeah. How many seconds?
JP is fucking good, dog. JP is good. I ain't gonna lie. He gets. Hey, I had that Feliz Navidad one like that though. You know that.
Yeah,
Yeah, he did.
he did. Me too.
He had that before Moscow hit play.
Yeah.
The Portuguese people used to listen to the Spanish
I'm
too.
gonna say a good average. And you know I'm good at playing games.
Okay.
And I'm good when I'm fucking drunk. I'm gonna say the average 3.5 seconds.
3.5 seconds.
That is
I don't think
specific.
he's not going to get like 5 songs and then take an average of them.
But he's saying that on average, he's
On
betting
average.
on his averages. So 3.5 seconds.
Fair.
Can you beat it, Chipotle?
JP, give me this one. Bro.
I'm not
Come
doing
on.
so well, dude. I don't know.
He's begging. He's like,
Moscow's
give me
winning
one.
this game. Yeah, you are.
I don't know. I don't
You
know
only
if I
have
should give it to him now.
You only have
I'll
to
do it
shave
3.
off a half second.
I'll do it in 3.
He can do it in 3
I'll do it in
seconds,
3.
Steve-O. Can you beat that?
Go ahead, JP.
All
I mean,
All right.
I'm happy
Let's see
for
what you
you.
can do.
I want you to win, JP. I want you to win.
Me
It's
too.
the holidays.
All
It's
right.
the holidays.
reversal.
What a guy. I like this.
Well, he's rooting for the minorities. It's all right.
All right, here we go.
Santa Baby.
No.
No.
Correct.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Here's 3 seconds, or 2 seconds.
Santa Baby. Da, 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 dee, da, da. It's the fucking song.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
With the kids
Go, Bevo.
Thought you'd have that one.
That was a Bevo winner.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Well, Steve-O, you won, man.
Hey, Justin, and
Yeah.
I was calling in for drunk of the week, but I say you give it to Nicole for her birthday, baby.
Well,
She deserves it.
Listen, I don't think it's her birthday that's going to earn her drunk of the week.
It's my birthday.
All right, guys. I love you guys. Happy holidays, and I'll see you guys soon when I go up there and rob your asses.
There we go. Cheers, brother. Hey, send JP your address. He'll give you a
Feliz
prize.
Navidad.
All right. Well,
Watch your 6 out there, bro.
you know, JP, in competition play, because we
Yeah.
had a warm-up and then we had actual regulation competition,
Right.
you got shut out.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. The first fucking 3 songs were bullshit.
Okay.
And then that one, I probably got lost in my head, but still, I thought it was going to be something completely different.
Whatever. You just
Right.
got bumped down to like NCAA division.
No one
like,
knows.
8.5.
That's
I
bullshit.
see what you mean. Had they been appropriately played through the computer, you could have
Right.
gotten 2 out of 3.
Right. Right. No, I would have got them all. But that's the thing, is who knows the intro? I mean, I know some of the intros, but the majority is like, you got to know the song.
It should have been the middle.
But, fucking whatever,
That's
dude.
not how Name That Tune works.
How
They
can
do
you
the
not
intros.
recognize mariachi when you hear it? That's all I'm saying.
That's a fair question.
I
From,
I spent 14 years listening to it, and I tune it out because it's the worst fucking music in the world.
Just don't even hear it anymore.
I can't get it.
Well, a
Is it
round of
bando or
applause
grupo?
for JP and all of our contestants today.
Whatever.
Yeah.
That's bullshit.
What's Kevin? How did you feel that JP did in that?
Well, I feel even dumber than I did before.
You know what's weird? That happens often in the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happens often to me. Like, I reach a level of dumb, and then reach a new level of
You
dumb.
walk in smart, you leave dumb.
Like, for example, Doc is a much shittier doctor now, 7 years later, than he was when he started at the BN. You know, he's still good. He's got a long way, but he's shittier.
He's not even a doctor any longer. He's a dentist.
He's a dental hygienist.
He's gone down to hygienist. I bet you that at times Doc wishes he was just a hygienist.
Oh, yeah, I can make a lot of money and have no headaches.
Right. You could switch over. You're not cute enough to be a hygienist.
Yeah.
Well, you can do the same thing if you were single.
Don't let him fool. You're cute enough.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, Kevin.
Dude.
Hey, Kevin would know.
You want to read that for me again?
All I got to say is...
We can do that later.
Mills can go home, Kevin stays. That's how this works here at the BN.
He does make way better beer than me.
Okay.
I'm melting, by the way.
So hot.
We do need to...
You're welcome.
Did somebody turn the heater back
Can you guys
on?
open that door a little bit, please?
That's not going to make it cool in here.
No, it's just going to make it
It makes it hotter, because all the heat from downstairs... That's why I keep telling you all to shut the fucking door.
I disagree.
And you never listen.
So, I do want to do our Share the Brewcaster beer game, but why don't we do this? Let's take a break first.
I would love to.
We'll cool it down here in the studio for everybody so they can not cry like bitches. And then we'll come back and we'll...
grievance. It's not crying.
Here's what we're going to do. Basically, we've decided to share some, not just winter warmers, but beers that we really enjoy this time of year with you. And then we're going to play another game. We're going to give you 2 facts about... the beers.
Our favorite holiday beers.
Our favorite holiday beer. One of the facts will be true. One will be false. Callers, you will get to decide which. If you get it right, we'll send you a prize. So stay with us. It's The Session, and we'll be right back after these words.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
When Michael Fairbrother started moonlighting, he had no idea how quickly his dream was going to grow. Having homebrewed for 15 years, Michael decided to go pro, but not with beer. While attending his homebrew club meetings, he saw ladies knocking their men out of the way to try his mead. Moonlight Meadery is now 2 years old and can produce 200,000 bottles a year. It's the first New Hampshire winery to ever distribute to California and Australia. In fact, you can now find Moonlight Meadery meads distributed nationwide. And they ship direct, too. They produce 56 different varieties of mead and are unlike anything you've ever seen on the market. Michael Fairbrother at Moonlight Meadery is a real success story that can make the BN Army proud. Visit Moonlight Meadery in Londonderry, New Hampshire, or online at moonlightmeadery.com. Moonlight Meadery. Romance in a glass. All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf Shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit austinhomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit austinhomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, austinhomebrew.com.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Writing Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolfbrow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peters. Free tastings Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m. featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator too. There's always something new at the Wolfbrow House of Beer. New and hard to find beer every week. No 2 visits are the same, just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolfbrow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolfbrow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. Here's a bite for beer lovers. Soft caramel made with real craft brew and coated in chocolate. And hop drops, hard candies made with real hop oil. Introducing Beer Candy from beercandy.com. Beer Candy's amazing caramels come in 4 mouth-watering flavors. IPA, bitter gold, wrapped in smooth white chocolate. Lager, made with a familiar beer from Boston and coated in milk chocolate. Lambic, soury Belgian goodness full of fresh raspberry and dipped in dark chocolate. And stout, roasty cocoa chocolate insanity. Hop drops are made with Fuggles or Cascade hops and are known as the candy that bites you back. Choose from sampler and full sizes of both and make your mouth jump to life. All at beercandy.com. Hop drops and beer caramels. Satisfy your sweet tooth as only a beer lover could with Beer Candy. Visit beercandy.com today.
Wait till you can pour it out of your own kegerator.
Yeah. I mean, your friends will look at you with awe.
And it's just hot.
It is?
It's so super hot.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
In a bar alone I'm sitting, apart from the laughter and the cheer, while scenes from the past rise before me, just watching the bubbles in my beer. And I'm seeing the road that I've traveled, a road paved with heartaches and tears. Seeing the past that I've wasted while watching the bubbles in my beer. A vision of someone who loved me brings a long silent tear to my eye as I think of the heart that I've broken and of the golden chances that have passed me by. Oh, I know that my life's been a failure, and I've lost everything that made life dear. And the dreams I once dreamed now are empty as the bubbles in my beer. love me brings a long silent tear to my eye. And as I think of the heart that I've broken and of the golden chances that have passed me by, oh, I know that my life's been a failure. I've lost everything that made life dear. The dreams I once dreamed now are empty as the bubbles in my beer.
Dear Bevo, let your hair hang low. My Bevo, let your hair hang low. I'll bring you more gold than those teacups can hold. My Bevo, let your hair hang low. My Bevo, your big boobies I long to see. Dear Bevo, your big boobies I long to see. Delicious and round, hang on while I pound your big boobies, my mind I see. My Bevo, I dream of your hair down there. Lovely Bevo, do you have hair down there? When I'm whacking my wang, it won't do a thing till I'm dreaming of your hair down there.
You're listening to the Brewing Network. Because like beer, radio shouldn't suck.
Welcome back to the program. It's the last show of 2012 and potentially the world. We got a few things left to do. We've got some beer to share with you, some Brewcaster favorites. We've also got Brewcaster some more fun to have. We're going to let some people play along with our beer sharing, which I think will be a fun way to educate about our beers. Now, we're kind of going to be half serious about the beers. We actually did all bring in beers that we enjoy at this time of year. They're not necessarily all going to be winter warmers, but they will be beers that we like to have at the table, either at Thanksgiving or Christmas or anytime people around.
In the wintertime.
In my searching around for it, I'll be honest, and we'll see how it susses out how everybody chose their beer, like which beers people chose. When I was searching around, I thought that I would be more original and rare than I am.
I agree with you 100%.
But what it ended up being was, well, okay, if the segment is beer that is always on my table around Christmas time, I shouldn't just be seeking out the rarest beer I could find. I should be seeking out the beer that's always on my table.
Right.
And so I ended up going, well, they're not even the rarest beers. But I still thought it'd be fun, and so, what we're going to do is talk about the beers that we enjoy having on our tables around Christmas and to share with our friends. And then we're going to give you, we'll have a caller for each one of us as we release our Brewcaster holiday beer. And we'll then give you two tips, either facts about the beer or tips about brewing the beer. Mm-hmm. One of them will be true, and one of them will be false. And it will be the callers. All the lights just went out.
We just lose power?
All the lights just went out in the studio. Oh, it's because it's Nicole's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Woo! Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Nicole. Happy birthday to you. Wow.
Awful.
Satan, thank you, bro. That scared the crap out of me. I thought all the power just went out. But
Your computer stayed on.
Suck it, Nicole.
Yeah, it does. And we mean that from the bottom of our hearts here at the Brewing Network. Suck it, Nicole. Happy birthday.
Thanks, guys.
I made the frosting myself.
Yeah, him and Kevin.
It's awfully dark.
All right.
It's got a special ingredient in it.
Right. Kevin.
That's about 8 billion special
I
ingredients.
can't believe you guys did this. It's so sweet.
That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
I'm glad you spent your birthday out here with us, Nicole. I know that you have better things to do, but we love you here at the Brewing Network,
Yes.
and we could not be happier for you to be a part of our show. So, happy birthday.
You could probably go get drunk anywhere.
Yeah, that's right.
Is the thing going to happen?
The
sprinkler?
The sprinkler? Is it all smoky in here?
Well,
I think the sprinkler happens with heat, not
Yeah, it's
smoke.
gotta be heat.
Okay, good.
God, that'd be a disaster. Could you
That would
imagine?
really be a mastery.
Oh my God.
That would be.
It would be a disaster in the end, but I would almost accept the disaster because it would be funny as hell.
Would we all be electrocuted?
Yes.
Okay.
Which
No,
would be
just-
So
funny.
we'd all die.
Just Justin.
Yeah.
I wouldn't.
Just me, right? Actually, Bevo's pretty safe. She's isolated in the booth
Unless
over
she
there.
touches the floor.
No, and there's nothing in there.
But you would watch us all. You would watch all of your friends die.
You'd be laughing
And
like
I'd
a
sit here and
maniac.
smile.
And
Wow.
she's learned a lot, and she would go, "That's good radio."
Callers?
Yeah.
And then I would be like, I'm out.
Remind me
bitches.
to teach you how to close the archive out and post it. All right.
All right. So
It'll be melted.
all of the brewcasters are here to share a beer with you, and I figured, I don't know what everybody's going to share, so why don't we just do this? On the count of 3, it'll go 1, 2, 3, and then yell it. So not on
Right.
3. It's 3 and.
It's not
That's
two
not,
and.
Yell
it's not
what?
1, 2, then. It's 1, 2, 3, and then
Yeah.
I want everyone to yell out the beer that they brought to share with us,
Okay.
and because I don't know how to figure out who to start with, so we'll hear them all at once, and then figure whoever's is the most interesting. We'll start with that person.
That's confusing.
We all say it at the same time.
That's too hard.
Everybody say your name at the same time. Just
All right.
it'll
Could
be
you
fun.
repeat the instructions?
Because otherwise, I have to go down a list of all. There's like 8 of you.
Yeah.
And,
Well, then if Doc goes first, I'm going to go, why can't I fucking go first?
right.
Okay, all right. I
So
gotcha. All right.
everyone
Why don't you
yell
go
it.
first? Go
Everyone
ahead.
yell it out at once. And it'll go 1, 2, 3, and then
the
you
name
yell
of the
it,
beer.
and then we'll
All
pick
right.
the most interesting one. All right, everybody ready?
Here
all
we
right.
go.
One.
What?
It's not how it goes. 1, 2, 3,
Right now?
and then.
Right now, like
Yeah.
now, do it
1,
go
2, 3,
now?
and then.
And then.
1, 2, 3, and then.
All right.
Okay.
And then.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Janet
Brown!
Brown.
Oh.
Wait, I was gonna do Janet
Wait,
Brown.
I sent the email out. I was going to do it.
You can't do Janet
I knew it was going to be on draft.
He said he'd bring it for me.
I always have Janet Brown.
I didn't get the memo.
Oh, whatever you got to take. It doesn't matter anymore.
Tasty, what did you yell out?
Heretic torment.
All right, we're just
Wait a minute.
This happened with me.
Wait, I call bullshit.
I didn't get the memo
That
on
beer's not fucking released yet. There's no way he likes to have it on his table every time because it's not even available.
Wait a minute.
He has special access.
We have like evolving
Bullshit.
Stipulations.
Bullshit.
It's supposed to just to be a winter warmer was the only
You're right,
requirement.
and that's fine.
Bullshit.
Now we're making it.
Well,
when
you took
have, like,
Celebration.
your
It kind of
table
screwed
every
his
year.
game up, man.
Yeah, this beer hasn't been out a year. Yeah, you're right.
So
GP.
can I not do Janet's Brown?
Hasn't even been out.
Well, I was close.
It's just so convenient downstairs on tap.
I was almost convinced that Tasty, who was the only one who wasn't in on that joke, would also have picked Janet's Brown. That I thought it would be hilarious if it's still funny.
It crossed my mind, but I thought it's not really a warmer.
Right. All right. We didn't all actually.
10% above's a warmer, you asshole. Look at this puny shit you got in front of you.
The instruction said winter beer.
Oh, hell yeah. I
Warmer,
passed
warmer.
Tasty's test. Hi.
Actually, Bevo, now, and listeners, you're all going to discover this as we go down the list. I sent out the email earlier this week, and I said, I want you all to pick a beer to share. It's a winter warmer, and it doesn't have to be spiced or Christmas, but you know, you pick something and you'll share it with us. And the responses that came in, I was so disappointed. I was like, wow, we're so boring. And I was going to say something about it, but then I realized that I was also going to be boring. Bevo, the least beer-centric person in the room, is the only one who picked sort of an eccentric beer. But we'll find out. I actually don't know everybody's beer. But
the most boring person.
I was pleasantly surprised.
Beer knowledge useless person in the room.
Was like, she picked a really nice Christmas beer to share. And so I was proud of you.
Thank you.
It's
I
Mickey's.
like to drink.
It's a Mickey's. Bodie.
Well, it's green.
Got the bee on it.
It's a
Right.
green bottle. You can make it look an ornament, like real nice.
Party.
Well, with that being said, why don't we start with Bevo and
finish up with her too.
No.
Hand your beer out the door so we can pour it.
Can I get a glass?
Yeah, I guess.
You got to chug the bottle.
I don't know.
Yeah.
right,
Stop
yeah.
complaining so
Can I
much.
get some of that?
Yeah.
Thank you.
God damn it.
A lot of complainers.
I hate it when you complain.
Shut up.
So, tell us what your beer is, Bevo.
My beer is Delirium Noel.
Ah. And how long have you known about this beer?
8 seconds.
I actually learned about it. I just discovered it this year, but Delirium is one of my favorite beer making things.
The regular
breweries?
beer making thing.
Just in case you thought she was kidding about the lack of beer centrism.
That
5
was
years
on
on the
purpose.
show, and you can't think of the word brewery.
So,
We're
I
believers
don't like
now.
being put on the spot.
but you, in general, you really enjoy Delirium
I do.
Tremens.
Yes,
the regular
Tremens
one.
is my. I would say it's my favorite beer.
That surprises me. What do you like about Delirium Tremens?
I like. I like that it packs a punch.
Yeah,
that it's
it does do that.
Very drinkable.
Drinkability is
It has quite a bit of drinkability.
Okay.
It doesn't take much.
And it gets, it gets you fud up.
And I don't drink very much. So if I'm gonna drink, I want it to.
Well, you're a mom now,
Yeah.
so when you drink, you don't have like a lot of time to drink. So when you do drink,
all
you have
night.
to drink
Right.
quickly, and this will help you get there.
Also, exactly.
But
And also, since I became a mom, I can't drink as much. Aside from the breastfeeding thing, I get heartburn really bad
Oh.
from beer. So if I'm gonna drink, I want it.
Shit, Nate, we
To
should
be
never
over
have
real
kids.
fast.
I want to drink it and get it over with.
Yeah.
So
A lot like semen.
you were.
Wow.
Speaking of that, Terrence just
Sam's
walked in.
gonna come up here and be like, "That ain't true."
Yeah, she's a liar.
Well, first of all, to say the word "drink the semen" means it sounds like there's more than like half a pint. That's just disgusting.
Sam is a.
When you don't do it that often.
It builds up.
No, actually, it doesn't. I'll learn about
Watermelon
biology
nuts.
later, but that's all right.
I'm kidding.
All right, so you moved from Delirium Tremens, and then one day you discovered
Are we drinking this beer?
Delirium Noel.
Well, yeah, the Christmas party for my office, one of the doctors bought it. He is actually also a home brewer, and we had a nice little chat about it, and I proceeded to get drunk.
What do you like? Is that what you like most about the Noel? Is still the high alcohol content?
No,
Are
I
just doctors? Are they like?
They're
Is
eye
it, or
doc- eye
are they
doctors.
kind of like dentists?
No, they're
Or
eye
like
doctors.
not really
Eye
doctors,
doctors.
just kind of.
They're eye surgeons.
Yeah.
Rude.
Now I'm getting.
So,
No,
this one-
I like the flavor. It definitely has a nice Christmassy, spicy warmness
Yeah.
that I enjoy.
Okay. Well, that's not a bad description.
It reminds me a little of
Yeah.
like apple cider.
Okay.
Like the spice character reminds me of cider.
Yeah. It's got a dry characteristic like cider.
Put that
plus,
in the positive
it's
comment.
got a lot of effervescence and then some spice to it.
All
Good
right.
thing to have insider.
All right, let's go to one of our callers who will play along with the beef. Ellis from Texas is on the line. Ellis, what's happening?
Nothing much. What's up?
All right, buddy. So, Delirium Delirium Noel is the beer, and now Bevo is going to give two statements about the beer, and you have to tell us which one is true and which one is false. Okay?
Gotcha.
All right, Bevo, what do you got?
Okay. WLP 530 from White Labs, which is a West Mall yeast, will add the best flavor to your beer.
Okay, that's one statement.
Pitch at 78 degrees to enable a fast ferment, and it'll help develop the flavors that this beer is known for.
And that is the second statement about the beer. Ellis, which is true and which is false?
Let's say the first statement was false and the second true.
Bevo?
That's incorrect.
Oh, it's the opposite. Well
Yeah, 78
done,
high
Beaver.
for any yeast, I guess, huh?
Isn't this the opposite game?
Well, listen, Ellis,
78's a little high.
thank you
I
for
thought it was
playing.
a dating game.
I'll tell you what, send JP an email anyway. We'll send you a small prize.
Every time you say the price, it's $5. I want you to know that.
It's JP at thebrewingnetwork.com. And I want to congratulate Bevo not only on picking a unique beer, but doing well on the facts part of the game. Yeah.
And I would like to thank many people in this room who basically did my homework for me.
Oh, no, own up to
Right.
it, girl. That's how everybody does their homework.
All right, Alice, thanks for playing.
You said I could hold your books when we walk home now on Fridays.
You still can.
Okay, thank you.
All right, why don't we just go down the list? We'll head over to Doc now.
Okay. I picked Chimay, the blue label, the Grand Reserve.
What are the three labels, just to remind me? Is it red, white, and blue, basically?
Red, white, and blue.
Yeah.
Red is a premier.
Everybody open their
And
bottles.
the white is a 500.
Yep. It's the white is basically like a triple. It's I don't like it. I think it's a little too thin. This is a winter beer, and it's nice and big and chewy. Anybody can get it anywhere. Those are my keys. Nice.
You can buy this at the Safeway. You can probably buy it at Walmart.
Yeah. Or Target.
I was impressed that you can buy these at the Safeway. Safeway is a lot of craft beer now.
Yes.
Yeah. They are.
Well,
pretty
you've
nice.
been able to buy a Chimay at Walmart since before it was legal for me to
Walmart,
buy
I know, yeah.
Or
Really?
from Safeway, rather.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been there a long time.
It's been there a while.
Oh, it's right there with the Mickey's Tall Boy single.
Tall Boy. But
cans.
it's a Belgian dark strong.
Okay. What do you like about it around your holidays?
I'm always big on correct beer for the weather. I wouldn't want to be drinking this necessarily when it's real hot out.
Right.
But in a nice cold winter time, it's nice. It's something you can sip and get around. It's big. It's chewy.
Okay. You'll move over to the Duvel when it's hot out.
Yes.
Chimay when it's cold out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't shift alcohol content.
Nothing under 7%.
I shift body, not alcohol content. I
Color
see.
and body, but I keep the alcohol up there.
And is this a beer style, the Chimay in particular, that you like to brew?
Yes.
It is.
actually.
Okay.
Yeah. One of my beers medaled for the dark strong.
Oh, got it. Okay.
So that was a good high point.
And the blue label is the one you prefer?
Yes,
as well? Yeah.
yes, it is. The red's nice.
Okay.
But I like the blue label much better.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so much better than the last one, in my opinion.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
my
Delirium
God.
Noel was off or something.
Michael
I got soy
Jackson used
sauce out of it.
to define this beer when it's at its finest as having kind of a sandalwood character as to the overall flavor composition.
I guess that's sand.
I disagree.
You disagree with Michael Jackson?
That's correct. Yeah.
Well, not only that, but you
You
disagree
go
with
with that.
that he said that. I don't think he said it at all.
Yeah.
I think
Actually,
it was
he
Stan
disagrees that he
Hieronymus.
ever said that.
Yeah.
Would you cite a reference, please?
I think I just did, but okay.
I do get a little vomity. Anyone else get that?
I haven't gotten it yet.
Well, I don't know if this is like the finest bottle of Chimay.
Tasty, you want to keep that bottle?
Grand Reserve we've ever tasted.
Let me taste some Chimay then.
It's from the Safeway. How could it not be?
You know, one thing that I like
Hey,
about
that's
the
a good. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Chimay is that it's a nice beer to share with family and friends who are not extremely into beer, because I do think it's a nice, flavorful, palatable beer, but also it's not a beer you have to send them on a wild goose chase to find, like we're noting that you can get it at the Walmart and things like that.
That's why I picked it.
If they like it, they can go find it.
And it's a good beer. The people that I don't like dark beer.
It's not dark.
It's the
To some people
marijuana
it is.
of dark beers. It's a gateway.
It looks brown in color, but it's very light in flavor.
It's another thing that
It's like
you brought up
never-
with it being sweet but not sweet.
Yeah,
it's still dry.
It's sweet but dry,
and
it's a weird thing.
I like beers that are very effervescent too.
Give us your cognac drinker on your list. You know, you'll save a lot of money. Like, you have that one person on your Christmas list that you normally buy a bottle of Hennessy for. We'll give them a bottle of
Kim Jong Il.
Yeah, give them a bottle of
Henny.
Chimay Grand Reserve. Hey, they'll like it.
At one point, he was the
They will
world's
enjoy.
largest consumer of Hennessy. By the way,
true.
I'm sure.
That's a joke.
Bevo, what's the
Not a
name
joke,
of,
it's true.
of,
Yeah,
of
yeah.
line 2? Want to ride is the name?
Want to
Hell yes.
All right.
Oh wait.
Live to
It was
want,
like me
want
and
to
Nate
ride.
earlier. Wait, what?
Want to ride. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, Jess?
How are you, buddy?
Drunk.
Good. Good man.
Prove it.
It's the time of show to be that. You know,
Thing that
time
you
of
are.
year and time of show. All right. Well, so here's what we're going to do, Want to Ride. We've talked about the Chimay Blue. Doc is now going to give you 2 points about this beer, and you're going to tell us which one is true and which one is false. All right?
Do it.
Okay, so this is a big, complex beer. It's a big, chewy thing. It's but not.
That's true.
But not too sweet, that kind of thing. So, but to get that nice malty complexness, you're going to want to use several crystal malts in there. You don't really want to go over 10%, but you want to kind of break it up. You want to have 4 or 5 different ones in there to kind of give that malt backbone you're talking about.
The complexion. Okay.
All right, and then
there's that one statement there.
Yes, that's one.
Okay.
Are you sure?
And on the other one's going to be you want to have this yeast driven too, and you want to have it finish out. It's going to start as the big beer, so you're going to want to pitch it in the high 60s, low 70s, and let it free rise up as far as it wants. And it's big; it's going to go up there. So don't worry about if it gets up in the high 70s either.
Okay. All right. Want to ride? One of those is true, and one of those is false. Go ahead, please.
Yes.
Oh, tough one. That's really changing it up. I'm going to say the first one is true. It's if you want a complex beer, multiple malts and under 10% of the total grain bill will probably be true.
Okay. Doc?
That's false.
Wow. I love this game.
It's a good game.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Doc. Clarify.
Such a misconception about Belgian beer.
Belgian beers are always very, very simple.
Okay.
And
no crystal malt.
No crystal malt.
No crystal malt.
Just basically, it's going to be a lot of Pilsner and something in there for color.
No crystal malt.
No crystal malt.
Okay.
But you want it, basically, you don't want to throw the kitchen sink on this thing. You might think it tastes like a lot of things in there, but it's not. You're going to want to keep it very, very simple.
But they are...
Well, maybe a little special B, but...
Yeah, maybe a little special B.
No English crystal malt!
But they are, on the other hand, very yeast-driven, and you could do the high temperatures you're talking about.
Yeah, that's fine.
You got to do that. Okay.
Just to get it to finish up. But the thing is, just keep this recipe very, very simple. Don't stick 5 different kinds of specialty malts in
Can you use crystal malt?
Not if I want. A good thing she's 2 feet away from me.
You know, moderation is key, but
no crystal malt.
No, not 15% crystal malt.
Yes.
Want to ride?
I like getting this information from Doc because Nicole's kind of like Doc if he was a woman and could hold his alcohol.
Right.
Wait, this is Doc holding his alcohol?
All right, brother.
Thank you.
You
I didn't know Doc could do that either.
You did lose the game, but we'll send you a sticker or something. Just shoot an email over to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com and tell him you lost.
All right.
Yeah. Tell me you're
That's
a loser.
Justin holding his alcohol.
Thanks for playing, brother.
Doc holds his alcohol. It's
Everybody's
just in his gut.
/loser.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to Nathan and Nathan's beer.
# loser.
I brought us today North Coast Old Stock Ale.
This segment's going to get me drunk, by the way.
Great one for the holidays.
Yeah, smaller pours.
And a couple different vintages, 2006 and 2009.
You old dog. I almost brought Old Stock, too.
Nice,
this is a wonderful choice.
Yeah, this is not something I want to drink in July, but it's great for drinking during the holidays. It's a little bit sweeter of a beer. It's pretty big. It's really interesting. It's kind of in the English tradition of a stock ale or an old ale. It's perfect for the cold weather.
And this is often found on your cold weather table because of that.
Absolutely. Between Christmas and New Year, at least put a couple of these back.
And this is definitely one of those beers that... is this the other one? I don't have another glass for the other one, so I'll just hand the other one around. The other year. This is definitely one that ages better than a lot of beers I have aged.
It's built for aging. It's a beer that they create, and they intend somebody to keep some around if they want to.
Yeah.
See how it can develop complexity over time.
This smells so good.
One of the brewers up there, his name is Ken. And Ken is a great dude and a great fan of the Brewing Network. And in fact, he's a brewer at North Coast who makes this beer who has our logo tattooed to his arm. And he's a badass. And every time we go to festivals, he brings us different vintages of Old Stock.
Nice.
And I've never opened one
really
that didn't age well.
Yeah. Right.
I've never opened one that had issues. And part of that is probably that Ken has been taking care of them. But, I mean, it's such an easy beer to age. To let stick around and open at the Christmas table.
But it's sort of in this interesting tradition of a beer that could have that potential.
Yeah.
An English beer that was a stock ale or a blending beer, a really strong beer that had, this shelf life built into it, so to speak.
Sure.
This 06 Jameson, or this 06 Old Stock tastes as good as the Jameson frosting that Susie made.
Oh, well, we haven't even gotten to Susie's yet. Hang on for that.
She made some frosting for some cupcakes.
Oh, I see. What was the first beer that you opened? What year was that? Was that the 06?
06. I brought 06 and 09.
Okay.
I poured you the 09 in the plastic cup.
That's kind of cool to compare. I figured it'd be kind of fun.
I had an 09 on my shelf. Actually, I did bring it. So I have 09 too, but I didn't choose it as my beer, but I almost did, Nathan.
Oh, we almost doubled up.
We're not through, everybody. I still wonder
don't think we have any doubles
if
yet. We'll see if
anybody's
we don't.
doubled up, but I like this beer. This is a good choice.
It's a really nice holiday beer. It's not one you want in warm weather, but cold weather, it goes so nice.
Don't want to be tailgating with it?
All right, let's go to Busted Brewing. He's on the line here, and he's going to play along. Busted, what's happening?
Hey, what's happening, man?
All right, buddy. So Nathan's going to read 2 facts about this beer, and you're going to tell us the true one and the false one. Go ahead, Nathan.
First fact. This beer is more than 10% alcohol and brewed only once per year at the brewery. Next little piece of info. This beer is brewed with American hops.
First one's true.
Nathan? He said the first one is true. Sorry, Nathan doesn't have headphones on.
The first one is true.
Okay. All right.
Well done, sir.
So it's not brewed with American hops?
It's not. No, this is all English Goldings. If we can believe the info that I could find out about it. I don't think it's brewed with any American hops. No.
I've actually had that beer. It's pretty much like an all English beer. It's all Fuggles, English malts, all that good stuff. So
yeah, exactly.
It's an awesome beer. Well done, Nate.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man.
And in fact, even just going with the English theme, it does remind me of like a J.W. Lee's or is it Hardee's? The other one that you can really like sit around for 10 years and taste like this.
Like an aged Thomas Hardy's kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a beer that ages so well. It's nice when you see they sell 4-packs of it. You can just buy one and drink one and keep the other 3 for many years. It's cool for that.
Well, Busted, you're our first winner tonight so far.
Congratulations.
In the Brewcaster Beer Game.
Thank you.
Send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com and say that you were a winner, not a loser.
You
were. Yeah, and you'll
one
get
of the few times in my life I can say that.
You'll get a sticker and a half.
Maybe.
Awesome.
Thanks for playing, brother.
All right, have a good one, guys.
It's interesting to see everyone's tells. Because I've been 3 for 0. I've got every single one.
You got them all right.
Yeah.
Oh, but not because you know
because
about
of
the beer.
fact, because I'm listening to how everyone's talking.
Sure. Nate's tell was too easy.
Mine was lame. Yeah, sorry.
He wouldn't even pretend that the other one was a fact.
I couldn't come up with anything better than that. So
I'm
It's like trying to guess what my Christmas present is.
It's easy. I'm pretty sure Nathan's
You
never
wrote
lied
mine.
in his life.
No, but
I don't think
how
so.
you said it.
He doesn't know how. Nathan is he is the hardcorest goody two shoe I've ever met in my life.
He's a good man.
Makes Abe Lincoln seem like an asshole.
But no one understands him but his woman.
Yeah.
And
Honest Abe is a dirty liar.
And you compare him to Nate, yeah.
And Doc stuttered and couldn't breathe through his lie.
No, because I was making it up as I was going.
Right. Because it was a lie.
And
yeah.
I need like hours to think of a good lie, and even that doesn't come off very well. I didn't even know this was the game until like half an hour before.
Should have told me. I lie all the time.
I spelled it
Nate.
all out in the email to all of you guys. Was it not clear?
No, I'm retarded.
All right, Nicole, what do you got?
All right.
Hang on, I'm still tasting the.
What you don't have is a microphone.
The 09.
So I
Keep
wanted
up,
to do something different.
All right.
Obviously,
Keep your clothes on.
some of my favorite beers, some of my favorite Christmas beers are the ones from Belgium. Like I really love a lot of Belgian Christmas winter beers. There's a lot of them come out of that country. But when I really thought about what I really drink around the holidays, I might spend a day or two focusing on those specialty Belgian beers, or I might bring them to my holiday table or whatever.
Right.
But when I come home from a long day of Christmas shopping or decorating the house or whatever it is, and what I want to warm up with, usually, to be honest, is an American IPA or double IPA. I tend not to drink a lot of double IPAs over the summer or even in the fall months or in the spring months.
Okay.
I tend to be attracted to those in the winter. And actually, if you're going to be a seasonal hophead, winter can be an opportune time to do so because a lot of medium-sized breweries are using new hop harvest during that time of year.
Okay.
So that can be kind of an enticement. Like I know
that's a good call.
Sierra Nevada Celebration, which maybe somebody is going to taste later. I know they use fresh harvest hops for that.
What'd you pick? What happened after the earth cooled? I'm fucking with you.
They were dinosaurs, dude. Hello, we've covered that.
So something about when I'm feeling Christmassy, I'm all about like the pine smell, like having that Christmas tree in your house, and like those bright aromas. I chose to exemplify this. I chose Firestone Walker Double Jack.
All right.
That's a good beer.
Double Jack is a little bit sweeter, especially for a West Coast double IPA. There's definitely some solid sweetness there.
Well, it's an English style, right?
But yet there's still the strong, citrusy, slightly piney aroma.
Yeah.
I like to think about like the pine needles in the snow. Like I want this fresh, bright, evergreen kind of like citrus holiday kind of aroma.
Yeah.
And it just makes me have the Christmas spirit,
You have made
Spirit
me...
is in me.
It's in me. I got it.
You have made me like this beer. I am a Firestone fanboy, but the Double Jack has escaped my appreciation.
It's a little sweeter than the other Firestone beers.
But you've made me a fan of this right now. You're right about it being a good wintertime beer.
Yeah.
I didn't even sample it.
Yeah.
Is it still going
It's
around?
coming
Yeah,
around.
it's still
Here
going
it comes.
around. I don't want it.
Oh.
It's not my style.
Because it hasn't been mine either, but sometimes
You think
when
I
you
should try
listen...
it?
Yeah.
But it tastes
All right.
like Christmas, JP.
Well, what's it
I
gonna
even
hurt?
tried it.
And you might still not like it, but what's it going to hurt? I've said this about brewers coming on the show.
my
Sometimes they
PhD.
make us like their beer just because we get to know them.
Yeah.
And your description of this beer as a wintertime beer has changed my opinion.
Context is key.
Yeah.
I would not go for a beer this sweet in the middle of summer. but
Yeah, me neither. And that's
This time
probably
of year, it's perfect.
That's probably every time
Resiny.
I've tasted it is on a 90-degree
It's-
day.
Yeah.
It's very resiny.
Nicole,
Yeah.
well, what do you think the sweetness is coming from in this beer? Is it
That is not the time for this
I think
question.
it's coming from the malt profile and the attenuation level. I mean, I think it's straight up actual literal sweetness.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to sit in a ski lodge in Tahoe and drink this beer now.
Like after a long day on
Yeah.
the slopes.
Yeah. In a really nice pantsuit.
It's crisp.
In a tight-fitting one-piece pantsuit.
It's rejuvenating, refreshing, and it also kind of messes you
We
up
talking
real fast.
polyester?
Perfect
Yeah.
for winter.
I want to clean my wood floor with it.
Possibly with some.
So very piney for
It's
JP.
so hot and like.
Did Bevo get any?
I did, yes.
Okay. All right.
But I love Matt Brandleston to death.
Okay. Well, we got a lot to get through, so let's go to one of our
Go to
calls.
line one first.
Back to one, which should be Michael in Japan. Michael, what's that?
How exotic.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you, buddy?
How's it going, Michael?
You don't sound like
Very good, thank you.
Yeah, he's the clearest caller in years.
Right. Not
Jeez.
only does he not sound far away, but he doesn't sound very Japanese.
Yeah.
Well, he
That's
probably
good
built his computer that's calling us right now.
No, actually, I'm on the office phone, so right now my boss is paying for this call.
Oh, well, God bless him. You sound like $1 million.
Okay.
Well, you got to do what you got to do.
Have you been listening at work on the company dime?
Yes, I am, of course. And I had to turn the video off, though, because it was getting too slow, the broadband for me.
Okay.
Well, I'm sorry you can't look at me.
I saw you getting pretty hammered there as we were going.
Must be really disappointing.
Own that shit.
And our large
Nicole.
American penis.
Where in Japan are you calling from?
Right now, I'm right in the middle of downtown Tokyo, looking out the window. From my office, about 15-minute walk is the local Hooters.
No, okay.
What?
Yeah,
Wait.
One of our best exports.
In Japan?
Yeah. I think it's called
Yeah,
Bumps.
well, the Hooter Ferry doesn't come here often, but
Right.
I was surprised. They actually have Hooters there.
It's called Waves.
It's called Wrinkle in Dress.
They're bumps.
All right. Okay.
Well, is it one of those places
it's
where
so wrong.
where the floors are mirrored, like all creepy style, like
Hey,
Japan likes to do?
I've seen Japanese chicks with bigger tits than me, so.
No, but you can find all that kind of creepy stuff over here somewhere.
Hell yeah!
I'm sure you can.
Book me a flight.
All right, Michael. You know the game.
They still have the vending machines where you can buy used underwear.
Yeah.
What do you mean they
I
still
don't know why
have
I'm
them?
clapping for
I'm
that.
in the
I would
wrong
never,
profession.
I would never buy used underwear. However, I would sell used underwear. Yeah.
Creeper.
It's just the kind of man you are.
Yeah.
You should get a vending machine business.
After you sniffed them?
The used underwear network.
Yeah.
Since I can segue this
Wonder
in
more
right
money
now,
than the beer thing.
Yeah.
speaking of creepers, I got a call from Sugar something.
Sugar Valley Brewer.
Yeah, he sent you a new
We have a new song?
creepy freaking song.
Is it about you?
It's not about me. He apologized for writing such a terrible song about me.
Really?
Bebo. How's your hair down there?
He's actually a very nice man.
I mean, on your toes, not your vagina.
No, I really didn't mean your vagina.
Oh, I see. He did. He sent a song for Nate and Nicole.
Yeah, he did.
All right, we'll play it after the game. Michael, I got to get through this because we got several beers.
Yeah.
You
And
know
I'm
how it's going to
melting.
go. Nicole now is going to give you two pieces of information about this beer. One of them is true, and one of them is false. You tell us which. Go ahead,
All right,
Nicole.
bring it.
Double Jack is made with 23% New Zealand origin hops.
Okay.
Double Jack is made with 12% Munich malt.
Okay.
I've never even heard of Double Deck. I've been here for 23 years.
Oh, so he's never had it. So you're going to be doing this.
Okay, so can I pull a lifeline and hope that somebody in the chat room will help me?
No. Let's do the studio because I agree with you. What fun is it if he's never had the beer? Those are two comments that I think if you taste the beer, you might be able to pick them out. JP is raising his hand that he would be your lifeline. Would you accept it?
I will accept JP. He's pretty good for these things.
JP?
I would say the first one, based solely on she tried to keep it as deadpan as possible.
Okay. What was the first one? It's made with...
Double Jack is 23% New Zealand hops.
Okay. And the second one?
Double Jack is 12% Munich malt.
Tasty, you want to jump in and give an opinion here?
Yeah, it's the Munich malt, 12% is correct for the Double Jack.
Okay, so JP is now saying that the first one is correct, and Tasty is saying the second one is correct.
No, I'm saying the first one's a lie.
Oh, okay,
Yes.
so you're agreeing with
Yes.
Tasty?
Yes.
Does anybody in the room think that the first one is correct?
Why not?
Moscow says that this is going to be easy. Moscow says that the first one is correct. Michael, who would you like to choose as your lifeline?
I'll go with JP
All right.
and everybody else except for Moscow.
Thanks a lot.
You are correct. There are no New Zealand hops in Double Jack.
Okay, no New Zealand hops whatsoever.
Well,
All right.
fuck, I should have my own TV show on FX or some shit. The fucking mind reader.
Should you or should I?
Seriously.
Fuck, I don't know. That just fried a fucking fuse in my brain. I don't know. It's a good question. Oh, good. More people in the room. Great.
All right.
Great.
Michael, since you're in Japan, you get nothing.
You get nothing!
Oh, well, that's okay.
No, I'm kidding. We're going to do it. We're going to send you a prize.
You already have used underwear on the street. What more do you need?
I know, seriously.
We're going to send you
I don't think
JP's used
anybody
underwear.
has a BN T-shirt over here.
Okay.
Do you want us to use it first?
Yeah, and pay $16.95 to ship it to you?
All right, JP, make
I'll
sure you
do it. Bevo could wear it around the office for a while if she wanted, I suppose.
I could use it as a towel for like a week.
Dear Bevo,
let's
wear
not
my
go with that.
shirt
As
before I
underwear
get it.
down there.
Yeah.
Maybe you have a heavy flow.
All right,
That I don't know.
Send an email
Bevo.
to JP at thebrewingnetwork.com. JP, I'd like you to send Michael a Brewing Network T-shirt.
You got it. You remind me, Michael, in your email.
There you go.
Will do. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, brother.
I love your
Cheers.
show, by the way.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Cheers.
Ohio.
All right, we're moving on to Tasty, the Taste-O-Matic.
Histomatic. Well, for the sake of brevity.
What's that supposed to mean?
What do we have here,
It's a
Andy?
Big Lebowski joke.
Oh, I also am a big fan of the Dark Strong. Like Doc.
Terrence.
Yeah, you are.
And his Blue Chimay.
Me too, Tasty.
And I'm
Don't
also
tell
a
Nathan.
big fan of Heretic Brewing Company.
Okay.
Great people over there.
Yeah.
So I'm pouring Heretic's Torment. They're Dark Strong.
Okay. Another Dark Strong is making it to the winter warmer circuit here.
Yeah, it's a warmer. It's 10%.
All
I
the
almost
cool-
brought no one too.
All the cool kids brought winter warmer.
It'll get
I love
strong
those
dark.
It'll
dark,
heat you up a little bit.
strong beers.
This is fantabulous.
Like her men.
Now,
Oh, wait.
This beer,
Fat,
and these aren't my facts. Sort of going against the grain with Doc. This beer has like 4 or 5 different specialty malts.
Okay.
Wait, should we take a caller first? Sorry.
No.
These
He
aren't
said
the
he's
facts.
not giving his facts.
I got
Yeah.
the facts that come later.
Yeah.
All right.
This is so good.
Which include Big Load of Munich, 4% Cara Munich, Special B. I'm just going by Jamil's award-winning recipe. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
This is what I think he would do.
Here's the big load.
Special B, fair amount of wheat, melanoid malt, about 2% melanoid malts, and of course, it's going to have some dark candy sugar in it.
Okay.
Yep.
But it's interesting. It's got a lot of complexity to it.
It is interesting. And, even though it has the complex malts that you're talking about, it is very in line with the Chimay, isn't it? Don't you think it has the same kind of...
I get a same vomity smell from it. It's the same exact one.
I think that's your shirt.
It might be after I keep drinking
He probably
beer.
used the Chimay yeast.
It could be, yeah.
Denominator.
It could be the yeast.
It's not as dry as the Chimay.
No.
But it is still dry. Andy in the room, by the way, is saying it's dry also. I do think it's still dry. But it has more sweetness and more malt complexity, which I think Tasty's describing.
Yep.
But yeast-wise, it's almost as if I think he's using the Chimay yeast.
Yeah, I think he is. It's probably the 570.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's got that. That's the characteristic I'm picking out.
There's like a touch of kind of harsh heat to it.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I find that.
Right.
But it's not.
I thought the Double Jack had more of a harsh heat
behind
than this
behind the malt
The alcohol
complexity.
bite,
It's kind of like
warming pick.
Yeah.
Hey, you want that. It's like that shot of vodka before you go into cold night.
Right.
You want a little.
Great bear.
Yeah.
You want. It's winter. We want a little bit of that.
Hey, Nicole, it's vodka.
Vodka.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
Vodka.
With a
Do I
W.
say it right now?
Vodka.
Vodka.
I like this beer. I do agree with some of the extreme characteristics of it that you're all talking about. The heat, a little bit of vomit.
Because I'm an X Games fan, motherfucker. I'm extreme.
What is with you guys?
God,
Vomit?
I got
Little vomit.
Are you trying to ruin this beer?
No.
Smell it in this glass. It may
What
be
is that?
different in
Hydrogen
glass.
and.
Well,
might be
here's
different
what's
in there.
here's what's weird about
hydrogen
that.
sulfide.
Is even as I'm picking up on that flavor, I'm not saying that it's terrible, which is an odd thing to say when you use a descriptor
It's a good
like
vomit smell.
that. Well, it has an acidic. It's an aromatic. It's like the acidity is almost it's almost in vapor. That's a vomit flavor. And that's where I think
sourness.
Usually, if you're tasting
sour malt aroma.
Usually, if you have like a vomit-like characteristic or something that's like that acid, you're talking about some kind or multiple kinds of organic acid. They're kind of layering upon themselves. So it's whether it's straight up lactic and acetic acid, which I kind of doubt coming from
Jamel.
Yeah. It could be like a slight amount of butyric acid or a slight amount of some other form of organic acid that's being formed that is creating that. But I don't think it's an overwhelming
Well, no.
flavor
And
of
I agree
beer.
with you. And I agree with you
it's-
100%. And in fact, it's only for about a millisecond before the whole beer turns into a wonderful malty extravaganza of dark, strong ale.
I think that's going to be a problem in an overly complex beer is that sometimes it's like, it's not so much that there is something that's vomit, like it's that it reminds you of the time that you vomited because you ate too much cake.
You know what? I'm going to agree
But
with
it's a
you
good vomit.
because it's not. I'm going to agree with you 100% because it isn't. You're right. It's not pukey.
There's something wrong with the beer. There's something wrong with you.
It's that there's a bit of a pain that happens in the heat of it that reminds. I think you're right, Nicole.
Not in my case.
Okay.
I've maybe thrown up 5 times in my entire life.
You're a pussy.
I am.
As a result of alcohol?
That's a sign of a weak
No,
man.
once
oral sex.
because of alcohol.
What would it take for you to force vomit right now and then compare the two
I did force
flavors?
vomit once. No, but I mean, for me, it's like
So
a
nothing?
heartburny. So it's a gastric acid kind of thing is what I smell. But I smell it in the taller glass, but in the tulip glass,
You
there's
don't.
none of it at all.
It changes.
So we can't.
it's just
Can
the
we
glass.
get you to force vomit?
No, for $10,000, I would do it.
What about $10?
I got bills to pay, dude.
Who the hell pays
What about
$10,000
what
for vomit?
That Obama for
I'll
free.
give you a website.
I
Don't
can
worry
go on
about it.
Craigslist
What
right
if-
now and get it for $50.
What about $100?
We
On
can
my
get a caller
chest.
to do it.
JP, I'll pay your cable bill if you throw up.
I don't
right
have
now.
cable.
I'll
I
pay
can't
your,
afford it.
I'll
PG&E?
pay your Netflix bill.
$8?
$14.99. Yeah, $8.99. Wow. How about
I
his
can't afford the
How about his
DVDs.
PG&E bill? Will you pay his PG&E? It's for vomit.
It's
You growing weed or not?
You don't
It's
need
to
to pay
watch
a
him.
PG&E bill.
A, do you grow weed? B, how much does your hen house cost?
The hen house is built, and no, I don't. It's
What
too
about
cold.
what if the chat room agrees to pay your mortgage for 1 month? Will you vomit?
That's $1,450.
Will you vomit?
Oh,
Yeah.
we can totally
Hell yeah.
raise that much money.
Chat
All right.
room, hit the PayPal button right now. You've got till the end of the
Fuck
program.
yeah, do it.
If we reach $1,400 by the end of the program,
No, $1,450.
$1,450 by the end of the program, which is
I
about
didn't fucking
30 minutes
stutter.
away.
Yeah.
You are sitting next to Scott, aren't you?
Then JP will put his finger down his throat and vomit.
And what if they get like 1,000? And then it's like, all right, fuck it. You lose. You lose that money, motherfucker.
I can refund it.
Yeah.
I can refund it.
If the chat room hits 1,000, Nate and I will personally fund the last 450.
All right. So either way,
You're never coming here again on your birthday.
Andy's in for it too.
I'll back 100
Andy's
against
got
1,000.
No,
Andy-
no. He hasn't hit the PayPal yet. I don't go verbal contract.
He said
Do
he'd
it right
back,
now.
He said he'd back 100 if 1,000.
He's
was
going to do
reached.
it. He's doing it on his phone, and I'll insure anybody who guarantees.
So Nate and I are only on the hook for
What are you,
350.
Vegas? You asshole.
The house will insure. Listen, I'm Italian. This is what we do.
That's true. Can we go on with
This
the
is
next
what
so
we're
we can
good
finish
at.
the show?
Hey, you got a problem?
All right. Tasty.
Got a caller.
Give us...
My BO is horrible right
Beaver, who am I going with? Josh?
Josh is lying too. I made a mistake.
Okay.
Yeah.
Josh, hey buddy, what's happening?
Oh, not much.
All right. Looks like we got Josh from Iowa. Tasty's going to read you two statements about heretic torment. You're going to tell us which one is true and which one is false.
Okay.
All right, Tasty.
First off, I did mention that the beer is about 35% specialty malts plus candy sugar. I'd recommend about the other, 65% be any pale malt, and then the hopping would be typically something like Hallertauer or any noble hop. Would be the second thing.
Hang on, I don't. Did everybody get which one was one and which one was two?
One was the one is used pale malt for the base.
Okay.
And two is used Hallertauer for the hopping.
Okay, got it. There you go, Josh. Which one do you think is true and which one is false?
I guess I'll go first is true.
Have you ever had the beer?
No, I don't think I have.
All right, let's give him a lifeline. Who in here wants to step up? All right, Nicole, go ahead, and then Susie's going to be the second person.
This is the first time I've ever had this beer, but why would you waste expensive-ass Hallertauer on a beer that had almost no hop flavor?
Okay, so you say that one is false.
Yeah, I would say that the first one must be true, hopefully, if Jamil is a good businessman.
Susie, does yours... You have it the opposite way. Do you want to say it as you would say it, or just you're saying it's the opposite? I'm saying it. Okay. Susie has it the opposite, but Nicole says there's no Hallertauer. So what do you think, Josh?
Stick with my first choice.
The what?
Which I don't...
First one's false?
So
first is true.
The first is true. So she's going with Susie.
Oh, no.
No. Nicole says.
Oh, Hallertauer was the first statement? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so going with Nicole. Tasty?
You want to use Pilsner malt in the base of this beer.
Yeah, Pilsner malt.
Yeah.
So...
No, he said pale malt.
I said pale malt.
He said pale malt.
Yeah. Pilsner's, yeah.
Oh, I love this game so much. I love it.
No, he said use pale malt, but you don't want to use pale malt.
I guess that's not quite...
You don't count Pilsner malt as being
Pale malt was the lie.
No, he said no.
So there is Hallertauer.
Yes.
I got to taste.
Pale malt is the lie.
So there is Hallertau in the beer.
Yeah, it's typical. Any noble hop would work. Yeah.
So Susie was the correct one.
Wow.
Send her a shirt.
You are now a certified sister.
Really small.
And the caller...
I was fooled by Tasty's casual description of pale malt, assuming that would include
No.
all pale malts rather than just two-row pale malt, like American two-row.
He said the first one was true. So the first one was pale malt. So the caller won. No, the caller lost.
Caller lost. Okay.
What?
Yeah, the caller lost. He said pale malt was used. That was the true one, and that was not true. That's false.
Perfect. I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm so confused.
The caller lost?
All right. What are we drinking, Moscow?
Well, I don't think we actually went to the caller.
All right. Susie wins. Josh, you lost, but still
dry.
send an email at jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. Tell me you lost. He'll give you a sticker. Thanks, brother.
And I'll tell you what.
Thank you.
And
cheers,
Tasty pushed the pale malt. He breezed right over the pale malt and took his little more time saying the Hallertauer. I knew it right away.
You called his now Moscow, an old poker player, should be picking up on these things too. Let's move on now to Moscow and his
Looking
beer.
for the tells.
What is your choice?
I went with the Anchor Christmas.
I don't need a sample of
the
that.
Bay Area staple.
Yeah,
Why not?
I know what that tastes like. I had last year.
Hey, it's different every year.
I said that about the double ass.
I had the
and you
year
made
before
me
too,
drink
then.
it.
Yeah.
You have to drink it.
Okay.
This is the big
Last
one.
year it was delicious.
It's the 1.75 liter, the monster. Yep.
Good.
You know, there are not many brewers on earth that I love more than the boys at Anchor. They're good dudes.
Great people. Great history.
But I do not like their Anchor.
They have no
Christmas.
idea what they're doing with that beer.
It's too... You know what?
Yeah, I'll get to you, Mills. Shut up.
I'm already I'm not a spice beer fan.
You don't like nutmeg or what?
And this is about as spice. It's not even nutmeg. It's
Shut
as
up, Meg.
spice as it gets, isn't it?
Yeah.
Isn't it the spiciest
It
beer?
varies. It just varies so much year to year, though.
This is the beer that the Mayans knew was going to end the world.
What's going to end your world?
But like Nicole just said, how do you make that declaration considering they change it up every year?
I'm going to try it again right now.
You don't like ginger? You like cinnamon?
It has the same basic flavor every
You
year.
don't like nutmeg?
You don't like cloves?
You don't like cardamom? You don't like
cardamom?
I mean, come on. It's everything.
I enjoy it.
Oh, I can already see you're going to drink
Wow,
it and
that's
you're going to
really
just
spicy.
go, oh, God, why'd I do that?
But why do you like it, Scott? He says, moving the game along.
What I think is interesting about these like spiced beers is that often they're so spiced that you lose the intended effect of the spice, which is to imply sweetness, and the spices are so heavy that you get kind of this like nasty, bitter character from the spices.
Thank you for describing
But it's
Anchor
Christmas. I like them trees in it. It's got them trees. I like it.
Them grapes.
To me,
well, I will tell you this. I do think
purple.
it's better than most years I've tried. There
you go.
But I could never drink a pint of this. I mean, I could never.
I agree with that, but there's a lot of beers we've had so far in this game that I couldn't have a whole
Yeah,
pint
I mean-
of.
Okay. All right.
The thing is, because it's also
Except for
dry,
that
you couldn't
heretic
even
beer. I
pair
could
it
drink
with
that all
like
night.
something. You couldn't even pair this with dessert. It would just seem too dry.
You have to pair this with vagina.
I'll drink a six
It
pack
might.
right now.
It actually
really
might
like it.
taste okay with vagina.
Because it needs something strong and.
It does have a fishy note to it. Yeah.
And
You just called vagina having a strong taste
and body-like.
Well, this-
you
I mean-
need some help in that area.
Are you kidding me?
This beer is
Have you
really
ever
dry.
tasted vagina?
Yes. And I wouldn't consider the flavor strong.
You're
It
insane.
would probably enhance the sweetness of vagina.
I think it smells a lot
It would make it
spiced
taste
up, more spiced
pinker.
up than it tastes.
So why do you like the beer,
What about the
Scott?
beer
You
or the
asked,
vagina?
moving the game along.
It tastes it
right.
tastes like the holidays. I like the spice.
What holidays?
And the
What do you
dryness.
know about the holidays?
You don't have to
Tastes
defend
like a
the beer.
yarmulke.
Or your holidays.
His people
Tastes like
started the
all
holidays.
8 holidays.
It's a skull cap to you, Bevo.
That's right.
Yeah. All right, you want to do the facts?
No, because I didn't.
I think
No, shut up, everybody. Shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Everyone's talking over everybody again. I didn't even get to hear why you like the beer.
I like it because I like the spices. It doesn't taste overwhelmingly spicy to me. That dryness cuts the spice, and what's left is really pleasant.
Okay. And so for you, it embodies what you might have at the holiday table.
Absolutely.
Are you
Cinnamon,
sure-
nutmeg, yeah, sign me up.
Are you sure it's not just because there's a Christmas tree on it and
No,
you're like,
that's a reason that I don't like it.
You kind
It's
of
good
just
in spite of the Christmas tree.
you know,
I have
hey,
to
it
say-
says holiday beer,
All right,
even
I
though it's red and green, so it's okay for me to bring to Hanukkah.
I have to say, as everybody's beating you up about this beer, and I'm just saying I don't like it either.
Except his good buddy G.
The overwhelming majority of people I speak to love this beer. So
Yeah.
I am surprised to hear this reaction from the studio.
Me too. The reviews online are rave.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody loves this beer. I thought I was in the minority, except that all of a sudden the studio is speaking up about it.
Well, but JP's on board. That's all I need to know.
Okay.
I had a friend who bought this
I
beer
liked
once
it, too.
thinking he was buying
Not
Sierra.
just JP.
Beaver also likes
JP and Bevo.
Sierra
Okay.
holiday beer and was really unpleasantly surprised.
Bevo, what am I going to? 3?
Pleasantly surprised.
3.
All right, we got Nico on the line. Nico, what's happening, buddy?
Sponsors can't play.
How's it going, dude?
All right. Nico from Nico Brew, of course. You can go to nicobrew.com. He's a very supportive sponsor, and we love him. He's a little chubby, but we
love
like
you
him for
too.
that.
Yeah, well, chubby in a
I know
dress, too, which is never a good compliment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know you're drunk if you're saying you like me, so that's cool.
Right.
Giant calves, this man, too.
Does he?
I think it's just a result of being fat.
I have not
Does he have
seen it.
cankles?
It happens.
I am kind of fat, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Moscow, go ahead and give us 2 statements about this beer, and Nico will decide which is true and which is false. Nico, have you had the beer before, this year's version?
I have not, but I did listen to the last couple minutes of you guys talking about it. I've never had this beer before, and I do think it's very fitting that I'm talking to that it's the Jews beer, because that's my blood, too.
Oh, okay. Oh, Nico's a Jew as well. So,
Nico Jew.
We can pretend to have Christmas.
Well, it's more like Nico Pagan now, but I was raised Jewish. It's all good.
All right, Mosky, 2 statements.
The first one is the 1988 release was the only label that ever featured a tree other than an evergreen. It was a Joshua tree. The second one is the label for this year's is a Norfolk Island pine.
Okay.
Oh, fuck me, because I could, I don't... Fuck. All right.
You have kids.
Let's do the first one. First one's true.
All right, Nico has given his answer. No goddamn way they ever put a Joshua tree on the label of this beer.
How the fuck am I supposed to know? I'm Jewish, dude.
It's not a tree.
They did have a palm
It is
tree
a
at
tree.
some
It's a
point.
shrub.
Which is Jewish
Shrub,
person.
isn't
Oh,
No, it's a tree.
that's fine. No,
It's called a Joshua tree.
But it doesn't mean that it's a...
No, they're huge. They're
big. They're big.
trees.
They look like a shrub, but
Yeah.
they're a big tree.
I mean, they're ugly as hell and
Yeah.
shrub-like, but they're a tree.
That's what I said. I said the first one was false.
No. Okay, go ahead, Moscow.
Yeah, Justin's right. Nico's wrong. Of course, they'd never done anything other than a kick. Get out of here, a Joshua tree, please.
They need a palm tree once.
I mean, who would even think of putting a Joshua Tree on a label or a tattoo or anything?
What kind of a dumbass
or anything?
would get married to a Joshua tree?
I mean, it's the ugliest tree on the planet.
Yeah.
All right, Nico, I'm sorry you lose, but JP will send you... JP, what are you going to send Nico? He's your special friend.
He's not my special friend. He's a sponsor.
He's your special
friend. So I
friend.
feel like he already gets what he deserves.
He's now your special friend.
I will give him some things.
Thanks, JP.
You're not willing to describe...
Maybe some stuff.
You
I
can't
don't
even describe them on the air because they're too hot.
They are. I will give him a steamer in a bag.
As Kevin said, it's a cock ring. The secret gift is a cock ring.
And you are right. It is.
L'chaim indeed.
L'chaim!
Thanks, Nico.
L'chaim.
Cheers, brother. All right.
You know what's funny? Your tattoo not only has the anchor with the Joshua tree. That's why I thought of it.
Yeah, this was the late. Is that where you got it? You're like, I'll just take his shitty tattoo and put it on a beer.
That's correct. Yeah, that's what I did.
All right, it's your turn, Chipotle.
All right, I've chosen the celebration from Sierra Nevada.
No.
Wait. That's
Scott
IPA.
hasn't chosen one.
It is an IPA, and you know what? I've recently
That's
wants
like
to
a
drink
summer
it? No one wants
warmer.
to drink it. All right, fuck all y'all.
Settle down.
It's it's the only. I realized today that it's an IPA because I never considered it an IPA. To me, are you going to
It's a guy IPA.
Hey.
You know who's a really good quote of that is tasty.
So what I'm going to I really like the Celebration Ale because it has a lot of malty sweetness. It has a lot of residuality to it.
Yeah.
And the hops aren't overly offensive to me. They're very more taste than bitterness. To me, it's not a very bitter beer.
Okay.
But it's higher alcohol than I usually drink, and I really enjoy it when it comes out.
I disagree. You don't enjoy it. Actually, the only thing I disagree about, and I just discovered this at your party the other night.
Yeah.
First of all, I also didn't know that it was an IPA. Did you discover that through just looking it up?
I can't hear you. What did you say?
Did you discover that it was an IPA just through looking it up? Okay.
Yeah.
So I also didn't know it was an IPA.
Yeah.
I did feel it drinking at your house the other night that it was bitter. I ended up, after a couple of them, I felt this is a bitter beer, and I moved away from it because of that.
Interesting.
So that's the only part I, joking with you, of course, but I did disagree with that. It's not. I find there is some hot flavor. But
yeah, I mean,
it's more on the bitter side.
It's bitter,
to me.
but not for me. Not as bitter as a lot of West Coast IPAs.
Okay. Now let me ask you this question, and this is a serious question because I know you've been a fan of Celebration for a long time.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think this is a perfectly legitimate reason to love a beer.
Mm-hmm.
Is there just something nostalgic about this beer? In other words, if it changes from year to year, they can do no wrong for you because you have a certain place in your heart for Celebration.
No.
Okay, because you
why.
generally don't like the bitter.
I don't. But when I first started drinking beer way back because I'm real old.
When you're 15,
right? I had Celebration, and to me it was much more rich. If that makes sense. It seemed more full bodied.
Okay.
And then there was a period of like 4 or 5 years where I wouldn't go near it because I thought it had changed. You know, I was one of those homers.
I remember
you did different.
You didn't like it last year, if I remember correctly.
I didn't care for it last year.
Did you blog about it?
I did. Maybe I did.
Yeah,
but you go to moderndaymerrick.blogspot.com and find out for yourself.
Yeah. They do use the same recipe every year, though, don't
That's what they say, but to me, it tastes like a different beer than I remember it. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. If they say it hasn't changed, then it hasn't changed. But
Look at that red light. It's really changed.
I don't even understand that.
No, I don't know.
All right, let's do your facts. What am I doing? Line 4 here, Beaver? It looks like line 4.
Yes, that is correct.
All right, we got Shadowins on line 4. Hey, Shadowins, what's happening?
What's going up, everyone?
Where are you calling from? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Michigan, Adam's backyard.
Oh, there we go. Are you literally in Adam's backyard? Because his wife is home, and that's creepy.
I know, I'm watching her change.
Right.
No, I'm actually across the state from Adam, but...
Okay.
Yeah, he's got that restraining order.
All right, JP is going to...
we don't talk about that, though.
JP is going to give you 2 statements about Sierra Celebration. You're going to tell us which is true and which is false, and you're welcome to ask for a lifeline if you want. Go ahead, JP.
Okay, is this an IPA he considers to be balanced?
It's balanced more toward the English Pale Ale, really, than anything.
Right.
Okay, this beer has a late hop addition charge, 3 in the last 10 minutes, along with dry hopping, that gives this beer its big hop nose.
All right.
This beer is boiled for 120 minutes to give the beer its color and residual sweetness. No crystal malts are used.
Oh, JP's good at this game.
I lie a lot. I don't lie.
He also practices
I'm
in
going to
the
go with
mirror.
number one.
As what? True or false?
True.
All right, number 1 is true. Number 2 is false, JP?
He's right.
Okay, there we go. We got a winner. Not a lot of winners tonight. Shadowin's well done. Send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com. He'll get you a prize, my brother. Good game.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Cheers. I just gave him the radio version of a pat on the ass.
You did.
Good game.
Good game, buddy.
Should have hit the mic.
All right.
Like your soda.
Suzer Coozer, grab Doc's microphone there, and let's move on to yours.
So, my two favorite beers to drink this time of year is a Weizenbock, which I couldn't find a commercial example for because we usually homebrew it.
Okay.
And then the other one is the Firestone Velvet Merlin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Another,
yeah, girl.
Nate and Nicole just by they're now jerking each other off.
Slathering the microphone on that one.
Yeah. they just finished.
It's a bean flicking contest.
I like it because it's chocolatey, it's espresso-y, it's really good stout. And I like me some stout, like my men.
What's the carbonation like? Why don't I have any?
By the way, Susie just gave me a boner. She was real, like, as Kevin would say, very
Welcome to the
sultry
club on that.
about that.
I love things I can't be Kevin, dude. Kevin was talking earlier. I was standing in the corner. I was just like, dude. What's up, guys?
Kevin gave you a boner.
If there is one thing that Justin and I have in common besides delicious organic
talk a lot.
smoothies, it's
Yeah.
things that are chocolatey and smooth.
Right.
Speaking of chocolatey and smooth, it's Nicole's birthday, so I made Velvet Merlin cupcakes.
Yeah, you did.
They're so delicious. And they have like Jameson.
And I forgot the beer at home, so that's my version.
Tell us about the icing.
The icing is a Jameson whiskey ice.
It's so hot.
Icing, and the inside is a chocolate Velvet Merlin.
This girl knows the way to my heart.
Speaking of the fat
And it's
girl in the
hella good.
room, it was hella good.
I am ready to kick Nate out.
I do like.
Anytime.
I ain't ever gonna make a cupcake with that shit on it.
Right. I do like Susie's.
Anytime you want to move in, Nate's out.
I do like Susie's approach to this game because she didn't bring the beer, but she brought food with the beer in it, and
everything that's good about
that's
the
kind of
beer.
badass.
The next level.
And who doesn't like baked goods during the wintertime?
I'm going to take a bite now as you talk amongst yourselves.
You're going to be like, oh.
Oh, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to sound a lot better than that.
Oh, yeah, no, I was
Tastes
right.
like beer.
Hella good.
Oh, it's really good, Susie.
Oh,
So-
it's just
You like it?
that frosting is like so light and airy.
I've got more. You can take some home with me.
I
We're
think,
all-
you know what I think we should do?
We're all
Is
mouth banging you right now,
post the
Susie.
recipe to the Brewery Network website.
It's like 6 things, really
Clearly.
easy.
Why don't you lick that frosting, Jay?
Clearly, this should be a.
I just need to
You know,
suck it
because
into the-
maybe your mom, maybe the listeners out there, you
Is
can't
this a
feed
your
your
mom
mom
joke?
beer,
Yeah.
because maybe your mom's on some heart medicine or whatever. But maybe you can feed your
So
mom
what?
a cupcake.
All right, so what beer do you choose?
Hey,
Why did you-
just saying, cupcakes. Your 3-year-old
Yeah.
nephew can eat it.
You can still pass on. I see what you mean, the beer stuff. All right, so tell us what you like about the beer.
I like that it's chocolatey, it's warm. Like a stout is nice and nice around this time. I don't
Okay.
know how to say it. It's
We've got Riggs on the line. Susie is now going to give 2 facts or statements about the beer, rather, and you can choose which one is a fact and which one is not a fact. All right, Riggs? Do I not have Riggs? Oh, there he is. Hey, Riggs.
Yo, what's up, guys?
All right, buddy.
Happy birthday, Nicole.
There you go.
Thank you.
Is Riggs Steve-O's brother?
You know, homie.
Husband, partner, a life partner. I think.
It's just a life partner. All right.
Yeah.
Susie's
Steve-O's taking a bath right now.
Susie's going to give 2 statements about the beer. One will be true and one will be false. You have to decide which. Go ahead, Suze.
All right, to get the toast, to get like a nuttier oatmeal cookie flavor with oats when you're making an oatmeal stout, you want to toast the oats in the oven around 300 degrees until it starts to turn a light brown. That way it'll get like the most results. And you want to mash at 148 degrees.
Was that all one
for the body.
fact?
2.
That was 2.
2. First part is toasting it in the oven at 300 degrees.
Okay.
To get like more full flavors from it. And the second part is for the body, mash at 148.
148. All right, Riggs, which one is true and which one is false?
Well, number 2 is false, and number 1 is correct. Is the truth.
Okay, I like how he said that. It was a weird way to say it, but it was like, well, you guys are idiots, and
it was correct. It was he corrected himself on saying correct and went for the truth,
right?
Which no one really ever says.
What is it? The truth with a TH or the truth with a FTH?
A good question.
OFF.
Triple OOF.
Oh,
Truth.
that's like a totally different
Yeah.
thing.
So which one was truth and which one was false? 2 is truth and 1 is false?
I think so. This whole time I thought Doc was a lawyer because he worked in the truth.
That was awful.
Thank you.
Wow.
That was a solid strikeout.
I mean, that was
swing and a miss.
Felt the breeze.
That was one of those ish jokes.
Remember when we used to rate JP's jokes in the garage there?
Yeah.
He got so much better now. We stopped doing that.
We stopped doing it, but we're almost back.
That
to
was like a
Maybe we should
4.
start it up again. Huh?
But every now and then he.
Hey, someone pass that Anchor Christmas, please.
Sorry, which one was
Leave
true?
it to the Jew.
Is it the
Anchor holiday?
Is it the mash temp that's true or false?
The mash temp is false.
Okay, Susie.
What did he say?
He said the mash temp is false.
The mash temp is false.
All right.
If you mash at 148, it will be too thin, and the body won't be right. You know you want a thicker body.
What should you mash at?
I love this girl.
Yeah, you do.
At least 153.
There we go. That's some good education from the Sues right there. All right, Riggs, you won.
Good choice on that.
Yes.
Susie clearly knows more about homebrewing than I do.
Send JP an email, jp@thebrewerynetwork.com, and he will send you a prize. All right, we got one left, and no more callers to play Justin's game.
What?
Yeah, no one wants to
I
play.
forgot about you. No, I stopped taking calls.
Here, I'll
'cause
call
I
in.
thought
What's
you
the
won.
number? 88841.
I'm in.
I'm sorry. That was my fault.
It happens all the time.
It's all her fault.
When isn't your fault?
Damn you.
All right, 888-401 beer if you want to play. Otherwise, we can just let the room play. I don't mind doing that either.
Well, I feel like a failure.
I'm fucked up.
look
That
like
makes
one,
you
too.
kind of like one of the muggles, right?
What's a muggle?
A muggle is a non-magical person.
Come on. Everybody knows that.
Right?
Oh.
Yeah, in a second.
I do feel like
got
a
it.
muggle.
I thought that's when you look
Yeah.
down and somebody was like on your junk or something.
Oh.
No, that's called a prostitute.
I got a muggle! So it's a positive.
Yeah.
Was that because that's because they go
It's one of those red things turns white on the head of your wiener, right? Am I right?
Wow.
No? You know it.
That
Come on,
does
guys. You
need
know,
some help.
right?
I'm not familiar with this phenomenon.
Well, you don't have a wiener. That's why.
All right, well, while we're waiting for phone calls, again, with not going too far outside the box, so to speak, you know, one of my favorite beers for the last couple years now, that is, and I wouldn't be lying if I say it's almost always on my table, especially at the holidays. It's a good beer to share, is Heretic Evil Twin. 2 heretics on the panel tonight. And Evil Twin, to me, it's a warmer because it's got some heat, malt, and sweet characteristics to it.
For sure.
But it's got a ton of other things going on too. I mean, it's a little bit bitter, it's a little bit hoppy, it's got a little heat. It also has a certain thing about it that I can't even describe. I know you could do it, Nicole, but it's like it's not a spice, it's not a bitterness, but it's something in between those two things. It's got a flair. It has a certain flair to it.
How many pieces, though?
It's like pine resin meets gingerbread. It has like a character.
It's that close to that gingerbread. There you are.
It's not. There's not literally gingerbread spices in it.
Right.
It gives you an impression of it.
But it has those exactly. In other words, it has spicy characteristics without having shitty spices in it.
And it's actually lacking in phenols. Also, it's not like it has a bunch of phenolic fermentation character. It's just
right.
Something about the interplay of the hops. And then the complexity of the malts.
Yes.
Which gives you kind of that sugary kind of...
It's a little sugary, but not sweet. It's sugary,
not sweet.
but... Yes. I just want to carry Nicole around with me to describe my beer. I will carry it.
It only costs about $1,000 a day.
That's fine. As long as you don't walk on your own. I have to carry you. You're like a little you're like a bud.
Like a hobbit.
Just put her on your hip. You're like a
hobbit.
buddy.
I would actually enjoy that.
And you're like a weird little head that extends out for me that goes, well, what he means is...
Good luck with all that.
Because you do get it. It's and I couldn't put my finger on it, but that's what I love. That is the thing. It's that little middle zone that I love about Evil Twin. It's not the edges of it. It's that little middle bit.
So it's the same reason why I like double IPAs for Christmas time. It's like kind of the same concept, only with a little bit more sweetness and caramel character to it.
Right.
So basically what you're saying is you like one third of a beer.
No, actually, what I meant to say was I like free beer. Because
like
Jamil brings it
That's
to me
the other
at
thing.
no,
That's why you love having it on your table.
Yeah.
This is not 1/3 of a beer. This is 3 times a beer.
No, what he likes the middle. He doesn't like the front. Doesn't like the back. He likes the middle. That's a third of a beer.
But this beer is intense all around. It's really intense in every.
I was making a joke,
right? Okay. And a good joke, especially by my description, right? But I love this beer all around. And you're right, JP. Though it is the. It's that third in between that makes it dazzle for me.
That's actually the second in between.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever the part is in between.
Sparkle. If it
I love
had
this
hands,
beer.
they would be doing this.
And
Is it like when the sugar
Jazz hands.
berry comes out during the Nutcracker?
I would, if I had to buy it by the case, which I don't.
Right.
I would. And I would buy it by the case just for the holiday season because I've also shared it with a bunch of people who go, holy shnikes, what is that beer? People love this beer. So Evil Twin is my holiday warmer by my good friend Jamil. And why don't we... Don't be patronizing.
No, I said great.
Is it Jamil or Jamil?
I wasn't being patronizing at all. I said great.
We've had this conversation before.
Yeah, it's Jamil.
Jamil?
It's Jamil.
Or Jamil?
It's Jamil.
Jamil knows that I know that it's Jamal.
Yep.
Jamal.
But he also respects and does not mind. I'm not being insulting by calling him Jamil because I'm an idiot. He's fine with me being an idiot.
But the red voiceover guy calls him Jamil.
Oh, for the love of
Jamil.
Christ, I don't care.
And it's
Neither do
awkward to
I,
me.
as a matter of fact.
What do you call him?
Jamil.
Coxie, you're with me.
I'm from Oakland. He's Jamil.
Jamil.
There's like 2 syllables to that vowel.
Shouldn't he be Jamal if you're from Oakland?
Yes.
Jamal.
I call him Z Master.
It's either
What do you
Jamal or Jamil.
Master Z.
Yeah.
Jameeyaal. Jamil.
All right, so what are your 2 things he asked moving the game along?
All right, let's go to Zach. Zach's on the line. Zach, where are you calling from?
Salt Lake City.
Hey, buddy. Have you ever had Heretic Evil Twin?
No, unfortunately not.
Are you ready for the end of times?
You ever had many wives?
All right. Would you like to pick 2 lifelines right now?
It's the birthday!
Just pick 2 people and
people you know.
I'm going to take JP because I think I can read him a little bit better.
Okay. And you want one more just to get an opposing opinion?
You don't know
It's the
me.
birthday!
JP's like a human lie detector.
How about a mystery? How about you pick a mystery person?
You don't know me.
Pick me!
All right. I'm going to give you... I'll tell you what. I'm going to give you Adam Mills, our guest tonight. Did you have the Evil Twin, Mills?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So you got JP and you got Mills.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And this is an American strong ale, right?
It is a hoppy red ale.
Yes.
It's an American...
West Coast style red ale.
American West Coast style hoppy red ale.
As opposed to a Canadian West Coast style.
As if that helps you any. That's what it is.
The non-style is a style.
You know, we had a beer yesterday at the Santa Crawl too that had a description like that. It was called a
dark
double alt beer. And every time I said, and as a beer guy, I would go, I would still at the end of it go, whatever that fucking means.
It's an Adam beer.
Was it double dark or double alt?
Double dark alt beer.
And
dark double alt beer.
Yeah. And every time I go, because that is not a descriptor that anybody would ever know.
And not even a beer person.
Well, alt's already dark.
That's what Adam beer is.
Can you get it on the East Coast?
Adam beer.
I don't know. I think it's pretty West Coast centric right now. This particular beer.
I'm heading to the East Coast for Christmas tomorrow to drink all my favorite good beers. So.
Got it. It was a good beer.
Yeah.
It was a great beer. I just did the description. I'm going, come on, help a brother out already.
Yeah.
Just give us, even if that's what it is.
Well, and
call it something else.
Alts are dark anyway.
Yes. Did it have wetness factor listed on this?
The Sparkle Horse was 9.10.
All right. Wetness factor is very important. It's an underrated aspect of beer quality.
Can you make the wetness factor?
Here we go. 2 statements. One is true and one is false. JP and Adam Mills are your lifelines. You can give your own answer first, and then we'll go to them. But
I need eye contact when I read you.
Here we go. Boil 90 minutes to develop more malt character. The other statement is, don't use any late kettle additions. Just load up on the whirlpool and dry hopping. All right.
I'll let the caller choose first. And I'll deconstruct.
So I'm going to choose first, and then how's this going to work here? Sorry.
Can you repeat
You can change your mind.
It's
you
not
can
hard.
choose. They'll give their answers, and then you can decide what your final answer is.
Okay, that sounds good. Go ahead with JP first.
What? No. You have to choose first.
Can you repeat the choices?
Oh, I have to choose first.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with number 2 being true.
Okay. JP.
I will say yes because, again, the way that you read the first one, you really tried to make sure that we were convinced that this is the right answer.
Okay.
And then the second one was, I'm telling you the truth right now. Believe every word I'm saying.
All right.
The Whirlpool hop thing is the correct one because I remember you guys saying it on the Brewing Network.
So Mills actually comes from not the pseudoscience that JP is.
What am I, phrenologist? You dick.
Your forehead is big, so you must be smart.
I heard it on Basic Brewing Radio, actually. It's a weird thing.
I didn't know, but...
It sounds like all three of you agreed, and all three of you are correct.
Yeah.
That's right. This beer does not use any late kettle additions. Just load up on the Whirlpool and dry hopping. And he does not boil for 90 minutes to develop more malt character. So we have another winner in Zach. And send an email to jp@thebrewingnetwork.com, and we'll get you your prize.
All right, you guys have a great weekend. You sound like you're having a lot of fun.
Cheers, brother. We are. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, sorry about that. I rehydrated that guy and listened to his podcast and he gave me advice.
Well, you did well, and
it's very dry though.
I actually, like Bevo, cheated as well. I had Jamal send me the tips themselves. You want to hear? How about we play amongst ourselves? Because I got a couple other trues and false.
Play with ourselves.
Here we go. Tell me true or false.
AIDS was invented by CIA. True.
One statement. Mash at a low 149 to get a dry finish. The next statement. Split your highly kiln malts between husked and huskless.
Well, you really did have him do all your work for you.
Which one is true and which one is false?
First one's true.
First one's false, second one's true.
All right. JP had the opposite. Tasty. Andy?
Other way around.
First one's true, second one's false. The only one that's right is Tasty. Yeah. The false statement is mash at a low 149 to get a dry finish. Apparently he does not do that. However, you should split your highly kiln malts between husked and huskless.
Wait.
JP's little pseudoscience goes by the wayside.
No, was it for the Evil Twin or was it just in beer in general?
No, it's beer.
Evil Twin.
Okay, I didn't know that we were playing just for that specific beer.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't know that. I swear to God, I didn't know that.
Out comes the excuse.
No,
Just
I swear
like
to God, I didn't know.
It was Jingle Bells at first.
No, I swear to God, I didn't know.
It was Jingle.
I thought it was General Brewing. I'm sorry.
Why
My
would
bad.
it hasn't been General Brewing the whole game?
I don't know.
You're
You
a
didn't
lying
specify.
dickwad. The whole game it hasn't been General Brewing.
You didn't specify with this one.
Why would I specify?
You are wrong. I am right. I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I tuned out, okay?
Who
I was
lost?
shopping on Target. I lost.
Thank you.
I'll admit it. I don't give a shit.
That's all
I'll
I
get
need.
fucking naked. I don't care.
Get
I don't
naked.
care. I lost.
Let me check my...
Yeah! Woo! We're gonna see JP's wiener. All right. That's not wiener. That was just butt crack.
That was butt.
Let's see some wiener.
And probably sweaty butt. I have to check my PayPal statistics here because JP might have to puke in a bucket. Oh, I got some payments received.
Ew, it smells like butt in here now.
Oh, but only a couple. So unless
Because my ass is sweating. What temperature is it?
I don't think we made the $1,450 necessary for JP to puke with his finger.
What did you make? Like $200?
How about we make it with somebody else's finger?
Well, then it's like $9.
It's half price.
Yeah.
Can we get?
It's like going down on my son.
I like
Can't
the way
do that, but-
Hey, can we get a discount if it's my finger?
Somebody hold him down.
Yeah, I like that. I think we made about $9.
That's my price.
Well,
could be a good thing.
All right.
What would you do for $9?
Yeah, what would you do for? Will you pull
I just
down your
did it.
pants and show us your butt? Yeah.
I will.
Paid in full.
Yeah.
It's real gross, huh?
It was kind of gross.
Not as hairy as you would think from a Greek guy. But
Exactly, but it weren't
Wasn't
pretty.
as white as I thought it'd be.
That was pretty white.
I have nothing better to do.
And it was a lot less hairy than I thought it would be.
I just lay around on pillows all day.
I wouldn't have minded the whole thing, except that I was waiting for the waft of smell. Because I feel like you've been sitting in a sweaty
I have been,
sea.
and I haven't showered for 3 days.
Oh, so you're saying you're sitting in ball soup.
And I don't wipe very well.
Justin was like, oh, hummus, what the fuck?
Yeah, and I was like, oh, you've had hummus in your butt.
Hummus.
Just trying to hide things.
Hummus and vodka.
All right.
Vodka.
Is there anything that we did not complete, Moskowitz?
Twitter game.
I think we're good.
Oh, Twitter.
Oh, yeah. Well, and also, drunk of the week. I'm just saying, it's goddamn hot. All I want to do is go.
Oh, it's not that hot.
We did everything.
So hot.
Get a soul.
It's even getting a little hot in my bucket.
You can
here.
open that, but
We got plenty of anchor.
if you hear a train, Suze, you have to close it, all right? Because I can't handle the train blowing in the back.
Yeah, Twitter game, drunk of the week.
All right. 888-401-BEER, Drunk of the Week right now. It's the last chance for 2012 for you to enter the running for Drunk of the Week, which, by the way, also puts you in the running for Drunk of the Year.
That's
true. So, bring your A game.
Don't be fooled. You will be robbed.
Plus we have...
Hey, that Drunk of the Year is a really cool medal.
Right.
You'll never get it.
What was our Twitter game, Jippy?
Our Twitter game was why.
Why? Just plain why?
It's why. I want to know why.
Okay.
Brother needs to know some shit.
Right.
Obviously.
I have a feeling JP was hungover this morning when he was developing show content.
No, I was hungover.
That'll be a good question.
It was a long weekend of drinking, wasn't it?
It was a real long weekend.
We had Friday at Jippy's holiday party.
Yeah.
Well, it was a Christmas party.
Right.
And, sorry, Moscow. It was a Christmas party. And then we had...
It was specifically... it wasn't everything.
Schumann
it was
was
fucking
wearing
Christmas.
a tiger print.
By the way, I do have a picture of Schumann's
By the way,
ass,
Nicole,
and it's horrible.
I heard you got drunk as shit.
She showed up drunk as shit, I think.
It's nothing Nicole I know.
Because I talked to you when you got there. Maybe I was drunk as shit, and I didn't notice.
No.
You know what? You're right.
I worked until like 9:30, and then we drove over as fast as we could.
You're right.
Nicole,
she was very calm.
I got as
then.
drunk as I could, as fast as I could. But
Nathan, on a scale of 1 to 10.
No, Jesus.
10 being the drunkest you've ever seen Nicole.
How good was the drunk sex that night?
How good?
you mean me passing out?
Because she passed out. It was
10
awesome.
was Nicole yelling on the street in Amsterdam at folks. That was awesome, but that's for another day.
So, what number was she at the end of JP's party?
That was, for Nicole, it's probably about a 4. That was
Wow!
kind of
Girl, well done, Nicole.
She's much
She
higher
holds
tonight.
her shit, yeah. Oh, really? She's higher than the other night. Good. I don't know if I hung out with you at the end, so I can't testify.
Yeah.
Oh.
Testify.
Beardy's rum balls were crazy.
Yeah. Beardy had nice balls.
I had like 1.5 of those things. That's like, I'm fucked up.
Yeah.
And it filled you. Oh,
They-
it's so
You got a
nice
big bush
in
down
here
there?
now.
They smelled like. I think you could set those things on fire.
Yeah.
Fire.
Two beards.
Fire.
They're
I don't
delicious.
want to share.
FAR. Fire.
Fire.
All right, Jip, why don't you give us our Twitter results?
Replies. All right. Well, again, the question was why, and we had a couple of good ones, but not many, of course. Large Marge says, because if not, the terrorists win.
I don't understand.
Brandon says, to see Bevo's boobies.
That's always the answer why.
That's always the answer. Jeremy says, why? Why what? This might be the dumbest be-in game ever, especially for those who listen to the podcast.
Shut up, sour grapes!
Did you hear that? Because I
didn't hear the end.
The static. There was a bunch of static at the end. He said, why? Why what? This might be the dumbest be-in game ever, especially for those who listen to the podcast and not live. It was actually a legitimate complaint.
Okay. All right.
Louis Brewing says, because our wives have taken every other thing that we loved.
Oh.
Pretty good, right?
Am I right, Doc? Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
That's rude.
But so true.
What else have we given
Bald
you?
Gay Dolphin says, because it's just going to rest anyways, so keep blowing in the cartridge and rapidly hitting reset. Eventually it will work.
It's a Nintendo joke?
Yeah. Or a Sega Genesis for that matter.
Or in television.
Or in television.
Okay.
Or Atari.
Our friend Angry Megan says, because I fucking said so, that's why.
I like that.
That's great.
She is angry.
Yeah.
It's like that angry kitty.
Do we have those
answer.
those shitty carpet samples she sent us? All right,
down
good.
there, yeah.
And then last but not least,
Are we gonna like it?
Bitter Punk says, because Obama is president.
I vote for that one.
That's why.
Moscow didn't even wait for
JP, you want to weigh in on that one?
No, that is. He's done.
Moscow, the Republican, didn't even wait for you to finish.
No. Well, I agree with him, but
Because I vote yes.
either way wins, right?
Because yes.
Because yes.
Yeah.
Hey,
So that
because
was
yes is always the final argument if my dad is involved.
That's a good story.
Why?
You
because
tell the best
yes.
stories. Write that one down, and then when I get bored one night,
Hey,
I'll read it.
we're all about to spend.
That was a terrible Twitter game, result-wise.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't think that the question was bad. I think the results were.
I agree.
Were rather uncreative.
I agree.
Can we not give a winner?
Oh, no medal will be awarded in the category.
Oh, come on!
It's like Porter at the
Well, let's
GABF
just give a
this year.
second place.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
We should give a second place.
No, Porter gets a gold medal because the
Or a silver.
Right.
Or a silver.
I would
We'll
like
just give
us.
a bronze.
only.
I would
Bronze,
like
yeah.
us to award
Bullshit.
a second
That's just
place.
bullshit. This is about
Second
the
place
best one
gets
here, not the
nothing,
best
though.
one ever.
No, well,
That's
you
correct.
win, but you don't win first.
So second,
Pompous
there is
assholes.
no prize pack awarded
Yeah,
in the
that
category.
happened to me once.
Yeah, no prize.
Yeah.
What, you got a
no
third
gold
prize?
means
Yeah, and then 3 months
Yeah.
later,
poor
you found out
judging
you're
in the
pregnant?
first round.
Got second place.
With Sammy?
JP, go ahead and give
Out
who
of two
our
contestants, they
second
awarded
place
a
winner
second
is.
and third place.
I think the second place winner
Sucks.
should probably be Jeremy, the guy who bitched.
Which was what?
Why? What? This might be the dumbest BN game ever, especially for those who listen to the podcast and not live.
I agree. Second place goes right there.
Congratulations at Hancher Brew. You win absolutely nothing.
Right. Okay. If you need to do a recipe, getting ready to homebrew, go to beersmith.com right now. You get a free 21-day trial of the Beersmith software. It's pretty badass. You just have to go to beersmith.com and download it. You can do it for Mac or PC. You can also share recipes. And, the BN has pretty much entirely switched over to Beersmith because it's the most up-to-date. It's the coolest. It works across all platforms. And, if you have a problem with it, all you have to do is email Brad, and he actually answers your questions about what you're doing. I know that Doc loves it, and a lot of us use it around here all the time. Go to beersmith.com right now and get your free 21-day trial of the Beersmith brewing software.
Yeah, I think it taught Justin about SRM.
It did teach me about SRM. That's
Pretty
true.
pictures and everything.
Because and I need that because I don't read or do math.
No, it's just pictures.
Yeah, I don't know what it is that I do.
You don't read or do math?
You said do. You said do.
It does everything I need it to do so that I can do nothing.
Do.
Go to beersmith.com right now. Check that out.
Hey, isn't that my job?
Yes. I'm encroaching on your job.
I feel like we're getting close.
Hang on.
Actually, there's no static
hang
this
on.
time. I don't understand. Everything's real great.
Mike's off.
This is the best we've sounded all day.
What happened, Nicole?
I said I feel like we're getting real close to Drunk of the Week, and I'd really love to make a special comment right now. Can I? May I?
Go ahead.
So
Wait, how loud is this going to be? Should I turn my headset all the way off and remove it?
yeah, you should.
All right.
Open up some of this beer.
You need a special sponsor for this segment. It might be a while.
So
Roja?
La Roja.
I just want to make a special commentary
Give me
about
some.
Drunk of the Week in this segment. I just want to say that year in and year out, the brewcasters make a special effort to entertain you. You know, rain or shine, good or bad.
Yeah.
And there are those that support the brewcasters, and there are those that don't make it to every show, but when we do, we put our best effort forward.
It's times like this I wish I went to elementary school. You know what I mean?
Well, it's times like this that you should support the Brewing Network members that bring you the most joy, that put the little extra pep in your step, that say, wow, Nicole really came.
In case anybody was wondering, vote for Nicole.
Are we singling anybody out there, Nicole?
She made an effort. She tried to get drunk just to entertain you. It's not for her. She's going to be late for work tomorrow. But she said, Drunk of the Week is more important than work. Drunk of the Week is more important than credibility. Drunk of the Week.
Whose birthday is it?
Drunk of the Week.
I don't know.
It's a special designation that we say for our birthdays. And we deserve that after years.
Time that you guys
Years and years.
I worked really hard for this. And I'm really happy to have it.
Amen, sister.
I know you guys think that Sarah Huska is hotter than me, but at least I'm younger than her.
And when you make your vote this year for Drunk of the Week, I hope you make the right decision and choose me, because I'm drinking a lot right now, hoping and praying that one day I will earn that medal.
Whoops. See this guy?
I've actually seen her take a drink in like 20 minutes.
It's beer has.
Thank you.
Moderate.
Here, Nicole, pound this beer and I'll vote for you.
toastiness, and I am a craft beer drinker. Awesome, it's happy right now. Moderate to high wieneriness. Blah 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 blah. You know what? You can call me Master Drunk of the Week. You know what? I don't want to be drunk week anyway. Hey, Doc, did you ever find that thing that we were talking about last time? Dude, call me. I want to thank all of the Brewery Network fans outside of the U.S., from Canada and Australia and Alabama. What is this, man? Really, I can't explain how much this means to me to finally get recognized for.
There's Nicole passed out on the table right there.
There you go. Yeah, right. Nice job.
All right.
That had to be a 9 or a 10, right, Nate? We were 10.
I do have a couple.
We're getting there. Oh, yeah, I think
We're up to the higher numbers, right?
I got a couple phone calls on the dial here. Plus, I just got a bunch of frosting on my finger. I'd have
lick
to
it off.
I have to lick it off.
Wait, show the webcam.
Is that all it takes to get a lick from you?
Get right up in there. Right up in there.
Do it slowly so we can all watch.
All right. Let me write down our first contestant for Drunk of the Week.
Who'd that be?
Nicole Ernie.
I still haven't chugged this
Chug it.
celebration.
Well,
you only get one chance.
Apparently,
that
celebration is the key to JP's vote. So
throw up on Tasty when you throw up.
She's chugging it.
Damn, woman.
Holy shit.
Jesus. Oh, it went everywhere.
We had some spit up. We had some release.
A little bit of pushback there.
God.
Out the nose.
If you're going to spew into your purse.
No, open the door and go on the balcony.
How much of the beer came back up, if I might ask?
A little bit.
Not that much.
Just enough to go through her nose? Oh,
yeah.
Then she's a trooper.
We're getting it. We're getting it.
Now I'm finally getting that vomit aroma JP was speaking of.
Right.
Can somebody give me a fucking knife?
We're working on it. We're working on it.
It's all the way downstairs.
Don't yell.
Now they're getting it. Reaching here.
I'll give you my underwear. Do you want my underwear?
There you go, Nicole.
Wow.
It's not in a vending machine. No one wants it.
There you go.
That was intense. I'm almost willing. I'm almost willing to say right now that the callers need not apply.
Yeah,
don't bother.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I don't know if you can beat that.
By the way, you're welcome.
They've been on hold. Yeah.
Just dump them all.
Just clear the lines.
All right, let's go to Steve-O, calling in for Drunk
There
of the
was
Week.
definitely some puke in that.
Yeah, ask Steve how he can do better.
Steve-O, listen, I'm not going to bullshit you.
I call it a flare-up.
All right.
I think you got some on me.
All right, settle down, everybody. Steve, I'm not going to bullshit you. Let's just get right to the point. Nicole just really brought it strong. Can you or can you not beat Nicole?
See, I called in to say I want Nicole to be Drunk of the Week.
All right, fair enough. Well done. That's a good.
No. Listen to me, Justin.
No,
I want her.
Yeah, okay.
But I want her. Let me tell you my resume first. And then let's see if that beats me.
You know what? Just by the sound of your voice, you have not won, Steve-O.
No.
Thank you for playing, but this is not your week.
That was a good decision, by the way.
He endorsed Nicole. It's fine.
All right, we're going to Want to Ride. Want to Ride, same difference, man. I'm not going to fuck around with you. Nicole is drunk as a skunk. She just threw out her nose.
And she chugged the celebration. That's crazy.
Can you
see the head on that thing? Because it's been sitting warm for like an hour in the oven.
It's kind of foul.
Yeah.
Can you do this, Want to Ride?
I don't know if I can go. I don't know if I go through full puke right now. I can go topless or bottomless for you. The score.
Neither of which is attractive.
Yeah,
at all.
and while you were just
Too
saying
much.
that, Nicole just poured another one.
She is heartless.
Jesus.
Well, she's got to replace what came out her nose.
Former bartender, though, not her best pour.
Call Ray Daniels. Revoke that fucking Master Cicerone. You don't pour a glass that's mostly foam.
I'm pretty sure that in this Cicerone program there is some leeway for being intoxicated.
I'm mostly worried about getting the taste of puke out of my mouth.
Right.
What about your nose?
That's most important.
Do a line of foam.
Yeah, do it the other way.
Yeah, do a fatty old foam.
Want to Ride, if you're willing to
Gagger.
go bottomless over to your neighbor's house, you might have a chance.
Because I've already seen one
but still
bottomless
probably
guy
not.
tonight.
Multiple choices.
Go ahead.
I live in an apartment complex. You have multiple choices here.
Go right.
Oh, where the women are. Yes.
Go right.
Go to where the women are. You have to knock on their door, and you have to have no pants on.
And no bottom.
You know, as much as I'd love a trip to the lockup tonight, I think I'm going to skip it. My birthday's tomorrow. I'd rather not spend it in the county lockup.
Oh, your
Good
birthday's
call.
tomorrow.
All right,
He
Steve-O.
pulls out of the
Happy birthday, Steve-O.
No,
Cheers,
this is
brother.
Want to Ride.
Oh, sorry, Want to Ride. Happy birthday, Want to Ride. Good call. And we'll go right now to
You sound awesome saying that.
B.
Happy birthday, Want to Ride.
B, what's happening?
What's up, Blazing B? Where you at, B?
What up, JP?
What up?
All right, B, the story remains the same. Nicole has thrown down the gauntlet and puked out of her face.
Yeah,
And she's still smiling about it.
This is Justin.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was like, before we got the paper towel out, I was gonna give it to her. So let's just give it to her. Don't even put me on the air.
Attaboy. All right,
we won't. Yeah, don't worry about it. You will not be on the air.
Thank you for calling. That was B. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicole Ernie finally reaches Drunk of the Week on her birthday.
Well deserved.
On the birthday.
In this glorious moment, I would just like to thank all of the Brewing Network and all of my Brewing Network fans. I've worked so hard for this, and I just appreciate all of your votes.
She's all verklempt.
Thank you.
Nate, I'm sorry.
I am all verklempt. Oh, God.
Happy birthday, Nicole. Thanks for
your golden hour. Yeah, you're not verklempt. You just puked. That came right out. It's fine.
All right.
First, can I just say first studio throw up?
Oh yeah, I did Chris in the studio.
Really a throw up.
Well, I mean, has there ever been throw up in
There's some
any of the
Rodenbach Brown
studios,
crew here
though?
if you don't have enough acetic qualities in your mouth right now.
It was more of a spit up, I think.
There was
A
definitely
spew.
some hurl.
That was a spew because it got over here.
I wiped some cake off the floor and that didn't get there because we dropped cake.
Yeah.
Oh God!
It was actually gut. It was puke.
Hang on.
I saw it.
There were chunks.
She bumped him in your studio.
She bumped him in the studio.
Nate saying chunks. Yeah, standing ovation.
Stand up, everybody. Stand up. Wow.
Hey, I am standing.
I have a weak stomach. What can I say?
Doc, stand up.
It's not what we meant.
I am standing.
Not what we meant.
Susie, stand up. All right. Wow. Amazing. Nicole actually get a first studio chunks in all three studios. You're right, Beaver. That's the first time in all three. Because
all three.
remember that the Schumans puked, but
And they puked in the
left.
sink.
Yeah, they left the
And
room.
then I almost puked that time Sam brought the colander in to catch it because he's a moron.
Here, I brought this bowl with a shitload of holes in it.
But then I choked it back down and held it together.
Right.
Good for her. Dude, it was a big
Oh my God.
like you're not an idiot.
Yes,
Your boy's trying to defend himself.
Is Sam?
Why is he your boy?
All right, settle down, everybody. Let's careful about the talking over. Sammy, is there a bigger idiot than you?
I was just trying to catch the good parts.
Hey, you know what? Can I just say something?
Trying to save the chunks.
I'm still drinking.
And the girl's still drinking.
Well, if you catch the chunks, you can read.
No,
those.
Sam wanted to strain the booze out so you could re-drink it.
Yeah, you can
and leave the chunks behind.
Oh.
Hey.
Well,
Hey.
listen. I'm not sure that we could have ended 2012 or the Earth in a better way.
Any prouder, any more.
I'm so proud of myself.
As are we. And, it takes a master to do what you've done tonight, Nicole.
I just hope my boss thinks the same way I do.
I think also, if you think about it, you earned it because this isn't your first attempt. I feel like you've really earned it
I
because
put a lot of effort into
Right.
this title.
several times. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I mean.
I don't take it for granted. I really don't.
I don't think you should.
I wouldn't take it for granted either.
This is not for someone who just says,
limestone.
I think I'm just going to do that. No, it takes commitment
Right.
and effort.
Well, if anybody should be committed, it's
It
you.
really does because tomorrow's going to suck for you.
You have shown some dedication.
You can't just roll in here and drink a bunch. You
No.
gotta have a strategy.
Right.
But you know, you summited this time. You've climbed that mountain a couple of times and failed, but you know what? You summited this time.
We're your Mount
Thank
Everest.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You know what's funny is I feel like half as drunk as I did last time I was a guest in the air, but you know.
I feel like Cicerone was your K2 and we're your Everest.
Oh yeah.
Good climbing references. I like it.
You know what I mean?
Solid.
You really do.
He knows some
you know
stuff.
What? Thank you, Justin, for this opportunity.
You're welcome.
But you know what?
Thank you for this opportunity, Nicole.
This is key.
Just to let you know, Nicole, you're in the death zone.
Right. Yeah, oxygen is key at this point.
Yeah.
And when you're at the top of Everest, oxygen is key.
You only got a limited amount of time. You're
Tell me
killing
to shut
stuff.
the fuck up? Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
Not at all. All right, it's shows like this that make me love my job. You guys have all been fantastic. It's another wonderful year here at the Brewing Network. I think you've all been wonderful, and thank you for sharing your knowledge throughout the year, and your beer, and your sense of humor, and most of all, letting us all just make fun of you every 5 minutes. You've all been wonderful, and the show would not exist without each and every one of you. And I think this is what our listeners love about it: is all these characters. So thank you all. And another wonderful 2012. I think you owe yourselves a round of applause. Yeah.
Do we get that Christmas bonus?
We've done some good. I just gave it to you.
Yeah.
You didn't hear it? It was like 15 seconds long.
I heard it. Yeah, okay.
What I'm going to do is, Doc, I'll send you a copy. I'm going to take that snippet and mail it to my PG&E company and see if they could just. All right, I'll pay my bill with this.
Yeah.
It's fine. Here we go.
Just but in bold the part about being funny.
Yes.
And just say and go like that was me.
No,
Like,
I'm going to
circle
underline
it
everything.
and
yeah. Are we going to hear the new song from Sugar Bear?
Oh, that's right. Thank you, Jape. See, that's why you get paid the big dollars.
Well, that's why you can call me producer. Oh shit.
All right. Where did it go? Oh, here it is. Sugar Valley Brewer. Oh, I can't play it off of that computer.
No, because you're an idiot.
Give me a minute. Give me a second.
Okay, no dead air time. Just say blah, blah, blah. Let Nicole talk for a while.
All right, well,
I'm sure her voice is going to be hoarse tomorrow.
Nico asked
JP,
me-
when is the Winter Beer Fest? When is that?
January 26th.
Where is it at?
Toto Santos Park. You can get
What time does that start?
Tickets now. I don't know. 1 o'clock, I think?
Yeah,
1-ish.
Yeah.
12 to 4.
12 to 4.
We had a ton of
12 o'clock.
Knows how to put on.
That was a great event last year.
It's going to be great. I hope it doesn't rain.
By the way,
Is it
I
rain or
heard
shine?
there could be homebrew.
Are we doing tasting
There might
room?
be. We don't know that. We don't know.
We might be.
Maybe.
You never know.
Hey, either way, it's going to be a ton of fun.
You can buy tickets now, Nicole. If you go to thebrewingnetwork.com/on-tap, that has all the details.
No fees
You
down.
might even
No
get
fees.
to hang out with me while I'm drunk. It's gonna be
Maybe.
great.
You might want to come in a little later.
Maybe we'll raffle that off.
He just looks at me. I won't make her chug a beer. It's all right.
I'll make her hang out with you when she's waiting. You'll love it. It'll be great.
Hey,
JP.
if I don't have
JP,
headphones on, it's fine.
Hey, if I'm hanging out with JP, I'm definitely chugging beer.
Hell yeah, you are. Here, drink
You ever
this.
puked in a porta potty?
Justin, Nico.
Can I point out that there's an interesting dynamic about this show? Mills, you've been listening for a long time. Absolutely. I don't know if you recognize this, but it's like we like each other and we fucking hate each other.
Yeah.
All in the same
It's like
sentence.
a dysfunctional family.
I don't know if you've
together.
noticed it, but it's a very fine line that gets walked, and it all gets expressed. Because, by the way, none of these people talk to each other once the microphones go on. So what happens is that right during this show, we do all of the love and the hate in a single sentence. Some of us say 5 of those sentences at once. Some of us just say 1. And then we walk out of the room and don't say a word to each other for another year.
That's not true.
Is this
I
picked
like
up?
Susie.
Is this picked up?
That's what family is.
Is
That's
this
the
picked up
holidays.
upon in the? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Like, it is like family, isn't it?
It is.
It's like
Absolutely.
Because when we're here, we're all delusional.
I have noticed Nate never calls me anymore.
right. All right.
I don't even have a mic, and I got singled out. Damn.
Right. By the way, when you entered the show, Nathan, you had a mic. I just wanted to know.
It's my birthday!
Triple Rock.
Yeah.
It did sort of migrate, didn't it?
All right. Let's before we
Rock.
go.
Can I just say I can smell my own butthole?
I believe it.
I saw it.
Here.
That's what
I
you
don't
get for
need to
taking your
smell it.
pants
I
off
saw
up in
it.
this bitch.
Yeah, let's
I'm
open
thanking
that bad
God
boy.
that I can't smell your butthole. All right.
You want to?
Before we go, why don't we play the Sugar Valley Brewer song
Yeah,
for
let's do
Nate and Nicole?
Oh, let's do it.
Here we go.
Oh, God.
Sounds like all the other ones.
I wasn't going to say
Same
that.
guitar, same key. Yeah. Oh, yeah. bars.
I'm bored already. Yeah.
He's just getting his jam on.
It's like porn. Get right to the fucking good part.
Here he comes.
First time I saw you, you were on the session radio. There was something about the way you shared through stuff that you know. Now I think I understand the thing that really makes you so good. There's one thing that really gives me wood.
Since this song sucks, it's worth stopping it and pointing out that I just tried for 35 seconds to pour a beer that had a cap on it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Why is this pouring?
That song doesn't necessarily
It
suck. We just can't hear it.
There was a Jolly Pumpkin beer, and then it looked good, and I literally held it over my glass for about 15 seconds.
No, and then you looked at it.
Yeah, you were confused.
And then you started pouring it again.
You're like, this is a fucking thick brown ale. What the fuck?
It must be heavy glass.
Hey, open that shit up. I want some for my birthday.
Somebody put something in that cup for me, for fuck's sake.
I think we should take away the drunk of the week from Nicole and give it to Justin. That's a good move.
After that, absolutely.
It's not drunk of the week, it's
I
just
was only
moron.
watching him and trying to figure out why it wasn't pouring.
She was like, that is weird, isn't it?
Let me use
Same
all of
thing
my
I was thinking.
Cicerone skills.
I was like, man, these Jolly Pumpkin guys, they're good.
I was actually going, what's he thinking? And you're looking at me like, help me, Doc. And I'm like, dude.
He was holding out the opener for you like 2 seconds in. I'm just staring at the opener.
I haven't even done drugs tonight.
Yes, Bevo.
I have a request from a sponsor, and so I didn't want to be spoken over.
Uh-huh.
Nico would like me to on air tell you that he loves you in a creepy way.
Okay, well,
all creepy.
You know what?
That's it.
Next time, censor.
Now that I've just tried to pour an unopened beer,
I would like to say openly on air that you're fucking stupid.
I agree with both of you.
Now, can you tell everyone open on air that this is my song?
That's my Was
it's
it
not
good?
playing anymore.
You can
You
tell
couldn't hear
everybody
it.
this is my song.
The words were so mixed down, you couldn't hear a word he's saying.
Well, I was sharing my headphones with Susie. I thought maybe I got the bad headphones.
Girlfriend, I bet it ain't just me.
Wow.
Wants to get her locked in.
Yeah, I can't hear. And you know, I've told him this before. I made him the Bevo song. I think came in all weird, and I was like, "Hey, it's a great song.
Do a remix."
Yeah,
You need
it's
to-
awesome.
You need to put the microphone closer to your mouth.
Yeah. The
listen,
best part about the Bevo song.
I can lead a horse to water, but I can't.
Make a
Make
mix.
him bring
I
the
can't
vocals
jerk
up.
him off once he gets there.
Well, you can.
That's the saying, right?
That's
Yeah,
it.
totally.
How many times in your life, Justin, have you asked people to put that microphone?
This mic's all
next to the
wet,
mouth?
Nicole. What the fuck? Anyway, the best thing about the Bevo song is when he told the story of recording it, he had to go home at lunch when his wife wasn't
That's
there,
right.
Right.
so he could record it when no one else is around. That's pretty awesome.
Oh, Bebo.
I bet he wasn't just recording.
Oh, that's the other part of the story.
I don't get it.
Yeah, what do you mean?
He had to eat lunch too. 'Cause he's
Oh
hungry.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
That's when
it's
he had
lunchtime.
Sometimes when you write a song about somebody, you have to take your pants off.
Sometimes.
Dear
sometimes.
Bevo, let your hair hang low.
No, dude, that song is so creepy. Please don't speak
Again.
Dear Bevo, let your hair hang low. What if I look you in the eye when I sing it, Bevo? Does it become less creepy?
Let's all look Bevo in the eye.
My stomach acid is surging.
Can you turn her headphones up so she can hear it better?
It's painful.
I have control of them.
Let your hair hang low.
I'm so disturbed that you know the words.
I listen to it all the time.
There's only 3 words.
I know.
How long to see?
I know that's true.
Yeah. See, at least that's
Well,
normal.
but they're not that impressive.
Dear Bevo, your big boobies, I long to see.
You do know the
You
word.
know, Bevo, they are kind of awesome.
Thank you.
And round.
Your areola.
I know they're kind of a pain in the ass. They're kind of bad.
They're not.
What are they? Purple?
They're pink.
That's gross.
Are they big?
Oh, it's hot.
Like
The silver dollars.
Are they silver dollars or quarters?
Down there.
Dimes.
Or sand dollars.
Close to the border.
Big buckets.
They're Sacagaweas.
Or are they coasters?
They're fried eggs.
They're actually like this, like the size of bologna.
Coasters. You have bologna
Nice.
areola.
Almost bologna.
Hey,
2/3 of her boob is areola.
They're
if you have
bologna.
boobs as big as Bevo, that's hot.
She has bologna areola.
Bolognola.
They probably tuck right under her arm.
Gee, all I really wanted was a description. This is good.
Oh, poor Bevo.
Now we got a taste,
can't
too.
win.
Looks like a bandit mask
She
across
can't
her
You
chest.
have big boobies, you have small boobies. Just
I
can't win.
hate you guys.
Let's prove it.
Really, really hate you guys.
Dear Bevo.
I want to get out of here and not smell my own ass anymore.
I don't care.
Your ball suit.
I do kind of like it.
I know you did.
All right.
A smile on your face.
One last chance, Bevo. It's the end of the world on Friday.
Show me your tits.
No.
What about just one?
No.
Show me one tit.
Oh, one seems like a good
Hey,
compromise.
can we play Midnight Express?
What about
Billy?
what about most of?
I love when Doug laughs, like genuinely laughs.
What about most of one, but without the baloney?
Yeah.
Then that's just
yeah.
That's just more cleavage.
Describe that shit as baloney. That makes chicks feel real sexy.
Press it up against the glass so we don't know the shape anyway.
I want to show you my baloney.
Shape.
I like bologna.
That shit is so hot. I just can't wait to show you.
Nicole, in your attempt to sound less creepy, I have to admit that
Boner chicken.
You make us sound creepier.
Just saying, I'm proving my point. Just saying.
Bevo, can you just pick up the mic with your boob? Just lay it down there and then stand up.
All right.
JP, do you remember?
Motorboat that mic.
The picture you
It
sent
was
me?
probably 4 years ago.
Yeah.
I was in Tahoe and I was hella drunk.
Yeah.
And you texted me and asked me to send you a picture of my boobs.
And you did.
And I did.
Yeah.
Were they the whole? They weren't
What?
the whole boobs, though.
No, but it was a
JP never
full-on
reposted it.
good
No.
shot of my boobs.
Why did you do
Where
that
is
to
this
JP?
photo?
Because JP asked.
I've been asking for 100 years.
He asked nicely like
He
a
asked-
gentleman.
Check
He
your
asked
phone.
first.
Bevo,
He got it.
I
and
have been asking since you were dating Sam's brother.
I was never dating
She
Sam's
was?
brother.
You were totally blowing Sam's brother.
Oh my God.
No, I
Sam's
wasn't.
brother.
You
like
were
Sam's
handing him
mini-me.
off.
This is
You
a
were-
revelation.
You were at least giving
God.
Sam's brother a handy.
I've not.
And I've been
ever
asking
given
to
Matt a
see
hand.
them
The old
since then.
fashioned.
As Sam is reading to their child downstairs.
Do not date Sam's
Sam.
brother.
Please give a thumbs up that your brother was banging your wife.
Yeah!
There it is. See?
Well, and by the
Thank
way,
you.
can I add that I got the pre-baby, pre-roadmap boob version of Bevo.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so.
Wow.
It was when they were enlarging.
Yes,
but
no stretches.
but they didn't explode.
No, yeah,
yes.
they were just.
They were just
Or they were
there.
perky then, I
There.
guess.
So,
You know,
Awesome.
Bevo, that's fucked up. I have been around longer.
Yeah, that is fucked up.
You just don't keep tabs on me the way JP doesn't. Didn't text me at the exact moment in time when
knew
I
there
was
was a
like,
drunken
I'm
window.
drunk, let's do it.
In other words, I'm not sending enough creepy text messages to Bevo.
Bevo,
Yeah.
can I just say, that.
I don't know, can you?
All the chicks I know, that you have the biggest boobs of any other.
Thank you. I think Susie's are bigger
Of
than
any
mine.
other lady in the history of ladies.
Ever.
I think Justin's just mad because JP has something.
Like
that
you had like
I
reasonable
am. You're
boobs
absolutely right.
before you had a kid, but then when you got preggo, your boobs are just like out of control.
They were massive. Don't
See,
try it.
You know what's
I don't
nice
know.
is that
I don't know
Nicole
how
can
you
say
feel
all the
with it.
things we want to say, but they don't sound as creepy.
You know what I think
Because
a
she
good
doesn't
segment
wanna
would be is
see them, and
we
she
need to
didn't
write
compare
our
them to
personal
baloney. I
feelings
don't
for
wanna see
Bevo
them.
and then hand them to Nicole, and we could try to guess who said what.
That is a fucking
That's a good
fantastic
game, right? Yeah.
right there. We're playing on the first day back.
All right, make a note of that, Scott, 'cause I
January
just
7th.
forgot what it
Done
was.
and done.
Please do make a note of that. No, really, make a note of that.
Yeah.
I'll do it right now.
That's a great game.
That's just creepy because I'm already thinking about what I want to say.
Me too, yeah.
So, Nicole, you have to come back and get hammered again.
We do that right now?
Can we do that right now?
Tasey's like, I'm ready to play. Ready, go.
It's not
I'm already writing.
It's not working,
Read this.
but I actually have a couple clips I want to show and just.
I will be the first to say I'm totes gels of Bevo's big boobies, but I will ask you to find a dude that's willing to say that, and you won't find one.
I don't know. I'm still with Nicole
Just
doing
saying.
it.
But were you just playing the Sugar Valley Brewer song, or was Nicole talking? Because I couldn't understand either one.
Dear Bevo, let your hair.
Okay.
I'm a master cicerone.
As much as I hate you all,
It's
not
you. I want it alone, but not you.
She was talking to Susie.
It's almost 10 o'clock and I have a baby downstairs.
Ooh, 10
Can I go
o'clock.
home,
need to
please?
go.
Because
Are you offering us to see your baby's
No, I want to get the
boobs?
fuck out of here.
there's only one way you're getting out of here.
Don't you think it would be
When I
worth
stand up and walk out.
No, it was like.
it? Would be worth it, Bevo, wouldn't it? You wouldn't be harassed any longer.
Remember, this is radio.
You'd
Nobody
get it
can
out of the
see
way. That'd
anything.
be the end of the whole thing.
Yeah, Bevo, just touch it.
Time it is.
Just touch it. We'll get it out of the way. Just touch it. It'll be fine.
No. And stop nodding at me, Mills.
Mills is nodding.
Let your hair
Oh my God! Goodbye.
Let your hair hang down.
I'm creepy and I'm fat, but you could probably have
my
guessed
sack.
I'm
that.
actually actively logging out right now.
I'm creepy
And better than Sam.
and better than Sam.
I don't believe that.
Sam will never have money like I do. This is the vibrato one.
Big boobies. That's creepier.
Yeah.
Bevo, your big boobies I long to see. And Sam sucks.
Yeah. I've made
It's a live version.
a lot of bread so I can eat those boobies in bed. Bevo. I need to collaborate with Sugar Valley Pooper.
Yeah.
Whatever his name is.
Yeah, you do.
Talk about speed bagging those movies or whatever you were.
By the way,
man.
Sam is an excellent musician. I think Sam should play the keys while you collaborate with Sugar Valley Boober.
Yeah.
It'll be to the tune of "Jump" if Sam's playing
By the way,
keys.
Abby is here to play along. She's
At
now
6 in the
hanging out.
morning.
She's a big fan of the boobies.
Abby thinks it's funny.
down there.
Abby's like waving her hands around.
All right.
When I'm
Are you ready for plugs?
No!
Plug it.
It won't do.
Wait, Bevo, we're not done yet. Wait, 2012 isn't over.
Oh, yeah.
Sam, make her stay.
Come on. You got a job to do.
Ow!
She just punched me in the throat.
Ow!
All right.
No!
Throat
Ow!
punched your husband.
Oh!
Ow.
Ow!
Maybe it'll be like a one-up thing.
Ow! Ow!
Dear Bevo.
Hey, thanks to More Beer for a whole year of
everything
sponsoring this
Hell
bullshit.
yeah.
Huh?
Absolutely.
Yeah, Moscow has some bullcrap on Twitter. Oh, are we doing the plugs?
No.
Oh.
That was my own
Yeah,
plug.
we might be.
Hey, more beer!
All right. We're out of here. That's it for 2012. There is a small chance, depending on when the Mayan calendar actually ends, that there might be a
Hey, it's just the beginning
Rumor
of
has it.
era.
that other show at noon on Friday the 21st, the day the world's supposed to end.
Goodness gracious!
Yeah, it
I
might
am so offended!
Otherwise, this is the last show of the world. If the world does not end, we'll be back on January 7th with Stan Hieronymus. He's obviously the author of the new Hops book.
Yeah.
For the love of hops!
Wonderful book. And if you remember,
And a good
back to
guy.
remember back to the Wheat Show, Stan's a good guy and a really
Stan is awesome.
also an awesome writer. So it'll be nice to talk to him, and it'll be less boobs jokes, I'm sure.
It better be.
Man boobs.
Not
It
only
won't
do,
be boob joke free,
That guy
but it'll
knows
be
what he's
less.
talking about, man.
not only do we have Stan, the Brewing Network Awards coming up as well.
Oh, that's
With a
right.
name like Hieronymus, you better know what you're talking about.
It's the 6th annual, I think, BNAs.
I think we'll leave it to announcer man to decide what annual they are.
Right.
Somebody has
That's
to pay
because he
attention.
does change it every year. That's like longer than the Black Awards on BET, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I think the BNAs have been around longer.
We did 6 last year.
Yeah. No,
You're right. They're called the Colored Awards.
Mills.
No, isn't the
That's
Essence
what they're
Awards?
called. Oh, sorry. The S. They should be called the Black Awards. It's less offensive than the Essence Awards. The BNAs have been around for a long time. Nicole, shut up. I don't need you.
4 hours later.
I don't need you criticizing me.
They got everybody else doing it.
I'd like to thank Adam Mills from Cranker's Brewery in Michigan.
Yeah, thanks, Adam.
and not just for sharing good information, but you traveled a long way to be in studio, and I appreciate that. Thanks very much.
Hey, Mills.
Yeah.
Mills, on the way home, on your Facebook page, you guys were all smiles and beards on the way out. Yeah. I want to see what you look like on the way back.
Right. Are we doing Russian River and shit tomorrow? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, man.
I think we're doing the whole circuit tomorrow, Tasty. What are you doing? Don't tell me you got to work.
busy.
What?
How are we supposed to get a table?
If I
then?
can be back by 6,
Just tell Vinny to call the pub.
If I can.
Vinny, right?
Stop by at 11 and he'll say hey to us.
Okay.
Yeah, he said they're bottling tomorrow, so we'll stop by the production facility and then we'll get lunch after that.
Okay. All right.
What time are you going?
We'll do the whole thing.
What time shove up?
He'll call it to the pub for you.
All right, show plugs, everybody,
You
right?
want your microphone back? What happened?
Can I just reiterate how proud I am to be honored by
Hang on.
this
I'm
fine
thanking everybody.
honor?
Okay. And Adam Mills, I love you. Thanks for showing up. And
Thank
thanks
you
for
very
bringing
much.
your crew, by the
It's
way,
been
too.
playing in my head.
Kevin has a special place in my heart and
Mine
in
as
my
well.
and in my groin.
And my panties.
And in Nicole's
You.
panties.
Take a number.
Was that your panties? Or was Susie's panties?
Susie's, of
Oh, it was
course.
Susie's panties.
Both. Why not?
Kevin.
I'm not wearing panties.
Kevin, there's a chance you can get in Susie's panties.
Yeah.
All you have to do is keep reading gay porn.
And by get into them, he means wear them one
Susie's
day.
a creepy broad.
Yeah. But she's a good cook.
All right. Are we ready for...
And she's going to buy my bug.
Uh-huh.
All right. Okay, here we go. I'm ready.
So we're out of here. We will see you on January 7th with Stan Hieronymus and, of course, the world-famous Brewing Network Awards, where people will win things that they never thought
Wanted to enjoy this.
It's going to be epic.
I think we should all do art, custom art.
Congratulations to Nicole Ernie on all of her successes, including Drunk of the Week.
Throwing up on the studio floor.
Success.
That is a resume bullet item right there.
That's right.
I will treasure this moment.
All right. Hey, I
will
love
remember
this
this
last
moment.
show of the year. Thanks for letting
Yep.
us have fun with you. Thanks for letting us be a bunch of douchebags.
No,
in
you're
your,
welcome.
In your life for the last 365 days. And BN Army, you guys rock. JP, take us out.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. JP is on Twitter. Follow him at Major Jip to better understand why his family has abandoned him. Scott the Jew has finally acquiesced to Twitter. Follow him at Moscow Paints for mildly interesting info about how to paint shitty giants. For some good beer info and homebrew insight, follow Nathan Smith at Nathan Homebrew and Mike Yip McDowell at Tasty McD. The BN Winterfest is fast approaching. Mark your calendars for January 26th, providing the world does not end next week. Make sure you're up to speed on all the latest updates by finding the BN Fest feed across your favorite social networks. Check out the Brewing Network store for all the latest BN merch, including the brand new Homebrew U DVD pre-order sale. And be sure to find the Brewing Network on Facebook and Twitter. Love Christmas. Thank a pagan.